Tantor Audio, a division of Recorded Books, presents The Dragons of Nova by Elise Kova, narrated by Aaron Moon and Tim Campbell. Arianna. It wasn't that she didn't trust Cvareh piloting the glider. It was that she valued her life a lot more than a superfluous notion like trust. His hands, the color of blue-gray sky that stretched above them, clutched the handles of the vessel with less than inspiring certainty. They shook as though they held birds or writhing snakes, not gold. His magic flowed through the metal and into the glider beneath them, filling the air, giving lift and speed, before discharging out behind the glider's bat-like wings as a full prism's worth of color. Arianna clutched his waist, pushing her own magic under her heels, rooting herself to the glider in a battle against gravity. The contraption was not built for two, and she had to manage her magic carefully to avoid interrupting the flow of his, a fate that would send them spiraling back earthward toward a near-certain death from the fall. His magic was fluctuating, at best. The man had clearly never been taught how to pilot a glider and didn't even understand the basics of how magic was channeled through the gold to give it lift. It would be easy for her to assume control. He was powerful, but she would have no reservations and a firm understanding of how the glider functioned. Arianna grit her teeth and kept her magic wound tightly around her feet. She let him struggle silently. Piloting a glider was something that, as far as Loom was concerned, only a dragon could do. Even a strong chimera couldn't sustain the magic required to give it stable lift for very long, which meant that there was no way Arianna should be able to. She could, however. She could pilot it more gracefully than the dragon she was pressed against, and the fact made her dangerous. It was a secret so great it would make her both revered and hunted should it ever be discovered. So Arianna kept her mouth shut. She remained the chimera, the white wraith, and nothing more. Her eyes drifted down behind them at the diminishing earth. Loom spread out beneath her, smaller and smaller, until the tallest trees in the forest looked like toothpicks, and the coastline was nothing more than the teeth of a cog she could fit in the palm of her hand. Down there was the Alchemist's Guild Hall, reduced to nothing more than a speck, and in it was Florence. Her dearest friend, her ward, her Florence, had set out to change the world. The girl had challenged Ari to do the same and dream again, as she once had. But the birth of dreams stained reality. Dreams charted courses beyond the line of possibility that the present drew. They turned that forbidden threshold into an invitation, one that offered no absolution to those who boldly ventured into its alluring unknown. Arianna knew this all too well. She had dreamed. She had carved her infamy from the impossible. The dreams had wrapped reality in a sweet illusion that had turned sour with betrayal. If she dreamed again, she would no longer dream for the world. She would not risk leaving another mark on such a scale. She would merely be a player in others' dreams, like Florence's. When the girl awoke this dawn, Arianna hoped she would understand. There wasn't room for goodbyes between women of action. It would be wasted words. If Florence wanted to assume the post of a visionary, she had to weigh the importance of deeds before the importance of words, not just from Arianna, but from the whole world. "Brace yourself," Cvareh shouted over the gusty currents. The winds howled with greater ferocity the closer they got to the thick clouds that perpetually engulfed Loom. Ari grabbed her elbows at Cvareh's sides, locking muscle against muscle as she pressed into the taller man. The closer they were to each other, the less possibility for drag or for a rogue gust to get between them and knock her off. His magic washed over her in pulses that increased in frequency until they were a sustained force across the entire glider, including her. Surviving through the clouds required a hefty amount of protection, a corona. This was the second barrier that prevented a chimera from piloting a glider. Built into the handles Cvareh gripped were golden channels designed to funnel magic into a protective shield. Even if a chimera could manage lift, it wouldn't be enough to sustain a suitable corona that would protect against the wind. Light sparked across them, shining like scales as the wind battered the magical force field. Ari's refined goggles were whitewashed from the magic and clouds, her ears nearly deaf from the roaring wind that echoed through the magical barrier, a paper-thin separation between them and certain death. But she never closed her eyes. She remained alert, poised to take over should Cvareh falter. She would not die this day, and certainly not due to someone else's incompetence. Arianna waited, her breaths shallowed with nerves, until they broke through the line that separated the world she knew below and the world of dragons in the skies above. Magic snapped audibly as they crossed the threshold between worlds. Ari blinked into unfiltered sunlight for the very first time. Her eyes had no trouble adjusting. They had been cut from a dragon and implanted in her sockets. Her irises closed to thin slits and adapted instantly. But her mind rejected the blinding light. It was a struggle to process, like a ribbon of magnesium exposed to flame. How could anything be so bright? The sunlight illuminated every nook and cranny of the world that floated before her. It defied all logic, hovering in the empty air in violation of every scientific law that formed the load-bearing walls of the structures of her life. Nova, the homeland of the dragons. She was loath to admit it, but the sketches and books hadn't done it justice. Diamond-shaped islands drifted like icebergs through tides of wind. Inverted towers and honeycombed living quarters had been carved into the shade of their underbellies. Sunbeams winked through the hollow spaces where gardens thrived, and waterfalls fell into the nothingness below, spilling a seemingly infinite amount of liquid into the void as if it were tithing for an unknown god. Smaller masses floated around the larger ones, like islands to continents. The glider rose higher and higher, giving Arianna her first glimpse of the tops. The land was as colorful as its people, purple mountains offset against emerald trees, gold splattered atop grasses as if the sun itself had been poured out. Every building was painted and adorned on all possible surfaces. Not one had escaped the artist's brush or sculptor's touch. Every single one. "What do you think?" Cvareh shouted over his shoulder. Arianna wanted to quit back with some scathing remark. It was tacky, it was over the top, it was too much of everything. There was no appreciation for the beauty of simplicity. But her tongue had gone soft and spongy, and her usual wit hadn't caught up with her. "It's not what I expected." She wouldn't give him the satisfaction of more than that. "Now focus on not getting us killed." He must have agreed with the sentiment because Cvareh said nothing further. Ari could feel his magic thinning. Bruises were beginning to form on his skin as his body broke down from the exertion. Arianna had no doubt he had a huge mark around his torso where she'd been gripping for her life. But the man had yet to speak a word against her potentially painful proximity or hold on his person. The glider banked. Carved into the far side of the mountains, she could see the outlines of a grand series of structures that defied all sense of logic and necessity. They were suspended in the air, connected by gusty bridgeways and narrow spiraling stairs. Cvareh tracked them to a large building above it all, at the top of the mountain. "You need to slow us," Ari cautioned nervously, realizing he intended to land on a flat alcove just on the other side of the structure. "I'm working on it." Work on it more urgently." They were coming in far too fast for such a narrow ledge. Numbers flashed through her head, estimations based on estimations, but in every scenario, they were splattered against the back wall of the wide-mouthed cavern. Cvareh tugged on the handles, his magic straining in spite of his obvious will. "You want to try flying this thing?" The question was obviously meant to be rhetorical, but Arianna had to bite her tongue from answering a resounding yes. She waited until what she estimated to be the last possible second for Cvareh to pull himself together and get the glider back under his control and on a proper trajectory. He met her expectations of failure. Ari pushed her magic into him, into the glider through her feet. It wasn't possible to assume complete control without gripping the handles, but it had the desired effect. His magic was vastly weakened by the dominant influx of her own, resulting in the almost total arrest of the vessel's momentum, and thus knocking it off the suicidal course it had been propelling them along. Arianna mentally accommodated for the falter by adding extra lift beneath the wings. They skipped like a stone on water, skidding to a stop with a crash that crumpled one wing and sent them both flying from the glider. Ari's ears were ringing from the sharp bang of metal crushing against stone. She winced at the sight of the technical masterpiece that was a dragon glider reduced to half a heap of scrap. "Are you all right?" Cvareh drew himself to a seated position, taking note of her expression. "Takes a lot more than that to fell me." Ari quickly checked for any rogue cuts or scratches she'd need to hide. "Isn't that the truth?" He stood. "We need to get moving." "To where?" Ari was already in step behind him. "The Temple of Shin." Arianna had studied dragon culture enough to know of the culture's pantheon. The 20 needless gods they prayed to for everything from love to peace to luck. She could list off a good 15, maybe even all 20, but Arianna could only align 3 to what they were said to be the gods of, and Shin was one of them. Lord Shin, the Death-Giver, and patron of the house of his namesake, Cvareh's family's house. Unless you can sprout actual wings on Nova, I doubt we'll be going anywhere anytime soon. Arianna shuffled toward the edge of the cavern, looking up and down. The walls were sheer and frustratingly smooth. Climbing would be a trick. Her mind was already turning around what they could salvage from the wreckage of the glider to help them scale the face, when magic popped faintly around her companion. Cvareh murmured softly to himself in Ryuk, the language of the dragons. Arianna's ears picked up half of the conversation, but he spoke too softly for her to catch anything substantial. She stepped closer, and his hand promptly fell away from his ear. "Wings are coming." "What does that mean?" She raised her eyebrows. He laughed. The infuriating dragon had the audacity to laugh at her as though she were a child inquiring about how water turned to ice. Arianna narrowed her eyes at him in warning. "You'll see." He leaned against one of the side walls, folding his arms over his chest. The dragon had become bolder around her, and Arianna hadn't done enough to discourage the disdainful behavior. His mannerisms were his own, but every now and then she saw the shade of someone else in them. Someone that gave her pause, even when she was at her boldest. "I'd rather you just tell me." She leaned against the wall at his side with a hefty sigh. "By the time I did, you—" The air from the flapping of large wings buffeted the side of her face, and Arianna turned as a loud screech nearly deafened her. A giant bird-like creature had been saddled with an ornate leather seat like those intended for horseback. Her fingers closed around the hilt of her sharper dagger. A dragon, the color of pale sea foam, sat poised on the back as the bird perched with ease on the ledge. The rider had golden eyes not unlike Cvareh's, but his hair was a darker shade, closer to the color of fired brick or wet clay. He ran a hand through his shoulder-length locks, smoothing them from the ride. His eyes drifted to her instantly.
"You brought a chimera?"
Disapproval radiated from the man's pores.
"The ends, Cain."
Cvareh's tone had a cautionary punctuation, the words strung together with a vibrato of authority Arianna had never heard from him before. It made her look sideways at the men she'd traveled across Loom with.
"Looking forward to hearing more of those?"
Cain shook his head.
"Come on, then. Petra Ogi wants you in the temple post-haste."
Cvareh made a start for the bird, Arianna at his side. He stopped her with an arm.
"You need to wait here."
"Excuse me?"
"The Boko can't take more than 2 riders at a time."
"Then leave this petulant dragon and take me." Arianna motioned rudely to the man named Cain. Cvareh had earned his name. All others would as well.
"What did you call me?"
The man on the Boko growled.
"Peace."
Cvareh held out his hands between them, but amusement was alight in his eyes. Amusement for her. Bloody cogs. First his boldness, and now she was endearing to him? She was losing her edge.
"Wait here. Time is of the essence, and I can't explain now. Cain will come back for you,"
Cvareh said. "If he doesn't—"
"He will."
The dragon cut off her threat.
"Trust me, Ari."
She rolled her eyes and leaned against the side wall again, arms folded across her chest to communicate her general displeasure at the situation. Cvareh shook his head, squeezing awkwardly into the saddle behind Cain. She watched them depart, questioning the choices that had led her here. Arianna drew her dagger and commenced flipping it in the air, attempting to take her mind off the fact that she had just willingly walked into the dragon's den. Petra walked the tightrope of treason. On either side were the voids of failure, an oblivion from which there was no escape. Dangled at the far end before her was the title of Dono, Queen of the Dragons, Glory of House Shin. The sight of it was enough to keep her towing a line that even the most suicidally ambitious dragon wouldn't dare to walk. She grinned madly into the wind, baring her canines to an invisible foe. Islands of Nova flashed beneath her, reduced to green blurs by Raku's speed. She fisted his feathers and altered course slightly. The other 3 Bokos behind her followed suit. She had the Dono and 2 riders in tow. Their magic sparked with aggression, but only one held weight. Yevun Dono, King of the Dragons, barely held his emotions in check. She knew when his eyes fell on her back by the ferocity that lit the wind between them. He knew he'd been played. It had been a plan years in the making, ever since Finner had slipped. Petra had cut it from the cloth of knowledge given to her by her elder brother, the king's financial advisor for Loom. That knowledge of the philosopher's box would be the pattern for the tapestry of her ultimate victory. She'd moved carefully, sending Cvareh to acquire the documents and entrusting him to get them to the resistance on Loom. Her younger brother was underestimated by the whole of Nova. She'd kept him in the wings, cultivating his skills when no one watched. When the time came, he was overlooked and slipped through the cracks, just as expected. Her years of patience were now paying dividends. She knew he was stronger than anyone gave him credit for, but even Petra had not expected her brother to be the one to slay the king's master rider. Poor Leona. For all her airs and appearances, she was felled by sweet little Cvareh. Not bearing witness to her ultimate demise had already become one of Petra's few regrets. Now the king sought justice for his slain bitch. He wanted Cvareh's head in recompense, and that was a price Petra wasn't going to pay. When Cvareh arrived hours ago, Petra had lifted the baton on the next movement of her orchestrations. Her brother was seen to the temple of Shin. The chimera he'd brought, well, that was an unexpected deviation that she had yet to attain a full explanation for. Petra shifted in her saddle. One thing at a time, she reminded herself. The chimera was hidden for now. She'd deal with the creature later when she didn't have a king in tow. Her shadow zipped across the gods line far below, jumping on and off smaller islands as she crossed above them. The Isle of Arianna, twice the size of House Rock's Lisp, came into view. Mountains curved on the far ridgeline, spilling bountiful plains and fertile farmlands in their shade. It was impossible for Petra to keep a smile off her face when her home came into view. No raging dragon king could damper the way her soul soared alongside Raku as she crossed the threshold of Shin land. Far on the horizon, at the highest peak, was the temple of Lord Shin, the Deathbringer. It shot upward, like a sword spearing the land itself, in a single column, a pointed obelisk that both unified and severed earth and sky. Against the morning light, it was awash in ominous shadow. Petra adjusted her grip on the boko. She feared no mortal man, but the gods were another matter. She would repent to the death god in triplicate when this was over for using his temple in her fight against Yevundono. In the meantime, she could only hope Lord Shin turned his eternal gaze upon her fondly. Petra would believe that she was truly his chosen daughter, so if there were to be death dealt today, it would not be her or Cvareh's. With a chorus of flapping, the Boko quartet landed on a nearly too small ledge at the base of the temple. A yawning entrance, simple and unadorned, waited before them, cut and smoothed from the gray mountain stone. Petra dismounted alongside the others, Silence, their fifth companion. She towed to the threshold of the entrance. The bright daylight cut in a sharp line of shadow. Petra closed her eyes and covered them with both palms, a sign of servitude and respect. One knew not what waited in eternity. The crossing happened only when one's eyes closed for the final time. Petra stepped into the temple. Her eyes adjusted quickly to the dim lighting. Not a single candle burned, and the world beyond cast long shadows over the 20 sculptures that lined the long hall. 19 alternated placement on either side. Visages of every other god and goddess in the pantheon. Lord Tam held out scales. Lord To cradled an open manuscript with the delicacy of a babe. Lady Che held her trumpet of truth to her lips. The statues stretched on and on, atop their ornate daises. There was one variation to the statues found in Lord Shin's temple. They all wore a large veil atop their faces. The shroud of death was settled upon every brow, including the sculpture at the very end of the Lord of Death himself. Lord Shin's visage had been carved from such elegance that his layered robes seemed to move with ethereal grace, even in stone. His veil was stretched taut over unknown features, pulled by an invisible wind. He looked as though he could at any moment become flesh and steal the life from any of his divine brethren. Some worshippers took note of the unorthodox party as they traversed the hall. They offered bows of their heads to the king, though Petra was certain the gestures were far less than the prostrations he was accustomed to on Lisp. But the king's demeanor was unchanged. Yevundono was either humbled into muted silence in the presence of the Deathbringer, or he was too upset for his magic to hold any further aggression. Petra led them back behind the statue of Lord Shin and into a narrow stair. Darkness engulfed them, so thick that even her eyes couldn't penetrate it. She slid her hand along the wall, recognizing every subtle shift of the craftsman's work. Her feet knew the exact spacing of every step, memorized over years of pilgrimage. One of the riders stumbled, the noise breaking silence's purity. Petra withheld a snapping remark, not wanting to shame her lord further by doing the same herself. Still, she bared her teeth at the blackness behind her. It would be in her right, as the Shin-Oji, to kill any who shamed her house's patron without need of a formal duel. Yevun Dono certainly knew this, and his measured steps were barely audible. Even his breathing was hushed. Certainly, his magic sparked violently, but he kept his physical manner in close check. He would never make it that easy for her. The weight of the stone grew suffocating as they continued to spiral upward. Silence stretched into infinity. Darkness tore at the mind, turning seconds into hours. The rider's breathing became labored, and not from the strain of the stairs. Petra didn't turn or offer them even a thought of pity. Yevun Dono kept pace and didn't falter. Slowly, the sound of wind whispered freshness to them. They took one more wide curve and arrived at the apex of the obelisk. A single oculus cut through the darkness like a triumphant banner. It offered the temptation of a world beyond a lone portal, and no more. Upon the floor was a circular divot, recessed as if the light itself had worn away the stone in time. Cvareh was curled within it, like a snake in an egg, taking up nearly all available space. He was as naked as the day he was born. His palms covered his face, and his body was still. His barely moving shoulders betrayed that he was alive at all. Petra crossed over to her brother. His months-long meditation had been pretense, but now that he was swaddled within the embrace of Lord Shin, she would observe convention, and not just for Yevun's sake. She knelt down at the rim of the recessed area, covered her eyes with her palms, and brought her forehead to the floor. Endbringer. Her hushed whisper sounded like a shout. Your child beseeches you. Return Cvareh to us. Return him in both body and soul, with your infinite wisdom and eternal truth. 3 breaths, and Cvareh stirred. His breathing quickened to a normal pace, his muscles rippling under his powder-fair skin. With painful slowness, he rolled forward, his face still covered by his hands in a position that mirrored Petra's. His back straightened, each vertebra clicking into place. His head tilted back, and he finally pulled away his palms, blinking into the light. She sat in tandem, opening her eyes as well. The relief that flooded Petra didn't need to be faked. It surged through her at the sight of her brother, powerful and whole. The Lord of Death had not taken his soul yet from her side. Not down upon Loom, not now as punishment for using his temple in her maneuvering against Yevun Dono. He rose again and again, stronger than ever. Cvareh's blood-colored eyes finally drifted to her. They shone like 2 golden discs in the sunlight. She had whispered the plan to him as she organized it on her way to the Rock State. He had known she would be there, but a tangible joy pulled at his expression, tugging it into the realm of inappropriate, given their current venue. Forgive me for pulling you from your meditation, brother. She pushed through the moment. There was still work to be done. Our divine king has demanded to speak with you. Cvareh played his part just as she'd instructed. Her brother was the perfect soldier. He never questioned, and he was always attentive when she spoke. Yevun Dono. Cvareh cleared his throat, as though he had not used it in months, and it troubled him to speak. It is an honor to be sought by you. Cvareh Shin. The dono could not keep a growl from his voice. He stalked across the space with restrained and measured steps.
"Where have you been these past months?"
Confusion furrowed Cvareh's brow.
"Forgive me, Dono, but I fear I don't understand your question."
He lowered his eyes demurely, radiating nothing but subservience to the king looming over him. Yevon leaned forward, and Petra reminded herself to breathe. She'd instructed Cvareh carefully on what he needed to do. A scrub of perfumed salts until he bled, a wash of boiling water. When his skin had knitted, he was to cut it again and smear his blood atop himself. And by all the gods, he was to do it nowhere near the chimera or anything else from Loom. The king inhaled deeply. Petra knew she had won from that single sniff. His mouth pressed into a line and he breathed again in quick succession.
"Do not play dumb with me, child,"
Yevon growled.
"I know you have not been in this temple."
"Has it been weeks?" Cvareh's face paled on command. He turned to Petra and then looked back at the dono in false confusion.
"My king, I've been seeking the words of my lord. Time has escaped me. If you called on me and I did not answer, then—" "Do not lie to me, you thief!"
Yevon's claws shot out from his fingers. They gleamed in the light, sharpened by grating on bones from years of duels. Petra stood slowly. Her own claws itched for release. If she could goad Yevon into a mistake now, she could claim the throne. "Yevon Dono, we are in the temple of Lord Shin, patron of my house. As his mortal hand and protector of all Shin, it is my duty to defend my kin." She drew her height. Petra was 3 fingers shorter than the king, but she felt evenly matched as she threw her magic against him without fear of repercussion. Cvareh could handle 2 fresh riders if he could slay Leona. The king would be hers. "I have tolerated your affronts against my brother and have violated my lord's sacred code to bring you here. But if you maintain these slanderous claims before man and God, I will evoke the Deathbringer and demand your atonement for them." Her claws finally unsheathed to punctuate her words in a sweet release. It was the first time she had bared them before Yevon, and doing so was a thrill unto itself. Yevon's lips curled in a snarl, exposing his canines. But he didn't attack, and he didn't speak further. While preserving all the dominance he could, he stepped away. His retreating magic left a bittersweet aftertaste, a surge of power that Petra craved. It was delicious to feel it shrink before her, and she wanted to feel the sensation again and again. At the same time, she wished it had been the first and only time she'd feel such a thing. For if such were the case, then the title of Dono would be attached to her name.
"Caution, Petra."
The king dropped her title, slapping her across the face with words. Petra remained mentally fettered.
"If you continue down this path, you shall evoke the Deathbringer indeed, but it shall not be my atonement he seeks. Do not let your ambition blind you to your ideals."
Yevon Dono stepped away, knowing he'd been beat. With Cvareh in the place she claimed, acting so perfectly, not a scent of Loom on him, the king had no proof, for now. To challenge them would require the king to own up to his shames. Cvareh, having bested both him in stealing the schematics from under his nose and his riders on Loom. She would see the sun and moon rise together before she expected Yevon to imbibe on his own humility. Petra watched as he departed back down the bleak descent of the Temple of Death, knowing it would not be the last time their tensions would rise to a near boil, only to be iced again. She relaxed her hands, claws retreating, for now. You are mistaken, Yevon, she breathed. Ends before ideals.
Cvareh. Cvareh would trade his soul for a well-tailored pair of trousers and tastefully matching shoulder adornments. It was ice cold atop the mountain, and he fought shivers as the air nipped at his bare skin. It was still tender from healing after the abuse he'd put it through at Petra's request. Petra. He followed his elder sister down the long staircase he'd sprinted up only an hour before. He couldn't see her in the darkness, but he could feel her. She was bright and sharp. Her magic smelled crisply of pine. Her steps were measured and even, the lithe, sinewy muscles in her legs betraying strength hidden from the casual eye. Her breathing was even, unlabored, unfaltering. She'd met the Dragon King and walked away as though it was a matter that caused her no more concern than choosing what to wear in the morning. Meanwhile, Cvareh's knees still trembled. Yevon Dono was an imposing force. He was not to be trifled with, and made no hesitation in making it known. Cvareh had enough experience to last a lifetime fighting against his riders. The last thing he was inclined to do was fight the king himself. But he kept himself together in Petra's presence. He worked to mimic her stoicism. His sister was far more devout to the Lord Shin than Cvareh was, and he would do nothing to offend her faithful sensibilities to lord and house. She didn't so much as look back at him the entire length of the hall. Cvareh noticed the occasional curious glance and the knowing look from worshippers, but no one commented. He mirrored Petra's movements as she covered her eyes with the heels of her hands and crossed the threshold into sunlight. His sister took a deep breath, spreading out her arms as if to invite all of Ruana into her embrace. The sunlight danced along her golden curls, striking against the midnight blue skin of her shoulders. Petra was nearly the same height as Cvareh, but her body was cut and primed. She was born to be the Oji he adored, alongside everyone else in House Shin. Cvareh! Without warning, a switch flipped in her demeanor. She spun on her heel and pulled him in for a bone-crushing embrace. "How I have missed you, little brother!" "And I you." He had missed being enveloped in the scent of pine, the familiar feeling of her muscles beneath his palms, the pleased hum that thrummed across their magic when they were in the other's presence. Petra was born to be Oji, and Cvareh was born to be her Ryu. "I insist you tell me everything." She pulled back, leaving space for business to come between them. "I must insist on clothing first." He let himself shiver in the wake of a mountain gust for emphasis. "Very well." She started for her boko. "Come home. It has been too long since you graced the halls of the Shin Manor." "I see Raku put on weight while I was gone." Cvareh patted the boko's side as he situated himself behind his sister. Riding a saddle without trousers was bound to be a positively miserable experience, and he'd turn his thoughts to anything else. "Muscle," she insisted. "Of course." Cvareh grabbed his sister's waist as they took to the air. Ruana spread out like a lover beneath him once more, inviting and familiar. This time he could appreciate the splendor of his homeland. For now, it appeared as if they'd evaded Yevon Dono, which meant his life was secure for a little longer. In the distance he saw the towns of Abila and Venice, sprawling toward the largest city on Ruana, Napoli. He imagined the soaring vocals of the last opera he'd seen there, drifting to him on the wind, and was instantly set to wondering what was playing now. Cvareh felt like a dragon seeing the upper half for the first time. Everything was wondrous. Everything felt new. The sights and sounds he had taken for granted all his life were now shining in the eyes of a man who had resigned himself to the real possibility that he might never see them again. The eyes of a man who had seen nothing but steel blended with bronze and steam for months. His sister tilted and Raku banked. Cvareh moved with them as their course altered. They no longer tracked along the sloping valley, but aimed instead for a smaller mountain nestled between the grasslands and the Temple of Shin. "You've made progress," he observed. "The winds have been kind to the workers," Petra affirmed. Cvareh had been born in a smaller estate much closer to the heart of Napoli that was now used to house the kin and da of House Shin. When Petra killed their father, assuming the Shin Oji title, she had deemed the older estate unfit for the current House Shin. She'd hand-picked the best architects from across Nova, pulling them in on the most ambitious project to date. Any who deemed her vision impossible met an ill fate. Petra's methodology had reaped rewards, as it so often did. Now the Shin Manor was the jewel of Ruana. Its spires defied logic as they curved and wound together like mating snakes. Rooms hung as freely as ripe fruit on the vine in the free air. Tunnels burrowed into the mountain itself, opening into cavernous meeting spaces, only to be rolled out like lapping tongues to meet the illogically suspended towers. A smile thinned his lips. He wondered what Arianna and all her rivet sensibilities would make of his wondrous home. "That's a new feeling." Petra glanced over her shoulder, catching him in the act. "What is?" He tried and failed to play dumb. "That pleased pulse across your magic, that coy smile." "Hardly." Petra laughed like song bells. "Cvareh, your efforts to conceal the truth to me are futile. You whispered to me about a woman, the White Wraith no less. Now you bring a chimera home to me whom I can only assume is one and the same." "I promise I will tell you everything once I have clothes on." He shifted uncomfortably in the saddle, ready for Raku to land on the waiting stretch of stone beneath them. "What's the style of the day?" "Magenta seems to be quite popular among the tea-house socialites," Petra answered over Raku's fluttering wings, easing them back to the earth. Cvareh made a gagging noise. "Rock's influence, no doubt." The color would clash terribly with his skin. "He'll pull it off fine, or there is always the tried-and-true Shin Blue," Petra consoled, seeing straight through him. "For now, indulge me, and wear last year's fashion so that we may catch up." "If I must," Cvareh sighed, already half-dressed. Servants had met them on the platform, preempting their needs. As soon as Cvareh dismounted, his feet were in the wide legs of lounging trousers. While Petra had been speaking, the help had woven a delicately embroidered shawl around his arms and across his shoulders. The final adornments were affixed about his neck, a silver chain with many loops, black stones reminiscent of the rider's beads waiting their apexes. Those same servants disappeared back into the shadows and off even the edges of Cvareh's subconscious, as he followed his sister into their home. The floor of the main entry hall had been done in glass, save for a stone lip on the outer edge. The mountain beneath it had been carved away, and radiant sunlight from the clouds far below filled the room. Petra walked boldly across it, Cvareh following in her steps. She settled on a raised dais as the doors closed. A throne of stone, simple yet imposing, its angular lines cut into the hazy light projected upward from the floral-patterned glass. Cvareh wondered if Yevondono had yet to see his sister's hall. The statement it made was hardly subtle. "Now, tell me all that has transpired." Petra's tone changed the moment she sat upon the throne. Gone was his adoring little sister, overwhelmed with excitement and relief at the sight of him. In her place was the Shin Oji, the deadly and fearless leader who had desired nothing more for the entirety of her short life than to be Dono. Cvareh approached, settling himself cross-legged on one of the wide lower rungs of her dais. He remained poised with his back straight, instinctively answering her unspoken demand by assuming his place. If she was to be the Oji, then he was to be her Ryu. "Flying the glider proved to be more of a challenge than expected. I didn't get far before crashing in Udortum. The rider's close on my tail." The words spilled from him as he watched the events of the past months replay before his eyes in double time. Things had grown hazy, especially at the onset. Details had faded into the obscurity of unimportance, shrouded by the more pertinent and immediately relevant parts. One shining element remained in crystalline focus. At every turn and twist, he could see Arianna perfectly. He could recall with ease the expression she wore the first time she'd driven him to stop time. He remembered the contours of her face when her gaze softened as she looked at him on the ship crossing to Tear 4.2, the first moment he had seen beauty in the unique skills she possessed. Cvareh's memories were painted with her, making their mere recollection an unparalleled delight. His tale wrapped up with the alchemist's guild. It was the most somber note of all he said. Despite all the progress he'd recounted, he and Arianna had left Loom at a place of tension and strangeness. But when he spoke his last words, the taste of honeysuckle tinted with cedar filled his mouth, evoked by the mere memory of the imbibing they had shared following the airship crash. Petra hadn't moved the entire time he spoke. She remained still and contemplative. Her magic was withdrawn tight to her body, betraying nothing. "How long will she stay?" his sister finally asked. "I don't know," Cvareh confessed. His summary had hardly been short, but it proved impossible to explain that he found himself in no place to question Arianna. "I presume she'll want to leave as soon as she is confident in your leadership." His sister shifted, drawing her fingertips to her lips in thought. "This is an amusing little chimera, isn't it?" The corner of her mouth curled. "She has you quite ensnared, and now designs to make me submit before her as well." "She is not one to be underestimated." "Oh, that much is well apparent. Anyone who could kill the king's bitch shouldn't be." Petra laughed with glee at the mere mention of the former master rider's demise. "Leona, felled by a chimera. Lord Shin can be delightful at times." His sister straightened, pulling herself from her musings. "You know this woman—" "Not quite," he corrected, noting his sister's tone. "Then know her better," Petra smirked. "Tell me, Cvareh, what must I do to earn her trust?" He was still figuring that out himself. Cvareh stared at the decorative hem of his pants, patterns of leaves woven and cut into the edge. He debated quietly with the fabric until he had a decent answer. There were only two things in the world Cvareh could say with certainty were important to Ari. Two things that would prove someone an ally of the woman who called herself the White Wraith. "Prove to her that you love Loom." "I hold no love for that dreary rock." He knew it to be true, and instantly felt foolish for phrasing it as he had. "Prove to her, then, that you are aligned with Loom's interests." "I know not what those are, and furthermore, I don't care." Cvareh closed his eyes a moment. Petra was a force unto herself, and now he had Ari to grapple with on Nova in addition to her. The idea of praying to Lord Agendi for luck grew more appealing by the minute. "If you do not care, then assure her Loom will have sovereignty." Cvareh met his sister's eyes. "For all you care about the title of Dono, Arianna cares for Loom." "If she believes this, she will make the philosopher's box for me. She will hand me my army." "For Loom, there is nothing she wouldn't do."
Florence. Beads of sweat rolled down Florence's cheek, sliding slowly over her outlined raven tattoo. She drew breath slowly through her nose, hissing it out between her teeth to keep them from chattering. The room was frigid. Her blood was boiling. She held a golden canister between her index finger and thumb, blinking at it through the goggles. There was a small mountain of gunpowder at her right, and a half-dozen reactive chemicals at her left. She could be blown 5 ways to eternity with one wrong move. "Adding mercury," she breathed entirely to herself. With deliberate movements she reached for the beaker she knew held the element in question, lifting it precisely to the canister in hand. She watched as the liquid metal flowed into the concoction in the golden tube. Magic pulsed from under her fingers in uneven bursts. Controlling it was like trying to hold lard with her fingertips. Every time she thought she had a grip, it slithered from her grasp, leaving only remnants. It left her struggling to clasp it again, to find the same weight she'd held it with mere seconds before. If she messed up now, she'd kill herself and blow out a wing of the Alchemist's Guild Hall with her. One wrong move, one improperly measured powder or chemical, 1 second of too much stabilizing magic was all it would take. A tiny smirk graced her lips as she eased the beaker back down to the table. This tension was what she lived for. It was one half of a whole, scales that tipped with her every movement. She spent minutes, hours creating, only to reap destruction tenfold with her products. It was what had drawn her away from the Ravens Guild, the transportation experts of the world, to the revolvers. A sharp, metallic scent filled her nose. Smelling chemical reactions taking place was a new sensation. Naturally, large-scale or prominent reactions might be discernible to any chemist. But this was different. Her senses had been changing since she had become a chimera. Her whole body was adapting to the introduction of dragon blood. In the 2 weeks since she had changed, she'd grown half a finger taller. She slept less and ate less, but had far more energy. As loath as Arianna would be to hear Florence say it, she did see the benefits of being a chimera, of being a dragon. It had become easier to understand why the philosopher's box was so sought after. A perfect chimera, one that could have all the dragon organs at once without the magic corrupting their mind, rotting their body, and turning them forsaken? Such a thing would change the world. But Florence couldn't make such a box. That skill set rested solely with the woman she had called friend and mentor. And now, Florence didn't know what she was to that talented inventor. She set the canister into its slot on a stand. Her hands had moved through her thoughts. The distraction made them steady and certain, rather than clouded by too much focus weighted on a single task. Arianna had left without a word. They'd fought. She'd been aloof for about a week, and then vanished beyond the clouds above. Everyone seemed to expect Florence to have some insight as to Arianna's methods, but she had none. She'd never had any. The trappings of the woman's mind were an enigma Florence had never been fit to unravel. Florence capped the canister with certainty. She'd not been entirely honest with the alchemists. She couldn't quite fit her suspicions about Arianna's departure into words, not in a way they'd understand. It was a feeling, more than logic. After their last conversation, if all she knew to be true about the woman held fact, then Arianna had left to do what needed to be done. Florence marveled at the notion that it might have been her words that compelled Arianna to do so, but only at night, when she waited for sleep. By day, there was work to do. Arianna was above the clouds with Cvareh, hopefully not killing every dragon she saw on sight. That would be bad for relations with the rebellion. Florence remained on Loom, helping those same rebels whom she now fancied herself part and parcel of. She reached for her latest modified revolver. It was heavier than the standard issue due to all the gold she'd used. Along the barrel were etched alchemical runes. Not more than 6 months ago, those same runes were nothing more than grooves beneath her fingertips. Now they tingled across her flesh, begging for magic, whispering back to her of the power she'd stored in them. It was an interesting sort of science that had to be felt as much as it was learned. Florence grabbed her peacoat and slung it over her shoulders, venturing into the heart of the Alchemists' Guild. It was quiet in the early hours of the morning. Most still slept, and the golden elevators were silent. She no longer needed the assistance of another to make the lifts move. With a thought, she reached out to the metal magically, forcing it downward. The gears beneath the platform groaned to life, their teeth slotted into grooves on the wall, clicking down the length of the tower that served as the heart of the most secretive guild in the world. She ventured out into the skeleton forest, as hazy as the impenetrable layer of clouds above Loom. Ghostly wisps wove around trees and obscured shrubs. Magic singed across the back of her neck, alerting her to all the traps the alchemists had placed to ward off the deadly Endwig. Florence was careful to avoid them. If the traps were mighty enough to slay one of the haunting creatures, they would no doubt render her to a pulp in seconds. Just beyond the edge of the trap's territory was where she'd made her range, a decent winding walk from the guild hall. Florence didn't presume her activities had gone unnoticed. Her detonations weren't exactly subtle, but she hadn't expected to find a trike waiting for her. A man lay out in the seat of the vehicle, his knees draped over the handlebars. His hands were folded behind his head, their obsidian skin nearly blending in with the iron of his hair in the dim light. He wore a loose shirt, barely decent enough to be counted as a dressing for bed, and loose pants that were nearly the same shade of brown as the bronze of his vehicle. Florence was accustomed now to Derek venturing about in such a lax state of undress, but it had been the cause for much surprise the first early morning they'd worked together.
"I was wondering when you'd show." He beat her to the first word.
"I might have never. I don't come out here every morning." Florence continued onward, narrowing the distance between her and the trike positioned right at the start of her makeshift shooting range.
"You come out here every morning. You get up early to finish a canister."
He peered at her with one golden eye. It was a dark color, nearly smoldering red. Against the dark ash of his skin, it looked like an ember that remained in wait for the chance to spark fire again. "I didn't know you paid that much attention to my work." Florence rounded the large tires of the vehicle. On the other side was a long stretch of bare forest. Holes of upturned earth marked the spaces that Florence had used as testing grounds for bombs. A tree wider than 4 of her rested perpendicular to her line of sight. Countless pockmarks pitted its surface from rounds long past. Whole chunks had been reduced to sawdust along the stretch of the trunk. Today, if Florence's round worked as she hoped, there would be another gaping maw in its bark.
"I've paid attention to your work from the first time I saw it."
That wasn't untrue. Derek had always heeded Florence's input, but only when it came to the things that were important to him. She'd been all too eager to help the rebellion, however she could, and with her connections in Terre 4's underground through Will and Helen, and ties to Mercury Town, that meant assisting with getting the alchemists the necessary supplies the Dragon King had been trying to throttle. To date, Florence had only very minor successes on that front, and she could tell that it was beginning to grate on the nerves of the powers in the Alchemists' Guild. Florence opened the hinge of her revolver in frustration. No matter how much she explained otherwise, they saw the tattoo on her cheek, the outline of a raven, before listening to her about where her skills lay. She knew nothing about how long it would take to get supplies across the world. She didn't understand the nuances of seafaring, and train schedules made her eyes blur over. The alchemists needed a true raven to accomplish what they wanted. Florence could make the right introductions, but she was useless beyond that.
"You're going to break the gun if you keep loading rounds like that."
Derek drew in his feet, sitting upward in the seat of the trike. "Actually, this is an alpha model. The hinges are more durable than the beta versions, cast in high-heat steel." Florence held up the gun, inspecting it in the light. "I've also reinforced the locking mechanism and tightened the springs. It's meant to hold up under the strain of active combat, so it can take a bit of abuse from canister loading." Derek was silent, but she could feel his eyes on her back. There was a certain type of power that came from knowing she had done something to earn stiff-lipped respect. Eventually, she might even get through to him, and the rest of them, that her value extended far beyond the marking on her cheek. Let him watch, Florence thought as she pushed small piles of dirt on either side of her feet to assume a wide-firing stance. She wanted him to see the fruits of her labor, to respect her ingenuity like she had respected Ari's for years. Power surged through her arms. It was leached from her blood like sweat from pores on a hot day. It oozed through her hands and flowed in a perfect channel to the runes along the barrel. It wrapped around the canister like a constricting serpent. Her finger curled around the trigger. That was always her favorite moment, the half-second when her skin first came in contact with the trigger of a gun. It was a surge of power, judgment encased in metal, welded together with the ability to change the world with the merest twitch of muscle. In that breath, everything else faded away, and Florence felt like the universe hung on her will. The last rune along the barrel lit up. The charge was too slow, but she could work on that later. Florence took her aim and pulled the trigger. The gun exploded in her hand, with a rain of shrapnel. She tumbled backward, half in surprise and half from force. A clumsy beam of energy shot forward, radiating outward and carving a ditch into the earth underneath the line of its shot. She hit the ground ungracefully, bringing a hand up to her stinging face. Bits of metal were lodged into her cheek. The pain was ringing in her ears, and the exhaustion from her magic working overtime set in, forming bruises along her legs as it tried to heal the cuts on her face.
"You're going to kill yourself,"
Derek muttered. Florence hadn't heard him move, but he was now squatted before her, one hand curled around the more intact side of her face. She blinked away the haze as his other hand began to pick out the bits of metal. Even when he wasn't trying to be graceful, his movements held a surgical precision. Her eyes settled on the tattoo on his cheek. 2 solid black triangles, one pointing up, the other down, connected by a line.
"It wasn't a bad attempt."
It was clear his compliment was nothing more than placating. "No, it was a positively miserable attempt." Embarrassment stung the back of her throat, becoming more potent with the taste of blood. "Then I never want to see a bad attempt of yours." Derek knew she was lying. His chuckle told her so. But the statement was void of any sting. Her magic had set her face to knitting at the expense of some burst blood vessels. That was the way of magic. Florence had always known it, but this was the first time she was experiencing it. When magic was overused, it turned the organs it lived in, which in Flora's case was her blood, brittle and necrotic. If too much magic was used, the body was pushed beyond repair. She looked with clarity and a heavy sigh on the broken remnants of her revolver. She'd need another one, more gold, more chemicals. She wasn't looking forward to another trip to the armory.
"Up with you."
Derek took her hands, pulling her to her feet.
"Nora wasn't up late last night. She'll be awake soon and wondering where we are."
The man relinquished her fingers and walked back over to the trike. Florence stood in limbo. She felt trapped between the failure of her passions and the weak successes of a duty she'd never wanted.
"Flor?"
Derek called from atop the vehicle. "Coming." She left the remnants of the gun in the dirt. Failure was a missed shot. Quitting was never reloading the gun. She was Florence, student of the White Wraith, and she did not quit. Arianna.
"Hold on."
Arianna immediately took issue with Kane's tone. "You think I can't figure that out?" She settled herself on the back of the giant purple flying chicken, hating the feeling of a living creature under her rather than something mechanical. She'd nearly prefer the busted glider over the bird. At least it didn't have a mind of its own that could rebel when she was in the open air.
"Well?"
He drew out a long pause at the end of the word, looking over his shoulder. "You don't think I'm actually going to touch you, do you?" Arianna gripped the back of the saddle with both hands for show, her legs pressed tightly on either side, stabilizing herself.
"Technically."
His eyes darted down to where her hips were pressed against his backside by virtue of the shape of the seat. "I don't want to hear it, dragon." Arianna narrowed her eyes and reached for her dagger. "Cross me, and I will cut—" "Suit yourself." Cain shrugged and snapped the reins. With a mighty caw, the bird launched off the ledge. Arianna's stomach was instantly in her throat. She held on with white knuckles and all the determination that came from being keenly aware of how vulnerable she presently was. Arianna had absolutely no control. Not of the bird, not of the man before her, not of where he was taking her. "Where are we going?" She needed to take something back from him, even if it was just knowledge. "The Shin Manor." Arianna hadn't actually expected him to answer. "The dono will be on Ruana soon, and we need to try to scrub the stink of Loom off you before he arrives." "Dragon!" she half snarled. He jerked the reins, and the bird banked hard to the right around the mountain. Arianna's grip slipped, and she teetered in the seat. Still, her hands didn't seek out the stability of his form. She righted herself, collapsing the muscles in her stomach, compressing those in her back and weighting herself in the seat. Cain gave her another quick glance. "You're a stubborn one, aren't you?" Arianna fantasized about all the ways she could peel his green-blue skin off his bones the second they landed. "My name is not Dragon." He turned forward again with a self-righteous squaring of his shoulders. "It's Cain, Shindabek." She rolled her eyes dramatically at his back. "Cvareh told me much the same when we first met." "That's Cvareh so to you, Chimera." She'd struck an obvious nerve as his tone shifted. "So defensive," Arianna mock-praised over the howling wind. "Cvareh would be so proud." Cain gave a sharp whistle, and the bird dropped into a freefall. Arianna's shoulder muscles strained from the tension she put them under as she worked to hold on to the saddle rather than giving in to the dragon. She'd show him that Fenthri were not to be underestimated. That she was not to be underestimated. Just when she thought she'd go deaf from the howling wind, he pulled again, leaning into the curve of the mountain. Arianna learned fast and moved with him. The centrifugal force held her in place. "Cvareh had to earn his name, as do you." Arianna didn't miss a beat when the bird leveled again. Cain laughed at the sky. It was different than the way people laughed on Loom. This sound was loud, full-bellied, a half-roar of mirth. 20 gods above, what are you?" Arianna leaned forward, finally placing her hands on him. She wanted him to feel her there, to feel the power in her fingertips, to feel her magic. The smell of earth after rain, the scent of his magic, tingled her nose. "The White Wraith," she whispered. 3 simple words evoked such shock in the dragon that she thought his neck might snap from turning to look at her. Arianna curled her mouth into a wide smile, baring her teeth. His golden eyes tried to dissect a lie from her proclamation, where there was none. Good. He'd heard of her. Cain turned forward rigidly, his whole body tense under her hands. Arianna relaxed away, resting on the saddle once more. She was more dangerous when her palms were free to grip her daggers at will. Not that he expressly knew that, but she'd relish keeping him guessing. Predictability was the death of fear. The gray stone of the mountain arched beside them, unfurling like a grand banner. And the gem of that banner was what Arianna could only assume to be the Shin Manor. She worked to keep her face passive, just in case Cain turned to face her. She had only a glimpse of the mountainside structure during her harrowing flight in. Now, it grew before her, inviting and impossible. Stone arched and curved, spinning around towers and lacing between walkways. There were stretches of woven masonry that served no other purpose than aesthetics, as they were clearly too thin and brittle to be supports or walkways. Raw crystal or glass had been cut into it, filtering the sunlight into rainbows upon the walls. The boko banked again, beginning to descend. Numbers upon numbers whirred in Ari's head as she stared at every arch and tower. The calculations kept coming up as impossible time and again. This structure shouldn't be standing. It should crumble under its own weight or be toppled by one of the mighty gusts that ripped around the mountainside. Arianna lived in a world of calculation on Loom. She understood the laws of nature, what could and couldn't be done. But she was no longer on Loom. She was in a land of endless waterfalls, flying bird mounts, inverted mountains, floating islands, and castles of stone that were held aloft in the sky with the same ease as a paper plane in a breeze. She dismounted with purpose, her legs steady despite her knees having turned to gelatin. She was Arianna, the White Wraith. The hem of her white coat flapped around her calves, and she would walk like the bloody god she was, come to pass judgment on this backward land. As if sensing her mental declaration, the dragons who were waiting to greet them in the jeweled courtyard they landed within hovered in the shade of an upper galley. They looked uncertainly from her to Cain, begging silently for some kind of explanation for her presence. Just for effect, Arianna lifted her goggles on her forehead, showing off her pilfered dragon eyes like rare and coveted gemstones. Cain Da. A woman was the bravest among them. No surprise. She kept her eyes turned downward as she approached, cloth draped over her arm. Arianna watched as the sapphire-skinned woman peeled his fitted riding jacket from his bare chest, holding a coat void of sleeves as an equally pointless alternative. Arianna folded her hands over her chest. Can't you even dress yourself? Come, Chimera. Cain looked at her sideways. Arianna. She didn't budge. If I must earn my name, you must earn yours, he snarled, baring his teeth. Arianna curled her lips in reply. She may not have the fearsome canines of a dragon, but she knew how to speak their language. One of the servants balked at the sight. Unfortunately, it didn't have the same effect on Cain. Do you think you can intimidate me? He strolled over nonchalantly. Do you know how many I've killed? Forced to guess, I would estimate the number to be less than not nearly enough to make me scared. A hand curled around the hilt of her dagger. You've heard of me, so you must know what I do to dragons. And yet here you are, on Nova. Cain motioned to the air around him. He waited for a retort she was loath not to have. He took a step forward, encroaching on her personal space. That's what I thought. I don't know why you're here, White Wraith. More than one dragon waiting in the wings visibly tensed. Even in Fenish, her moniker was known to them. But you're in my home now, and while you're here, you will be an obedient and obliging guest. He reached for her chin. To do what, Arianna didn't know, but the motion felt sickly condescending following his declaration. She didn't hesitate to draw her dagger. The golden blade was still ringing from its sheath when it sliced into his flesh. Sharp and precise, she cut off the tip of the offending finger before it could touch her. Every dragon around them, all 5 of them, had their claws out in an instant. They lunged from the shadows with snarls and growls, like dogs let off their chains. Cain held up his still bleeding hand, the fingertip already regrowing. The world seemed to hold its breath with his singular command, all except for Arianna's heaving chest. I admire the ferocity, but if you turn your blade against me again, I will not stay my talons. "You can't kill me," she called his bluff. If Cvareh was to be believed, his sister, the head of House Shin, needed Arianna a lot more than she needed them. At least, that's what she'd let them believe. The truth was, if Florence's rebellion was to succeed, they needed the dragons' help as much as the dragons needed theirs. The rebellion needed dragon organs, the ability to transport things quickly, fighting power, and an established base on Nova. And a certain resource, for the philosopher's box, that Arianna was determined to find in her time on the floating islands.
"I never said anything about killing you. You're the White Wraith, aren't you? I'm sure you can use your imagination as to how I would occupy my time instead."
He grinned wildly, showing his teeth again.
"Now, will you come with me to the baths, or do I need to drag you there by force?"
Arianna regretted her decision to come to Nova more and more by the second. She was outnumbered tens, hundreds to one. Individually, the dragons might fear her, but as a pack, they had her trapped like a wounded hare. With all the dignity she could muster, Arianna sheathed her dagger and straightened from a hostile crouch. "Lead on," she forced through gritted teeth. If she couldn't keep a combative advantage, she'd keep her pride. They walked into the shade of the gallery and penetrated the castle's innards. Led through back halls and side passages, Arianna did not see another dragon outside their group. But she could sense them, smell them, feel their magic rippling through the currents of the air. It was loud, like 100 people speaking all at once. Her senses were constantly flaring with recognition of them, trying to understand and catalog every magical signature. Arianna could only assume that living on Nova brought the dragons more success at filtering their senses than she was able to muster. She hoped it would prove a learned trait, otherwise the sensation would drive her mad long before she sized up this Petra she had come to meet. The servants said nothing. They kept their eyes down and their lips pursed. For the most part, they even contained their curious glances. All except for one.
"Why does Cvareh Ryu bring a chimera into our home?"
The woman from earlier asked Cain in Ryuk.
"The ends justify these means,"
Cain replied vaguely. He clearly didn't have much more of an explanation himself.
"She smells,"
the woman whispered, but not quietly enough that Arianna couldn't hear.
"She will be better once she's washed."
They continued on as though Arianna was none the wiser to their discourse. She held her tongue, avoiding speaking in the dragon's language and giving up the game.
"All chimera reek rotten blood."
"I know, Donan,"
Cain conceded, as if heartbroken by the fact that he would have to endure her scent for another moment longer.
"But Ryu has spoken with the support of the Oji."
That silenced the woman, though Arianna could still feel her radiant frustration. The mention of Cvareh put both the likes of Cain and this Dawn woman into submission. Arianna failed to stifle a chuckle, earning a confused look from her companions that was abandoned when it became apparent she had no intent of elaborating on the source of her sudden amusement. The idea of Cvareh scaring anyone into submission was laughable. She'd put the dragon in his place too many times to think of him as anything more than... Arianna paused, struggling to fill in the blank for an all-too-long second. Then Cvareh. They finally rounded into an airy room, yet another space constructed upon a foundation of impossibilities. Steam hung thick in the air, clouding around the aromatic scent of the wildflowers floating in the wading pool. An entire wall was made of rippled glass, or some kind of clear quartz. Arianna had yet to decipher which. She hoped it was the latter, because the former made her question what exactly the builders had been thinking, using such large panes of glass to stand against such violent gusts. One side of the pool was made up of the clear wall, giving the illusion that the water stopped mid-air. The tile surrounding it was set in a chevron pattern and glistened with moisture. A small stool sat out by a bucket full of steaming water and an array of tools that were either for washing or stripping off skin, she couldn't tell which. The entire group remained, 2 dragons on either side of the door. Cain leaned against her only escape nonchalantly. The woman Dawn approached her. Arianna took a step away, avoiding her outstretched hands.
I will help you.
She spoke in a rudimentary attempt at Finnish, a thick guttural accent over top. Help me with what? Arianna knew exactly what she was implying, but she'd stalled to underscore her sour opinion of the implications. Wash. I think I've managed well enough on my own so far in life. Cain sighed.
Stop being so difficult. If we wanted you dead, you would be.
As if you could kill me. She kept up her facade. The second she showed weakness would be the second they'd have her. Even if she was outnumbered, she wouldn't act it. I don't particularly want an audience for my bath. Confusion marred Cain's face. Rusty cogs. Realization hit her with the grace of a steam engine. Dragons were not known for their modesty. Half of the people staring at her now were in what she considered various states of undress. They truly didn't and couldn't understand why she wouldn't want guests during her ablutions. Arianna had only been naked around 2 people, Eva and Florence. She had reached a level of comfort with her long-dead lover and still-living student that surpassed propriety and convention. But this wasn't Loom. She had ventured above the clouds in pursuit of new opportunities, old truths, and scores still waiting to be settled. Arianna locked eyes with Cain as her hands began unclasping her harness. He didn't even blink as the metal of her winch box and spools hit the tile floor with an echoing clang, chipping one of the ornate tiles. She started on the fastenings of her coat. He acknowledged the silent challenge, amusement dancing with fascination in the deep gold of his eyes. She would show them all that she could rise to any occasion, on Loom, on Nova, in this world or the next. One by one, the scraps of her clothing fell, and the heat of the room dotted her bare ashen skin with beads of moisture. Cain's eyes never left her face.
Yevun. The Dragon King oozed displeasure from his very pores. He felt it seeping out of him, simmering hot, elevating the temperature of the room. He was alone, which was an unfamiliar sensation. Leona had been a figure at his side for decades, and now it was as though the woman had never existed. She had had her faults, as they all did, but her loyalty was only matched by her ferocity, and for the most part she could manage to temper the fire that burned under her skin, even when her frustration struggled to get the better of her. It was a fire he'd stoked in all the right ways, until it burned white-hot and only for him. Nurturing Leona's radical worship of him had been the rare duty that was also a delight. Now, years of work had been lost in what seemed like a blink on his lifeline. Yevun sheathed and unsheathed his claws, raking them against the wall of the room he'd been pacing like some lowly, caged animal. It was one of his secret habits. The Dono, the sky ruler, the overseer of the land below, chosen one of the Life-Bringer, for all his sweeping palaces and grand rooms, preferred the comfort of a tiny space to think in. A space with only one way out, a space so confined that just the thought of being trapped within it set his heart to racing. In that heightened awareness of his own mortality, he found clarity. It was as though the stone walls that surrounded him, marred from years of claws scraped against them, were the only thing solid enough to contain the torrents of his thoughts. It was a place where the feeling of lowliness growled for dominance in his stomach once more, and when he ascended he returned to the world like a merciful god. Leona and Coletta were the only two who knew of his secret lair. Coletta never came down. She had her spaces, he had his, and they issued the utmost respect to each other in preserving those barriers. They were 3 times as effective because they maintained that separation, and the world regarded them as a split entity. Yevon smiled wide, pure delight filling him at the very thought of Coletta. He and his mate, moon and sun, they were 2 halves that orbited each other and only very rarely touched. But Leona, she would wait at the top of the narrow stair that led back into his private chambers. She would grant him his privacy and say nothing of the clawing or howling that no doubt echoed up to her from time to time. She thought herself mightier for it, for knowing the king's secret. Yet another suggestion of Coletta's gone well, only to be wasted by Leona throwing her life away on Loom. Yevon snarled, his claws straining against his skin as he gouged them into the wall. Cvareh Shin. He thought only Petra would be able to elicit a raw emotional response from him, but it seemed she'd taught her younger brother in much the same fashion. How that meager slip of a man had bested his Leona was a mystery. Seeing the dragon child emerge from his supposed meditation only proved the point further. Cvareh was not a laughable specimen, but he was no exemplar of the dragon form. Not even the will of the 20 gods should be able to sway the cards in his favor in a duel against Leona. Yevon retracted his claws and folded them over his chest, walking faster. Sybil, Leona's sister, had said that Cvareh had help upon Loom, a chimera and a fenthri. Yevon had seen Leona turn fenthri into ribbons and reduce chimera to no more than sharpening posts for her talons. Logic told him it was highly improbable for such meager prospects to be a threat to his master rider. But logic had run its course, and here he was, less several riders and his Leona gone well before he intended her removal. Cvareh was alive and upon Nova once more. No schematics for the philosopher's box returned. An alchemist's guild gone rogue, or going fast, and no answer for any of it. When the probable had been exhausted, the only explanation that remained was the impossible. Yevon launched himself forward with wide steps. He needed more information, and there was one way he knew how to get it with any measure of certainty. He needed a dragon on the inside. Fortunately for him, he had just the blue-skinned worm for the job, on retainer. The world materialized beneath his feet as he left his unorthodox sanctuary. He envisioned that nothing existed while he was in that tiny claw-scratched room, that the gods themselves held their breath and halted everything for the sake of his thoughts. When he emerged, the world shone with their magic, pulled back together in a new shape that carved a path for him to progress. Yevon pushed against the wall at the top of the stair. It gave, and he emerged from the passage that closed to form the back of the large hearth that dominated one wall of his chambers. They were a glittering contrast to the dark, rough-hewn passage he'd just been in. A large platform bed stood adorned with silks. Pillows were tasseled with beads cut from jewels. The desk alone had taken 3 craftsmen 4 months of non-stop work to carve. It was a collection of all his favorite things, arranged only for him and the few he deemed worthy to rest their eyes upon it. Yevon was in no mood for it. He wouldn't soil the essence of his room with his present ferocity. He'd return when he could rest, knowing that action was being taken. Waiting for him in the hall was the man-child he'd been forced to choose as his new master rider. Yevon did not lay eyes upon the boy. He was barely 20. His age made his 3 beads more impressive, but all Yevon could see was how scarce they were compared to Leona's. He needed to call a crimson court soon and test the mettle of his riders. A few would fall, and a few unexpected upstarts would distinguish themselves from the pack. Yevon would pluck them from their humble beginnings for a place on the top of Lisp. He could only hope a woman would emerge from the lot as a potential candidate for Master Rider. He had a much easier time manipulating a creature he could leverage sexuality against. "Finner," he demanded. "In his quarters, I believe." The rider endeared himself to his lord by knowing exactly what Yevon sought in nothing more than a word. Beads clicked softly around Yevon's neck as he walked, holding a decorative plate that bore the symbol of House Rock over his bare chest. The silver contrasted brilliantly with his wine-colored skin. Around his waist was a simple sash, holding in place a draped cloth in both front and back. Otherwise, his physique was apparent, cut muscle rippling ominously with each aggravated stride. Even the rider gave him an extra half-step of space. Nervousness flashed across his magic, assuring Yevon that his choices in how to present himself were well-founded. He leveraged his sexuality against his female riders, his physical presence against male riders. In both, sheer dominance prevailed. In the end, Yevon didn't care if his subjects loved or feared him, so long as the emotion was an all-consuming one. "Dono," a green-skinned man greeted him, and stepped to the side. He was a kin from House Tam, a ward of the Donos to assure the other house's loyalty to their sovereign. But just having him on Lisp wasn't enough. Around the man's neck was a thin gold chain. The tempering on the metal whispered familiarity to Yevon, assuring him that his magic was the only force by which the metal could be controlled. Keeping the most important family members of the two subservient houses might have been sufficient for some other, less king, but Yevon preferred adorning his wards with nooses he could tighten with a thought. Above all else was his dominance over Loom and Nova. The rock estate opened up on the north side, spilling over the hillside in wandering arcades that connected smaller chalets. The Dono smiled, inhaling the potent scent of wildflowers and subservience. This is where his most loyal subjects lived. Chosen kin of Shin and Tam, immediate family to the Oji and Ryu of the houses. The Dono invited them to the rock estate and gave them some of the most lavish accommodations in all of Nova. They ate like kings and slept like brothel masters. They were given honors of state and management of affairs both on Loom and Nova. It was a life that many could only dream of. And all he asked for in return was their unyielding and unquestioning loyalty. He strode past his subservient subjects on a mission towards one of the middle homes. Yevon did not even knock before crossing the threshold of a stately one-room chalet. Just as the man he was looking for stared, startled, from behind a desk that could nearly rival Yevon's in quality. Nearly rival. "Dono." Finner stood, only to fold at the waist in a low bow. "I was not expecting you this morning." "Weren't you?" Yevon folded his arms over his chest, widening his stance. "My lord." Confusion shone true from Finner's face into his magic. He clearly had not consulted the Whisperer for House Shin. Or more likely, Petra hadn't sent any word of the king's venture this morning. Yevon let the accusations drop. "Finner, where do your loyalties lie?" "My king, they lie where they have always been, with you and House Rock." His brows, the color of tarnished gold, knitted together, drawing lines in his powder-blue flesh. "I have no room for question in this." Yevon crossed the remaining distance to the desk opposite the other man. "The guilds on Loom still resist me. Those that do not outright have yet to fully embrace the structure which I am attempting to impose upon them. Structure that is the only thing standing in the way of the world below being lost to their own devices as they leech off the earth past the breaking point." "None have understood the gravity of this more than I." Finner was a smart and resourceful man. What he lacked in physical prowess he made up for in mental fortitude. It was the only thing that had kept him alive for the past decade. He was certainly of no other use to his family, though Yevon had found creative ways to apply his talents. "I cannot fight battles on two fronts. I cannot give Loom the attention it needs when I am being picked apart from within." Finner paled to nearly the white of a fenthry. He'd heard all the layered meanings in Yevon's words. They had not been on entirely good terms since the schematics were stolen.
"How may I serve you, Dono? You are our one true king."
"I hope you believe that," Yevon pushed.
"You are everything."
That Dono believed. Without him, Finner would long be dead, and Yevon knew that he held the key to the future Finner sought. It was a shameful bargain for a dragon to make, to seek power and prestige through a means other than sanctioned duels. But Finner was a Shin, and the Shin put their ends before the means used to achieve them. They would cut out their own eye and sell it to a harvester if it benefited their goals. And that was how Yevon had ended up in this predicament to begin with.
"See that I am Finner, and you will have that which you desire someday."
The man's eyes were alight at the prospect. Finner's very existence rested in Yevon's hands. But the king's future was stacked precariously on the lesser dragon's shoulders. The brother of Petra Oji, the man who would inherit House Shin by blood and rank, should he somehow best his sister in a duel, or if Petra and Cvareh were suddenly and mysteriously found dead.
"For now, I need you to speak with your dear little sister. I need answers."
Finner paused. Petra's was one entity that still deflated him with a mention after more than a decade. Shame was a seeping wound, and Yevon pressed upon it to get what he wanted.
"What do you want to know?"
The dragon forced through his all-too-dull canines.
"I want to know how Cvareh survived the Riders. I want to know what happened to my schematics."
Yevon's claws unsheathed at the mere mention of the drawings that held the most substantial progress made on the Philosopher's Box to date.
"I want to know what Petra is keeping from me."
"My lord, my sister, she—"
"No excuses and no half measures, Finner. You were born in the month of Lord Rock. Show me where your true heart lies."
Yevon rested his hands on the desk, his claws raking long lines across its surface as he stepped away. He'd have Finner flayed for an hour if he buffed them out of the resin. Yevon wanted them to last as a threat to the man until the whole catastrophe that had been the past 3 months was behind them. The Dono paused at the door.
"Succeed, and I will forgive your prior lapse in judgment, in even mentioning the schematics to your sister. Fail, and I will not let you live long enough to try again."
Yevon sneered widely, showing off his wicked sharp fangs. He left the man fighting trembles, but felt immensely better himself. There was more to be done, but it was progress for now. As loath as he was to see powder blue skin, it had paid off to have the loyalty of Finner Shin Kinto, eldest son of House Shin.
Arianna. It didn't take long for Arianna to grow bored. The room she'd been thrown into was uselessly lovely. She circled it a few times, staring out the tall windows to try to get her bearings. It was somewhere in the center of the castle's X-axis, on western side, judging by the increasing brightness that streamed through one wall. She guessed she was somewhere in the middle of the Y-axis as well. Through both windows, she could see the curve of the carved stone, other colored glass portals dotting its surface. Those out the westmost-facing window were far, and the wall was sheer and smoothed. However, her other window was within an alcove of sorts. Relief carvings of sweeping birds across the face of the castle would make easy hand and footholds, and it was sheltered from the gusts that regularly rattled the other window. Why there were carvings on the outside of a castle, where only a select few with windows could see, escaped her. But seemingly everything about this place served to confound and enrage her, from the decor choices to the very dragons living among them. The bed had no less than 10 pillows. 10! As in the number she would have to use 2 hands to count to. The fireplace burned cheerfully for a race of people who had skin as strong and thick as leather. Shelves were cluttered with all manner of paintings, baubles, and strange devices that Arianna could not fathom a purpose for. Cain had first had the audacity to refuse her winch-box and daggers, claiming she was now under the protection of House Shin and such things were no longer needed. Arianna had cut a chunk from Dawn's throat with a straight razor in an effort to get her effects before Cvareh's friend did. That had been the man's first mistake. His second was when he threatened to burn her clothes due to the stench of Loom on them. Arianna had painted the floor of the bath gold with dragon blood before she finally submitted. She was outnumbered, and it was a battle she'd never had a chance of winning, especially naked, and needing to avoid every nick or scratch from the dragon's sharp talons. But her viciousness had forced them into a compromise. Her clothing would be washed and boxed and hidden until it was decided what they were doing with her. The satisfaction of backing them into a compromise was short-lived, as they, in turn, forced her into the most offensive articles of clothing she'd ever worn. They were trying to make a fool of her with the garb, that much was obvious. 2/3 of the shirt was literally missing, and the skirt was utterly impractical. Arianna was a heinous seamstress, but necessity was the mother of invention, and she understood the mechanics and principles behind tailoring. It had taken her nearly an hour of muttered curses, but she'd finally modified some found garments in the room she'd been locked in into something that suited her a little better. Loose trousers belled around her knees, cinched at the waist. Over top, she wore a long tunic dress, split at the bottom, much like her white wraith coat. Just feeling the hem at her calves brought back reassurances in triplicate. Dressed and harnessed, Arianna opened the window she'd selected, pushed it against the near-constant wind to be open flush against the outer wall. She placed her palms on the sill, leaning over. Nothing stared back up at her, the hazy clouds fogging over the world of Loom below in shifting degrees of opaque. If she didn't know it was there, she wouldn't imagine there could be anything solid beneath the impenetrable line. But Loom waited. A resistance brewing. And Florence had cast in her lot with those rebels, meaning Arianna had no choice but to align herself as well. She stepped up onto the sill, the wind rising to meet her. Taking a deep breath, she grasped the clip of her golden line firmly, charging it with a jolt of magic. It jumped from her fingertips. The cabling spool on her hip whirred, golden line funneled through the gearbox without resistance, propelled by magic. It shot across the narrow chasm between her room and the stonework by the opposite window. The clip looped around the sculpture at Arianna's silent command, magically fastening to itself. She gave the line a firm tug, feeling the tension through her harness. There was a moment's hesitation, a second where her throat tightened. Her feet shifted against the sill, and then, nothing. Her stomach shot to her throat and her harness tightened reassuringly as she dropped in free fall. Arianna had used her winch box to perform such a maneuver hundreds, thousands of times, from heights that would mean her death if she miscalculated distance or the security of her line. But this felt different. The vast nothingness that yawned beneath her rose with alarming speed, threatening to consume her like nothing more than an irrelevant speck of sand in the hourglass of time. She gripped the line tighter, pushing magic into her winch box with almost violent intent. Her descent slowed as she neared the arc of her jump. Arianna felt herself rising upward toward the window and toward the security of established hand and footholds. Fear was nothing more than staring into the mirror known as death, and seeing the reflection of your own transience, a visage far too intense for many to look upon. But for Arianna, it was nothing more than an instrument in her toolbox. It had a handle worn from years of grabbing for it time and again. Fear was familiar from taking it into her own hands and using it as deftly as if she were the personification of time's judgment upon all mortal men. Weighted against the wall, she grabbed for one of the 2 daggers settled at the small of her back. The blunt, thin tip of one fit nicely into the narrow groove of the window. The locks were simple tension latches, nothing more than a twist of the wrist and mechanical precision Ari possessed from years of practice was needed to render it useless. The window swung open, and she helped herself into the quiet hall before shutting the pane behind her. She hadn't known Cain for very long, but she was already savoring the idea of the arrogant dragon guarding an empty room. Arianna knew she'd be discovered eventually, or would choose to expose herself. But for now, she'd wander this floating castle on her own terms. Arianna pulled her own magic in tight, winding it like a ball around her core. She silenced its pulse as much as possible, limiting its ability to radiate from her with each breath. The stillness it created was prone to disturbances from other magic, and Arianna avoided any unwanted encounters with relative ease. For a castle of stone and glass, it was alive with the sense of earth. Notes of moss blended with fresh dirt, and the sharp smells of cedar and sandalwood to create a palette that was slowly becoming definable as distinctly Shin. Twice she thought she picked up the scent of wood smoke and edged toward corners expecting to see Cvareh on the other side. But it was never him, and she was left to label the emotion that charged through her as relief. It would be an immense inconvenience if Cvareh discovered me now, she insisted. She certainly had no need of the dragon. At first, Arianna tried to make notes of the individual dragon scents, but it quickly became impossible. Every dragon's aroma seemed unique on Loom, purely because there weren't many dragons. But on Nova, the scents became repetitive, and Arianna began to focus instead on filtering out all scents but the one most important to her: wood smoke and cedar. No longer concerning herself with logging every dragon in residence, Arianna shifted her focus to the residence itself. During her schooling in the Rivets Guild, she had learned about architecture. It wasn't her forte, but she understood the basic principles as any good rivet would be able to. With every project, the first thing a designer was taught to look at was the function of the space, followed by allowances for land and materials. The result was a blissful logic across Loom. Everything had a purpose, and the reasoning behind that purpose was simple to see. She could not see the purpose in half the decisions the architects made here. Hallways led to nowhere. Rooms materialized in the least logical places she could fathom. Alcoves with what must be months' worth of embellishments on their stonework were tucked away in obscurity. There were switchbacks and odd connections that made it nearly impossible to map the palace in her mind. After nearly an hour of wandering, Arianna knew the only way she'd be able to find her way back to her room would be to let herself get discovered by one of the wandering occupants. It only made her resentment for the dragons grow. Of course, their way of life would prove as aggravating as their existence. She was about to give herself over to the next dragon she encountered when the scent of wood smoke tickled her nose. It sizzled with familiarity she couldn't deny. Cvareh. The man was close. Like a bloodhound, Arianna tracked the essence of magic through narrow corridors and wide thoroughfares alike. Her ears twitched as the scent grew. The familiar tones of his speech, muffled yet from distance, echoed like an invisible whisper tether between them. He had imbibed from her, and she from him. There was no place he could hide now where she wouldn't find him. And the fact wasn't nearly as repulsive to her as she thought it should be. "She will hand me my army," An unfamiliar voice echoed from behind the door she'd tracked to.
For Loom, there is nothing she wouldn't do,
Cvareh replied. Arianna dulled the sharpness of her anger at the idea of Cvareh correctly describing the design of her mind to someone else with the curiosity of what else he might say about her. If she knew what he told others about her, she could adjust her actions accordingly when the need to be subversive arose. She stilled her hand over the latch of the wide door, exercising patience.
Very well,
the female voice continued after a long pause.
I will tell this chimera what she needs to hear.
Arianna will know if you lie to her.
Laughter erupted at the notion.
Brother, did your time on Loom dull your senses? You think I cannot handle a chimera?
Brother. That meant the speaker was certainly his sister, the woman Arianna had come to meet.
She is of Loom, but do not underestimate her for it. Heed my counsel on this, Petra.
I fear no dragon, so I hold no more concern for chimera or fenthry. I will sing the song she wishes to hear, and she will thank me for it. Then I will have my army.
Arianna rolled her eyes and pushed down the door handle. Loathing seared through her veins, and she did little to temper it. She had come up to the dragon's world, allowed herself to be bare before strangers, and treated like a simpleton. She had to draw a line somewhere. Your song will fall flat, I fear, since I have heard the truth of its melody. Arianna seethed by means of greeting. At one end of the wide room, Cvareh sat in surprise on the second level of a dais. Above him was a woman who looked as though her skin was made from the deepest blue ocean waters. Hair the color of dragon blood spilled from her head in thick tresses. And instead of shock or anger, she smiled widely, baring her canines. Arianna replied in kind.
I was told you had been sequestered.
Petra's eyes had a nearly identical color to Cvareh's, but they were similar in no other way. There was a savage edge to their shape, and they regarded her with a ravenous desire to consume every scrap of courage Arianna might even attempt to muster. Arianna would reveal no seams in the iron walls of her resolve. She was the opposite and equal of this woman. She bent before no man, woman, king, or queen, and most certainly no dragon. Folding her arms over her chest, Arianna leaned against the door, making no effort to cross the room. Foremost, she wanted to make it clear that she would not approach like some groveling mortal before an idol. But not having to cross the floor was also appealing. What builder would ever think it was a good idea to make the floor of a suspended castle from glass? Arianna deeply hoped the multicolored glass design was, in actuality, crystal or stone. Anything stronger than liquefied and hardened sand. But she had her doubts. Were you also told that I cut a chunk from one of your servants' necks, or bit the ear off another?
Those details were neglected.
Instead of anger, there was a twisted sort of amusement playing between the woman's words.
Arianna, you should...
Arianna shot Cvareh a glare.
Silence, Cvareh.
Petra echoed Arianna's sentiment, much to her surprise.
I am told you have come to assess me for our negotiations with Loom's rebellion to proceed.
That's one way to put it. Arianna relaxed her hands, placing them behind her, ready to grab her daggers in an instant.
Cvareh tells me you seek assurances for Loom should I rule. I will gladly give them.
Arianna snorted. Did the woman really think her words would mean anything after what Arianna had just heard? And what do you think your assurances are worth?
The word of an OG? Very much.
Well, Petra certainly believes her words, Arianna thought silently. She was shaping up to be exactly what Arianna had feared. The dragon would be another ruler that saw herself seated above the world, who paid little attention to the plights of Loom and cared even less, which meant Arianna might need to course correct. If she wouldn't get anywhere with Petra, she would need to secure a way on her own to get the materials needed for the philosopher's box. To give Loom a fighting chance in the power struggle to come. Let the dragons fight among themselves, kill each other off. If they turned their eyes to Loom, Loom would be ready. There were options before her still, and she would consider them all for Florence's sake. "We don't have OG." Arianna tried to form the word so carefully it bordered on mocking. "On Loom. So it means nothing to me, Petra." The claws shot out from the woman's fingers so fast that Arianna was surprised they didn't launch from her hands. Dragons were predictable. If one didn't give in to their excessive system of titles and decorum, they lost all patience. Arianna would push until she exposed the truth of this woman's nature. Cvareh was an anomaly among dragons, as was the fact that Arianna found him tolerable. The fact that, in some impossible way, she truly believed he harbored no ill will toward Loom. But it ended with him. All other dragons thus far had proved just as she'd expected. "I must remind you that you are not on Loom any longer, Arianna." The woman continued to smile with murderous intent. She stood, unfurling like a sail, her ego ballooning on her magic to a size that was greater than her physical frame. "You are in my house. You are under my protection. Your presence is a liability to the well-being of my family, should you be discovered by the Dragon King. You are alive because I permit it. And for all this, you will call me Petra Oji." Arianna shrugged. "I call you as I please." The woman stepped forward. Cvareh rose as well, but made no attempt to impede his sister's progress. Certainly, Petra had told him to stay out of their squabble, and Arianna echoed the sentiment. But the fact that he didn't struggle to resist even the slightest urge to rise to her defense told Arianna everything. He stood behind his sister, at home on Nova. She stood as a foreigner in a strange land on behalf of a Fenthree girl. No matter how close they'd become on their journey, an impenetrable line was still drawn between them. It had been foolish to think the chasm would ever be crossed. Arianna drew her dagger. Her other hand hovered over the clip dangling from her winch box. Petra stopped in the middle of the room, the glass floor illuminating her from below as though she stood in the sky itself. "Sheathe your blade. I have no interest in spilling blood here." "Certainly fooled me." Arianna didn't oblige the command. "Cvareh told me of your ferocity. He told me you killed the king's bitch, which tells me two things, Arianna the Rivet." She held up two clawed fingers. "One, that we are not enemies. 2, that killing you would be a waste. If you are not my enemy and you are a fierce fighter, then it would be a shame to see you die needlessly." Anger flashed like gunpowder in the priming pan of her emotional arsenal, but it was short-lived. For as frustrating as it was to see, Cvareh's suspicions echoed true. She and Petra seemed to hold something in common, for Arianna had used much the same logic when it came to deeming who was worthy to kill. "You have yet to prove that you are not my enemy, and you are doing a poor job of endearing yourself to me if you wish an ally." Arianna sheathed her dagger. Petra smiled. It was an arrogant look, but not sinister. Arianna couldn't shake the condescending feeling of it, however. The dragon began to walk away, making her way toward a different door. "My family has been fighting the Dragon King for centuries. A few more days, weeks, months, years will not hurt me. Time to wait for you to come around is something I have." Petra paused in the open doorframe across the room, staring Arianna down for one last long moment. The real question is, do you? Arianna wanted to gouge out the knowing gaze from her eye sockets. The dragon would live more than 6 lifetimes of the average Fenthri. Arianna could threaten with the philosopher's box all she wanted, but the woman could stall until long after Florence was dead. Petra hummed softly at Arianna's silence, a purr of victory. Cvareh, escort our guest back to her chambers before she makes a scene. Arianna watched the dragon leave, walking as though she already owned the world. Florence. I'm telling you, I need more. Florence balked at the revolver who was in charge of the alchemist's armory.
I'm telling you, you're not getting any.
The man was old. Florence guessed he was nearly 38. His black hair had begun to twist in weird directions, haloing thinly around the crown of his head. It was salted with gray, almost the same color as his skin. The dark symbol of the revolvers tattooed on his cheek sagged. She'd never met a Revo as old as him before. It wasn't usually a profession that boasted particularly long lifespans. Perhaps being assigned far from the guild hall in Dordom had helped spare him from the revolver's suicidal groupthink. Not a day ago I counted that you had at least 2 barrels of sulfur. I know charcoal isn't hard to come by, and you don't need much graphite. He was back to ignoring her as she spoke, counting and checking off quantities behind the gated shelves. Why are you being so stingy with the gunpowder?
Because you're wasting it.
He didn't even turn. I'm not wasting it. I'm trying to help you. The man shot a look over his shoulder that told Florence exactly what he thought of that claim. Florence put her hands on her hips, trying not to deflate. Certainly, she'd had some failures. A lot of failures. But she was making progress. It was just difficult to explain that progress to anyone who hadn't seen the implosion beam she was trying to recreate based on what the riders had used to attack the airship she'd ridden on weeks ago.
You fashion yourself a Revo.
He punctuated the statement with a sigh, finally giving her his attention.
But it shows that you have not had proper training.
I had ample
I looked through your notes.
You went into my laboratory. Florence stuttered. There was no more sacred place on Loom than the halls of research. It was more private than a bed and more secret than a bath. She would rather parade naked through the guild than think of someone poking through her research.
I did.
He was utterly unapologetic.
I've been letting you leech off our supplies for weeks. I wanted to see the fruits of your labors, or lack thereof.
My research wouldn't make sense to someone else. My shorthand isn't common.
You're right, on both accounts. It doesn't make sense to someone else because you are chasing rabbits without knowing the first thing of the hunt. And your shorthand is uncommon for a youth like you. But the style was very popular 20 years ago.
Florence pursed her lips, taking issue with his tone.
The Wraith taught you, didn't she?
She did, Florence affirmed proudly. Ari had quickly become infamous among the alchemists. She'd only been there about 2 weeks before flying to Nova, but in that time she'd worked the vicar into a fit, claimed to be the creator of the philosopher's box, a real philosopher's box, and produced so many clockwork locks that half the initiates couldn't get into their rooms after they quickly forgot the complexity of Arianna's designs.
The woman is half monster and half master. I can't deny it.
He continued before Florence could correct him in Ari's defense on the former.
But she is a master rivet. I've no doubt you benefited from her tutelage. You ask the right questions, and you've been trained to think beyond what is there to what could be. You are young, but you have the foundation of one truly raised on Terra Zero.
Sadness lined the man's eyes at the mention of the lost continent, a way of life that had been destroyed by the dragons.
But she's not a revolver. She cannot teach you the skills of follow-through on those theories. And to that end, you are lacking.
Then you teach me. The man scoffed, brushing away the notion with a wave of his hand.
If I'd wanted a pupil, I would have remained near the guild hall chasing my circle. I've not the time, energy, or interest for a student.
Then give me the gunpowder so I can continue to learn on my own.
No.
Florence felt like she was stuck in a loop. How am I supposed to improve?
Go back to the revolvers. Have whomever you claim was teaching you, despite your being marked a raven, continue to do so.
Even if I could do that, Florence didn't actually know if she could. Her teachers likely stopped going to their meeting places when she'd stopped showing up. Arianna had been the one to forge those relationships. I want to help the resistance.
Then help us, and don't be a leech on our powder. Go away, girl. There's nothing more to say.
The man turned his back on her again. Florence couldn't help herself. She shot one nasty face at his ugly salted hair before storming out of the armory. The guild continued on around her. Initiates worked on magic, reagents, pharmaceuticals, and a half-dozen other things with all the help and support of a guild behind them. Florence was the only one adrift. She slunk back to her tiny laboratory with her tail between her legs in the hope of licking her wounds in relative peace. She had only about 20 minutes of quiet before her door opened for 2 alchemists. Nora and Derek helped themselves into her space, crowding around her table without invitation.
You weren't at dinner.
Derek dropped a plate before her. I'm not hungry. Do you know how quickly your body will go into starvation mode if you don't eat? Nora leaned forward, resting her elbows on the table. The second it does, it starts breaking down your muscles for energy because it's the densest source in your body. It also destroys your ability to process. I get it. Florence hooked the plate and pulled it toward her. She was hungry. She just didn't want to be around people. But it seemed she had an audience despite her efforts. And if she was going to be miserable either way, she may as well be miserable and full.
What has you so upset?
Derek asked after she tucked in. Florence offered them both a quick summary of her encounter with the armory master. Derek leaned back and folded his arms, listening thoughtfully. Nora hummed and nodded along, picking off the vegetables that were too bland for Florence's taste. The other girl was the first one to speak when Florence finished her tale. He has a point. As do I, Florence frowned. His is more valid, Nora insisted. You haven't done much here. I'm working on making long-term change.
At least by blowing up trees in the forest,
Derek added dryly, earning him a sharp look. He remained unapologetic. You two go through reagents like water, and I've seen how quickly chemicals disappear when you're working on something new. But we're alchemists. This is our home, our guild, Nora reminded her, as though she could have somehow forgotten. It isn't the place for you to run your whatever tests you run. You should go home for that. Florence rolled a canister across the desk as Nora spoke. If she hit it too hard, it would blow up the 3 of them, though she neglected to mention that fact about the tests she ran. If I thought the Resistance believed in the old ways of Loom, the notion that men and women should choose to study what they please, that there's more to be learned from working together than apart? We do, but if our resistance falls,
It doesn't matter what we believe. Florence bristled at the implication, the idea that she would do something to contribute to the fall of the resistance rather than its success. She kept her face emotionless as Ari would have, or tried to. Why don't you just focus on something that will actually help us? Like trying to pin down those friends of yours who can get guns and clockwork through Tier 4. No matter how many times Florence reminded her, Nora never seemed to fully grasp that she wasn't a raven at heart, despite what was on her cheek, and that getting in touch with Helen and Will was harder than turning steel into gold for someone who didn't understand all the tunnels and transport systems. I am trying to actually help you. Florence's plate was empty, and she greatly missed the forced breaks in the conversation that came from eating. But I need more gold and more explosives to do that. And I'm telling you that you're not going to be getting any more.
Have you tried speaking with the vicar about these matters?
Derek stopped Florence mid-breath, which was likely for the best as her patience with Nora was running thin.
No. Do you think I should?
Florence hadn't properly been in a guild for nearly 3 years. Additionally, she'd just been an initiate in the Ravens, and it had been made clear to her then that appealing to the higher powers simply wasn't done. The Vicar Raven always had the Dragon Advisor at his side, and Florence had always heard he was strict about adhering to certain expectations about hierarchy. But Florence had never seen a dragon in the Alchemists' Guild, not counting Cvareh or corpses.
You could try pleading your case.
Derek shrugged. Florence regarded him skeptically, wondering if he was trying to get her into a worse spot by bringing up her losses with the vicar.
Or don't.
He stood.
It's your choice, but your options seem to be growing thinner.
Derek held out a hand to Nora, which she took. He helped her to her feet, lacing his fingers against hers. The two left Florence alone, to her thoughts. She knew better than to pick up any of her remaining chemicals or powders. When her mind was so wild, she'd only produce greater mistakes. That stress had certainly not been helpful over the past few weeks, when her failures were the only thing keeping her ledgers company. Florence flipped through her notes, wondering what the revolver had seen in them. He was a journeyman of the Revos, his tattoo completely filled. He had years of practice ahead of her, and was willing to impart none of it. She snapped the book shut. Loom was like a mirror that had been cracked by the dragon's first descent. Spiderweb fractures stretched across its surface, turning a single image into smaller pieces. They were all parts of one whole that fit together, but no longer joined cleanly at the seams. For one dark moment she wondered if it was a wound that could ever be healed. By what magic could Loom be put back together into a single, flawless piece? And then Florence made her way to the Vicar Alchemist. She wasn't one to sit in place contentedly. Ari had taught her better than that. Even now, from above the clouds, the woman known as the White Wraith challenged Florence to be better, do more. She received a few curious stares as she boarded the elevator that went directly to the vicar's laboratory, but no one stopped her. It seemed to be accepted practice in the alchemists that there were times when one needed to speak to the vicar. At least that was what Florence hoped. If not, everyone was about to have a good laugh at her expense. "Enter," a voice called from behind a door emblazoned with the symbol of the Master Alchemist, following Florence's knock. Florence entered, her heart in her throat. Sophie, the Vicar Alchemist, straightened away from her work table. She pulled the refined goggles off her eyes to get a better look at her visitor. "I wasn't expecting a little crow." "Little bullet would be more appropriate," Florence corrected tiredly. Sophie arched her eyebrows in surprise, and Florence added carefully,
Just a suggestion.
We'll settle on Florence. Sophie smiled thinly. Why has Arianna's student come to visit me this day?
Florence scraped together every rogue bit of boldness before speaking. I need your backing on some experiments I'm running.
My backing?
Yes, as the vicar. I'm working on some things to help the rebellion, but I need more gold and more gunpowder, at the very least. I've been refused.
I know. Sophie continued to smile, and in that moment reminded Florence of King Louis. There was nothing physically similar between the capable-looking vicar and the bony man of Mercury Town. But their eyes, their mannerisms, suddenly overlapped so strongly it set off warning bells between Florence's ears.
Then you should know exactly why I'm here.
If Sophie was like Louis, then Florence would treat her as she would the little king of Mercury Town. The only difference was that she no longer had a white wraith nearby to keep her safe. We're skipping the small talk, then? Excellent. Sophie's mannerisms shifted, and she returned to managing some bubbling beakers on her table. Your answer is no.
Vicar, I need...
Whatever you need pales in comparison to the needs of my guild, and this rebellion I'm trying to build.
I want to help the rebellion.
Then actually help us. Sophie gave her a challenging stare. Florence knew that look. It was so similar to the ones Arianna had given her. It was eerie. It reminded Florence yet again how little she knew of Arianna's history.
Let's cut a deal.
Part Ari, part Louis. Florence knew how to navigate this personality.
You know better than anyone the needs of guild and rebellion. You know what I need and what I can do. Tell me how I can help you.
And in return, you want access to your resources?
Naturally.
Very well. The conversation picked up speed like a locomotive down the tracks. You want more gold, go and fetch it yourself.
Where is the nearest refinery?
Florence didn't know the first thing about stealing, but she'd figure it out if she had to. It's what Arianna would have done. Tier 1.
Tier 5 has no refineries?
Florence balked. The Dragon King didn't want us to have such easy access to gold or reagents. They both took a silent moment to curse the king's pragmatism. We have an allotment that comes along the main tracks through the skeleton forest, but it's not enough.
So you need another shipment?
One outside of Dragon Sanction, Sophie affirmed. There's another route, but it's never used. It was shut down for winding too deep into the forest and too close to Endwig haunts.
I'm not a raven.
Florence was ready to tattoo the words on her opposite cheek. I have secured a raven to run the engine. I have alchemists to speak on my behalf. I have a rivet to ensure things run smoothly along the way. Florence knew where she was headed before Sophie even finished. I do not have a spare revolver to fight off any who might seek to sabotage the mission. It is not called the Skeleton Forest for nothing. I would not like to see this costly excursion reduced to bones in the woods. It was neat, tidy, and convenient. Sophie won either way. If Florence succeeded, the vicar would have more resources and a goal accomplished. Giving Florence a little gold in return was nothing in the wake of that particular victory. If Florence failed, she would be one of those corpses, reduced to nothing more than bones, licked clean by the Endwig.
Do you think I can do it?
Florence was compelled to ask. Of course, Sophie praised brightly. After all, you're the multi-talented raven, not raven, but revolver. Florence took a deep breath and gave Sophie the benefit of the doubt. Florence's failure would mean the death of her alchemists. It made no sense for her to be hopeful for it, or indifferent to it.
Then I'll do it.
Wonderful. Plan to leave within the fortnight. I'll spread the word that you're to have everything you need to prepare. Finally, a gear turned smoothly for Florence.
Thank you.
Oh, and Florence. Sophie stopped her just as she was about to depart. I think it goes without saying that this is quite a dangerous mission. Florence knew that, but she nodded anyway. Should you fail, it will mean your death. There was the whisper of a threat ghosting around Sophie's words. A certainty that couldn't be known unless a promise was being given. Florence kept her suspicion to herself, not wanting to unreasonably accuse the vicar alchemist of telling her outright that her options were to die on the mission or die upon her unsuccessful return. Florence searched Sophie's eyes for something more, something else. But there was nothing beyond careful calculation, glittering in their depths. Arianna. Arianna wished she had Florence's penchant for explosives. If she did, she would have long since slipped a small disc bomb into Cain's pocket. For one, she liked the man about as much as she enjoyed chewing on rusty nails. But more than that, she couldn't stand the monotony their days had fallen into. It was a very revolver notion for her, but stripped screws, she'd blow it all halfway to Tier 5 just to see something happen. Breakfast came promptly with the dawn. Cain hand-delivered it, seemingly the only one authorized to interact with her on a personal basis. The first few mornings he nearly scared her into a rage at the sound of someone entering her room. The next few mornings she began to sleep through his arrival, offering no thank you nor note of his efforts on her behalf. The forced lack of appreciation became more normal with each passing day, until sleeping through his coming and going became natural. Ari still stirred at the sound of someone entering her space. Her hand closed around the hilt of her dagger that she kept under her pillow on instinct. But ritual won out the second the familiar scent of wet earth filled her nose and she relaxed. Cain never did anything that would warrant her drawing her weapon. Around lunch, he would come to her and weave a tight illusion over her that shifted her appearance into the colors and more extreme angles of dragon skin and bone. Arianna would stare at her brightly colored form in the windows and mirrors of the Shin Manor as she explored with Cain in tow. It was an unnatural shade layered atop her, a weightless shroud that was nearly suffocating to all that she was. But it was the only way she could escape her room. Cvareh had made Petra's will clear the last time he'd delivered her back after her second escape. Arianna's wandering would not be tolerated, given the secret nature of her presence. And as much as she wanted to delight in putting the dragons in their places, the truth was she had no ground to stand on for the matter. If Arianna fought, she would only make it so far before being violently subdued. The foolishness of her impulsive decision to come to Nova weighed on her more with every passing hour, crushing her with each day. She had no route back to Loom. She knew little of the dragon's society and couldn't even navigate without causing a fuss, for no other reason than the shade of her skin. Escape on her own wasn't enough. She wouldn't leave after spending this long on Nova without some kind of success. And if she was to accomplish anything, she needed to regain some of her sovereignty. Arianna vowed to do just that nearly a month into her virtual imprisonment. "Take me to Cvareh," she demanded of Cain, awake with the dawn to greet him. The man stared at her for a long moment, then continued his morning rituals as if she hadn't woken at all. Arianna stood. She would not be ignored. "I wish to speak to Cvareh." "And if the Ryu wished to speak to you, do you not think he would have come to do so himself?" Cain stared at her from the opposite side of the small table in the center of her room. Arianna laughed. That dragon rank and file nonsense wasn't about to work on her. She was born of Loom, and she didn't kneel before any man or woman simply because they wished her to. "He doesn't know I seek him." "Then I shall deliver your message." "I don't trust you," Arianna snapped back. For a retort that required such little thought, it stilled Cain, by a satisfying margin.
I am Shinda. I would never.
That means nothing to me. She rolled her eyes with a dramatic sigh, sitting heavily on the bed. All that matters to me is action. Action. Kane tapped his fingers on the table, claws sheathed.
And what have my actions done to earn your mistrust? I have gone out of my way for you. I have attended to you daily. Were it naught for my magic, you would be trapped within this room in perpetuity.
Arianna scowled viciously, as if to scare away the truth.
Do you think I do it because I enjoy being around you? He scoffed. Quite the opposite, I assure you.
She stared at his hands as they thrummed against the tabletop, her mind made up. Very well, Kane. If you will not take me to him, bring Cvareh to me. He snorted, crossing over to her. The dragon stared down his nose at her with his molten gold eyes. Arianna met them fearlessly. Kane cocked his head to the side.
Why are you here, White Wraith?
She rose to her feet, drawing her full height, but the crown of her head only came up to his mouth. Nevertheless, Arianna stood as though she was eye to eye with the dragon. She would not be made to feel small. She would not be relegated to the space he deemed her worthy of. Does it bother you, not knowing why you're ordered to attend to me day after day? She could only assume he was under orders to oversee her. The great Kane Shinda Beck, reduced to nannying a chimera, to bring her food and tend to her needs. Arianna knew just what places to prod. She knew enough of dragon society to be offensive when it suited her. Kane narrowed his eyes. Now, bring me Cvareh. Kane moved, and Arianna fell backward. His hand grasped for the empty space where her face had just been. She collapsed onto the bed, one hand on the hilt of her dagger. The pillow burst in an explosion of feathers as her dagger tore through it. They floated through the air between them as he landed atop her. One hand supported him above her, the other reached for her face again. Her dagger rose against his palm, gold dripping onto her shoulder, where it bit into his flesh. Arianna scowled. Kane snarled in reply.
You think you can order me, Fen?
I do, she sneered in kind at the slur for her people. Because if you could kill me, you would have already. He pressed his hand forward, the dagger meeting bone. Arianna's muscles strained against the force, keeping it at bay. Blood fell atop her like raindrops, smelling sharply of the fresh scent of wet earth.
Why are you here? He repeated. Why have you ventured to my home? Why do you insult my Oji and still walk? How do you make demands of my Ryu, as though he breathes for you alone?
There was the root of it. Bring me Cvareh, she demanded again, quietly. So quiet that his dripping blood against her shoulder was louder with each dull splat. Kane snarled once more, then pushed away. Arianna pushed back, giving him purchase against her dagger and digging it deeper into his flesh. She laced the slash with magic, stinting his healing and slowing the knitting of his skin. The dragon looked at it curiously.
You act as though you are truly a wraith, mighty and untouchable.
He clenched his fingers into a fist, blood oozing between them.
But I have seen your flesh.
The word stung, reminding her of the impropriety she'd endured before him.
I know under the armor of words and talons of sharpened gold, you are no more immortal than I.
He left quickly, denying her the possibility of a retort. Arianna was set to pacing, her mind racing. It spun like clockwork, assembled around every possibility, tooling for every outcome. At the core of the gearbox of her mind, Florence remained. Arianna crossed over to the window, staring at the clouds below her. Not for the first time she wondered how her apprentice fared. She'd sought redemption in Florence's eyes, but in doing so had left the girl alone with the only woman whom Arianna had nothing but bitter feelings toward. Lost in the labyrinth of her mind, Arianna was startled when she heard the door open once more. She half expected to be faced with Cain and some excuse why she wasn't good enough for his reused time. But the man she sought closed the stately portal behind him. Cvareh regarded her warily. As he should, Arianna seethed quietly. They had not spoken since he last condemned her to the proverbial prison she had been trapped within for the past few weeks. He hadn't so much as sought after her once, as far as she knew. But would she have wanted him to? She owed him nothing, and he owed her nothing but the yet unrequited boon. That was hardly anything significant to pull them together outside of a magical transaction. And yet, she couldn't deny a hurt sort of yearning for it.
"It's good to see you."
He startled her by speaking first. "If that were truly the case, you would have looked in on me sooner." Arianna rolled her eyes, dismissing the sentiment.
"Well, you're not exactly the most approachable woman in the manor."
He sat at one of the chairs by her table, glancing at the cooling food.
"Is it not to your liking?"
"Nothing is to my liking." She narrowed the distance between them, but the advance felt nothing like it had with Cain. There was a different sort of tension between her and Cvareh, a sort of ebb and flow they both could acknowledge, but had been strung along in the current despite. He made her quiver with tension. His presence elicited a physical response as her breath held and muscles tensed. But unlike her body's response to Cain, it was not her dagger that her hands wanted to reach for. She felt safe around this dragon. It was a welcome sensation that seemed to be magnified by how long it had been since she had last seen him. "I am trapped within these walls, a prisoner of your sister's, but she does not seek me out either. I will not hand the philosopher's box to her in a fit of boredom."
"I had never thought otherwise."
"Does she?" Cvareh's silence told Arianna everything. She pulled the chair opposite him around the table to sit before him. Arianna folded her hands, resting her elbows on her knees. "Cvareh, you know that will not work with me."
"I advised Petra thusly."
"And yet your words haven't worked." Arianna shook her head. This is why she didn't depend on other people to get the job done. "I want to return to Loom."
"What?"
Cvareh drew back, his magic fluctuating.
"Petra would never allow it."
"I'll find a way out, or I'll jump to my death and take the knowledge of the box with me."
"You wouldn't."
"Do you want to test me?" Arianna grinned faintly at the notion. The man clearly thought she placed more value on her own life than she did. She leaned back with a sigh. "Or perhaps I'll wish for you to do it."
"That's not what you want the boon for."
"You know nothing about me," she cautioned.
"I know more than you think."
Arianna wanted to refuse him. She wanted to shut him out violently and without remorse. But the door had been opened too wide between them. His mouth on hers ghosted upon her lips, reminding her of the uncrossable lines they'd traversed together. Lines that she might dare walk again if she had the chance. Arianna focused on the curve of his mouth for too long a moment. She wouldn't let herself give in to frivolous distractions. "Here are your options. Tell Petra that I seek passage home without hindrance. Or I demand a pair of hands." Cvareh's brows knitted in confusion, only to untangle with shock when he realized what she was asking. He sputtered, trying to build momentum behind his words.
"That's something that isn't done. I can't just—"
"Those are the options, Cvareh." Either would give me my freedom and therefore her trust in my future actions. Arianna stood and turned her back to him. If Petra seeks my acquiescence, she must treat me like an equal, or at the very least, a worthy opponent. Petra.
There has been another contact from Finna kin Oje.
A weathered ancient woman reported from the side of the room where Petra dressed in her riding leathers. And does my brother have anything worthwhile for me?
He seeks to return home.
The whisperer had the sense to pass no judgment on the message she'd received, merely reported the facts. Petra waved the slaves away and busied her hands with buttoning up her knee-length riding trousers with a heavy sigh. Finner had gotten it in his mind that he needed to return. She had no doubt it was in some way Yevun's influence. Her brother wasn't known for having his own thoughts. Either the Dragon King had made Finner's life torturous as a result of Petra's actions against him, or he had ordered Finner to seek information on the truth of Cvareh's supposed prayers to Lord Shin. Either way, it made no sense for Petra to let her brother back into her home. Finner would be put in a harder position to feed lies to the Dragon King if he were here. At the Rock State, he could continue to collect information for her on the king's scheming, even if it was an intolerable place for him to be.
Tell Finner he has more to offer House Shin by continuing to express his loyalty to our dono.
The words were sickly false, but the whisperer wouldn't betray that to anyone. It was one of the sacred rites of becoming a house whisperer. No secrets were repeated, and all messages were verbatim. All dragons respected this as much as they respected the other innate laws of their world.
As you command, Oji.
The whisperer gave her a low bow.
And Shorwin,
Petra stopped the woman in the doorframe,
also tell Finner that when I do see him again, I am looking forward to tales of all his time at House Rock.
Of course. The woman departed. When it came to matters of house, Petra felt as though she were trapped on a stationary wheel that spun and spun without progress, no matter how hard she pushed ahead. Finner was as useless as he'd always been, offering little more to her than his position as a pawn in the Rock State that freed up Cvareh to remain at her side. Cvareh had returned, but his help was relegated to the shadows as it had always been. He was worth too much to her to risk parading his strengths before any member of the Crimson Court. And then there was the Chimera. Cvareh had reminded Petra time and again that threatening the woman would be of little use, but every moment lost due to her stubbornness was another that scraped away at Petra's patience. She wasn't known for an excess of that to begin with. Petra kept enough of her head to recognize that losing it over the woman's antics would be akin to defeat. She chose to focus on the things she had direct control over instead, and today those matters were hidden on the far side of Ruana. She fastened a tight circle of leather around her bosom, draping emerald strips of fabric over her shoulders and fastening them to cuffs at her wrists. The cuffs appeared to be leather on the outside, but in their innards were gold, enough to support a corona should she need it. She'd had to leverage the defense 4 times in her life, and she was not afraid to welcome a 5th, if the world so designed. Men and women stepped aside as she strode through her manor in the waking dawn. Servants, slaves, on and nameless, those whom Petra didn't even need to spare a sideways glance. On occasion, a Da was about, and Petra would give their bow a small nod of her head. Otherwise, she gave them no heed. She loved her house like a wolf loved its pups, but she did them no favors by coddling them or tempering her demands. The world would burn under her heels if her designs saw the light of day. Only a strong house would be able to rise from its ashes. If she failed to set the example, they were all destined for death. Raku milled about in a high courtyard. He cooed the moment his giant eyes caught sight of her, and Petra smiled in reply to her trusty steed. He was saddled at her request, her favorite oxblood-colored seat. Petra wasted no time, mounted and took to the skies. Ruana shrunk beneath her, smaller and smaller with each flap of Raku's wide wings. The temple of Lord Shin rose from the mountainside, shading the farmlands below. The cities and towns speckled the countryside like gemstones in a mine, only to cluster together in determination against nature, to create cities and centers of art and culture. They were children of earth and sky, birthed from sunlight fractured into 1,000 shining colors. From this vantage, Petra could see all that she fought for. Her home, her father's home, her father's father's home, and all the way back hundreds of years to the great fall of House Shin to House Rock. This was the land where the dono was meant to sit, and she would see the mantle returned. Banking across cliff faces and weaving over treetops, Petra made her way around the mountains that curved across the back of the Isle of Ruana. Nearly opposite the Shin estate, tucked behind imposing sheer mountain peaks, was a series of workhouses situated atop a slowly blossoming network of mines. From the air, it was easy to mistake as nothing more than a snowy, barren valley. The smokestacks had been carefully tunneled through the mountain itself, hiding the real work of Ruana's first refinery. Petra tugged on Raku's feathers, clicking a command with her tongue and teeth. The beast curved through the sky, spiraling downward. He landed nimbly on a narrow ledge, well-trained to seek the safest footing. She swung down from the saddle, her long toes curling through the thick snow and seeking purchase against the frozen rock beneath. The wind was icy and bit with savage numbness into her skin. Every pinprick made her feel alive. She waved her hand at Raku, and the boko took to the skies. He would hunt or roost or mate, whatever satisfied his wild nature that morning. Petra allowed the beast to indulge his whims, as long as he always responded to the shrill whistle that demanded his presence once more. He was one of the few beasts in the wide world who had yet to fail her.
Oji,
A man greeted her from the shade of a sheltered window.
It is a pleasure to have you in our presence.
You flatter me, poorest kin. Petra jumped down into the hall where he stood. Despite having no glass or shutters, it was so warm that the snow melted on the windowsill.
Never flattery, merely truth.
The kin walked forward, knowing why she was there without an explanation.
We are making good progress. Spinning iron to steel is becoming a simpler task by the day.
The help you demanded
has been invaluable.
Horace was a smart man, enough so that Petra had placed him in charge of one of the most important tasks involved in laying the foundation of her new world order. He was leading the charge in assembling the refineries she needed to produce House Shin's own gold. Doing so would free the house from under Rock's thumb. He who controlled the gold controlled Nova. Once House Shin had their own refineries working, they would no longer need to depend on small allotments or what limited backwinds trading could be done with Loom. Of course, it wouldn't be enough. Not even close. Petra still needed Loom and the depths of their mines, the extensive capacity of their refineries, the efficiency with which the Fenthri operated. But even small steps were progress. Change did not happen overnight. Birthed from plots of wishes, it grew from the grit of sacrifice and blood.
Have they presented any problem?
Petra asked.
Quite the opposite.
She gave him a look that demanded elaboration.
They tell me we treat them much better than House Rock.
So even Fen have sense. Wicked satisfaction pulled on Petra's cheeks, drawing her lips taut in a satisfied smirk.
More than we give them credit for, on the whole,
Horace affirmed. Don't go too far. Petra couldn't help but think of the woman Cvareh had brought home. She fashioned herself as clever, but all Petra had seen was a child. She had been too easy to break, sitting quietly in her room, only walking the courses that Petra had designed for her to be led along. She had expected more from New Dordham's famous White Wraith. "Show me your product." Horace led her inward to a great room of whirring mechanisms and molten metal. Petra surveyed it like some fire god. She didn't understand the first thing about how it worked, but she commanded it nonetheless. Chimera stood in the corners, sweat dripping off their faces, as they spoke to dragons who walked unfazed through the overbearing heat. Giant buckets poured liquid iron into their containers. "We have the air lance situated to remove impurities in the iron." Horace pointed overhead to a long tube. "But we are yet working on the reagent lance." He shifted her attention down to the bottom floor far below, where a similar golden tube was being fashioned by a number of laborers. "You are slowed by gold," Petra observed. "We believe, with what we can attain, we should have it finished within the next 6 months. Slower than she wanted, but nothing could be done. A solution was offered, and her men were hard at work. She could demand nothing more from them. When Aboko was flapping its wings with all its might, it served little to push it harder. That was how riders got thrown from their saddles. "I have time," she reminded herself. There were decades of history behind her. She would not sacrifice all her work in haste. At the very least, she delighted in the knowledge that she was quietly siphoning off gold and resources for the refineries she claimed to be assisting Rock in building. "Show me." Horace led her back into the hall from the observation deck, and they wound down through the refinery's innards. It was simple, rough, and raw compared to the luxury of Shin Manor. But there was no time to fit it with things of beauty. She allowed those living here to bring their own artistic sensibilities to bear and fashion furniture as they could without raising suspicion, but could do no more for them. It was a pitiable existence, but it had to do. Somehow the Chimera didn't seem to mind in the slightest. They had almost reached the ground when a dragon unknown to her came bounding down the stairs behind them. Petra turned with fluid grace, her claws tensing on instinct, but not unsheathing.
"Oji, the Ryu has arrived,"
the man reported. Petra glanced between the messenger and Porus. "You may use my office," the kin offered. "See him there," Petra ordered the other dragon. "Lead on, Porus kin." They traversed upward on a secondary set of stairs to a homely office. Porus was notorious for favoring practicality over fashion, but nothing betrayed him more than his working space. It was humble for a kin, and reminded Petra that she had risen him from an on. After his work at the refinery was finished, she'd see him situated in a lavish room in the Shin Manor. No more rough fur carpets, no more worn desks. Horace would have the trimmings yielded by the gold he helped create. "Thank you." Petra gave Porus a pointed nod as Cvareh was ushered in, and the two were promptly left in peace. Petra placed her hands on her hips, expectantly.
"Arianna has some demands."
Uncertainty dulled the scent of Cvareh's magic. Petra did not ease her expectations for Cvareh. Out of everyone he, as her Ryu, needed to be fearless before her. "Tell me."
"She is restless."
Petra snorted. "I am not made to amuse her."
"She wants to return to Loom."
"Unacceptable." Petra wouldn't even entertain the thought. She had the crafter of the philosopher's box. She would do whatever she must to gain the information of its machinations.
"I had a feeling you would say that."
Cvareh sighed heavily, running his hand through his blood-orange hair. Petra watched it fall over his face time and again as he repeated the motion.
So, you have an alternate solution? He wouldn't have come to her if he didn't.
She wants to return to Loom, or have hands.
Petra considered this for a long moment. She wants to make her own illusions. Cvareh nodded. Can she sustain the additional magic without becoming forsaken? Petra knew the plagues that would set in on Fen3 bodies pushed too far with dragon magic. She would not be responsible for the woman's death. At least, not prematurely.
I don't think she would have asked if she couldn't.
Cvareh was certain in Arianna's self-awareness, Petra noted with amusement.
She wants a shade similar to her skin, light blue, steel blue.
A shame you cannot make illusions. Petra stole his thoughts and gave them sound. Another note was made when she realized that Cvareh was truly disappointed. Her brother would have given the woman his hands. Cvareh was loyal to their house above all else, of that Petra had no doubt. But no dragon savored the notion of cutting off their body parts for Fen3 gain. They should loathe it. The fact that Cvareh not only seemed willing, but gleaned some sort of delight at the idea of pleasing her, was worthy of note in the slowly evolving dynamic of their relationship. No matter, she will have the hands she needs.
Truly?
Cvareh was shocked. Yes, truly. I gain more by appeasing the woman, and a set of hands means little to me. Petra started for the door. Progress churned within her, the feeling of a great wheel beginning to spin forward once more. Yes, this was the white wraith she'd been expecting. She'd give the woman free rein. She'd give her space to challenge the narrow parameters Petra had put her in, if she dared, and she'd see if the gray chimera was made of steel or steam. Fortunately for me, I have 2 brothers. Petra grinned to herself. Finner had been so eager as of late to help their house. Well, now, she really needed him to give a hand. Or 2. Arianna. Which one do you like the best? She nearly startled Cain out of his skin when she spoke. He stared at her as though her illusion had melted away, like ice in the sunlight of a summer's day. You always pause here. Which do you like best?
The one on the far left is Lord Shin.
He motioned to the painting of a veiled figure wielding a sword. That's not what I asked. It didn't matter which one he liked or why, but time had whittled away at her. Time and silence and more time. It persisted, encasing her mind insistently and eroding her resolve to hate Cain. She was stuck with him and he with her for the foreseeable future. They may as well put aside the determination to be at each other's throats. He seemed to have arrived at much the same conclusion over the past week. Cvareh had proved himself worthless, and a dragon to the core. He'd not returned with hands, nor a glider to bring her back to Loom. Arianna shouldn't have expected differently. So she waited, and bided her time carefully.
Isn't it, though? I am of House Shin.
And that dictates your favorite will always be Shin? Arianna asked incredulously.
Would it not?
Arianna laughed and shook her head. You dragons accuse Loom of being mechanical, but you are nothing more than automatons competing for the distinction of being most suicidally loyal.
Gird your tongue.
His jabs had been slowly losing their edge with each passing week. Cain, we both know we're at a stalemate. You'll do nothing to me because you can't. I'm too precious to your house. I'll do nothing to you because even if I could take you down, I'd never get out of here alive. She gave him an opening to refute the claim, which he didn't because he couldn't. Drop the bravado already. I'm not questioning your loyalty. I'm merely asking your opinion. He looked back at the paintings with new consideration.
The one of Lord Shin is magnificent. It truly is. However, I find the one of Lord Park calls to me more.
Lord Park? Arianna studied the painting to the right of the veiled god. It was done entirely in greys. If she tilted her head to the side, she could perhaps make out a face, not quite Fenthri, not quite dragon. It was familiar and unknown, a depth that threatened to embrace, but never relinquish.
The Dark Wielder, Cain clarified. I was born under his month.
Before the clouds had been breached, Loom had no concept of sun or moon. The idea that a glowing orb of light floated across the sky was still unnerving to Arianna each morning as she rose to look upon it. The large moon was no better in its pale and contrasting glow. Beneath the clouds, the light was muted, diffused. Once in a rare while, the clouds thinned enough to betray a potentially circular source of light. But what it was had every guild guessing for hundreds of years. That said, Loom still knew of the moon's cycles. There were periods of bright nights and periods of dark nights. Arianna remembered the first time she'd looked upon sketches of the moon's phases, thinking about the inexplicable sense it made for some sort of hanging heavenly body to change its shape. As a result of the dark nights, the evolution of Loom's calendar had developed a similar pattern to Nova's. 20 cycles of the moon making up 20 months in a year, the end and beginning punctuated by a full day of light. On Loom, the months were merely numbered, a simple logical system of ordered progression. On Nova, the months were named like everything else, difficult to remember and seemingly random. "What number month is that?" Arianna asked. Cain regarded her cautiously, as if the question could have some sort of veiled meaning.
The 10th.
She grinned madly.
What?
Cain frowned, obviously expecting her to make a joke of some aspect of his culture. "You and I share the same month."
We have the same patron.
Cain seemed aghast at the notion. That seems to be the case. Arianna delighted in his discomfort about them having anything in common. "What day were you born?"
The 10th.
She inwardly cursed. Couldn't have been lucky enough to have the same day. That would be enough to drive the man mad for months. "The 7th. Perhaps it was a mark of the overall improvement in their relationship that she didn't lie to him. They began walking again, and Arianna let the conversation shift. "Why are there only 3 dragon houses if there are 20 possible patrons?"
There were more thousands of years ago, but the others were killed off until only 3 remained. House Tam proposed a system to keep things equal among the houses, with 1 overseer and 2 houses to keep them in check. A sort of peace treaty, Cain explained. Once every decade or two, some bold upstart works up the notion to have his own house, supposedly called to task by some patron. But the 3 in power never let that happen. He gave her a nod of affirmation, and silence passed between them once more. She began to steer them in a new direction. Each day, she'd used the conversation to distract him long enough to let them wander somewhere new. They strayed from what she'd come to suspect was the approved path, into new areas of the Shin Manor. Arianna had yet to find the glider, but she would eventually. And once she knew the route, she would not be long for Nova. "How did you learn Finnish?" They had yet to speak in the dragon's tongue. It served Arianna better for him to think she couldn't understand his whispered rebuke to servants about her and her care, or the conversation she could pick up as they passed through the halls. Petra Oji wants all Da and higher in the house to be educated in the ways of Loom.
Arianna snorted, earning herself a sour look. "If you are as educated as Cvareh was before he came to Loom, Then your understanding of Fenthry ends at a rough attempt at our language. Kane considered her a long moment. Arianna held his golden gaze unafraid and challenging. Let him try to dissuade her. Let him speak one word counter to her point. But he remained silent, and, dare she say it, thoughtful. Shortly after, Kane realized they'd strayed from the course and promptly returned her to her room. No further words were exchanged on the way, but Arianna had learned enough. Judging from the scent, the halls they'd traversed were near the kitchen, and that was not what she was looking for. She needed to pick up the metallic tang of gears and oil, but perhaps that was looking for something that couldn't be found on Nova. They seemed to have everything but workshops and laboratories. Is there something else? Kane lingered after he released her illusion. 2 of the fingers in his hand had broken from holding the magic for so long, and they were slowly knitting back into place.
Why have you not yet tried to escape?
Escape to where? If he had a genuine answer to her question, she wanted to hear it. I can't fly. I have no glider, no boko.
You escaped your room the first day.
Only to be returned here.
Then you escaped again.
Only to be returned here again, she reiterated.
I took you for Boulder.
Was there genuine disappointment in his tone? I'm merely biding my time, she threatened with a smile.
He faltered.
That was the thing about effective threats. They must possess a grain of truth. In this case, it was completely transparent.
Whatever you're planning, it will not get past me.
Like you didn't let me escape either of the other times. Arianna bared her teeth at the man. His claws shot out but retracted just as quickly. She'd punched a nice nerve.
You no longer have that machination. You will need to depart through the door, a door I guard.
You should pray to each of your 20 gods. That's not the case. Because if it is, it will only mean that yours will be the first heart I cut out when the time comes. Kane growled. Arianna's hand was limp at her side, ready to summon her dagger to her palm. If he wanted a fight, she would give him one while there were no others to interfere. His magic flared brightly, assaulting her senses with the smell of wet earth. But it diminished quickly, fading into nothing more than frustration and a fearsome scowl. The dragon retreated, slamming the door behind him like a petulant child. Arianna sighed heavily, turning to the window. She had yet to tire of staring at the sun. For all it hurt her eyes and seared her vision, she was fascinated by its circular presence. It was also a reminder. Arianna was very far from home and understood little of the world surrounding her. Florence. The engine that was going to propel them through the dense and dangerous wood known as the Skeleton Forest had seen better days. Better years, actually. Long, long ago years. It was an old and rusted thing, paint peeled at every corner, and orange lines of oxidation ran down its sides. Florence didn't have to be a rivet to know that the make and model dated before she was even born. It should be in a museum, or an artifact graveyard, not the overgrown tracks they were supposed to be traveling on. Even with her minimal training as a raven, Florence could see the signs of wear that time had abused into the exposed metal. The cranks between the wheels looked brittle, and the pistons were in no better shape. The actual raven of their group, Anders, had been tearing out his hair over it for the past week, trying to get it up to par. Florence wished he looked a little more confident now, running his final checks.
Where did we even find this thing?
Derek asked no one in particular. I feel like some questions are better left unanswered. Nora threw her rucksack into the car that would be their moving home for the next few weeks as they traversed down through Tier 2 into Tier 1. The train was only 3 parts long. The engine, the tender, the car, and no 2 parts looked as though they'd come from the same machine yard. "Flor, come help me with this," Anders called from the front. Florence glanced between her chests and the direction the voice had come from.
"We'll load it up,"
Derek offered. "Carefully," Florence cautioned, "or you're going to blow us straight to Nova. If there's anything that temperamental in there, we have no chance of making it to Tier 1. I doubt this is going to be a smooth ride." Nora grabbed for one side of the chest. "Still, be careful," Florence called over her shoulder, making her way up to the engine. "Anders?"
"Flor, pass me a wrench."
The man held out a hand from where he was wedged under the engine.
"There's a small disconnect here in the cylinder I want to fix, and Rotus is up bothering with the whistle. Not that I know why we even need a whistle. If we encounter another train on these tracks, we have bigger problems to worry about."
Florence passed the Raven his tools as he muttered commands. She watched him tinker and toil, remembering all the times she'd seen Will and Helen do the same when they were younger. Florence wondered where her friends were now, what vessel they were currently obsessed with.
"This is almost on tight. Can you check up on the safety valve while I finish up?"
"I don't think you want me doing that."
"It'll save us time, and I want to get well down the tracks before midday."
"Yes, but I'm not—"
"You were born to the Ravens, no?"
"Yes, but—"
"How long were you there?"
14 years, but—"
"More than enough time to understand a safety valve," he insisted.
"I left for a reason." Florence chewed the inside of her cheek to keep herself from chewing out Anders and creating tensions before they'd even started on their journey. Anders paused, sticking his head out enough to inspect her properly.
"Do you understand it, or not?"
"Not confidently." The truth was, Florence did understand it, in principle. But she didn't want anyone depending on her work when it came to anything but guns and explosives. And even when it came to those, she didn't have the best resume for a gunsmith.
"We all understand things a little better when our lives depend on it."
Anders passed her a tool, and Florence reluctantly accepted it before climbing up to where the safety valve was located at the top of the engine. Her handiwork appeared to be sufficient, and within the hour they were chugging down the tracks, set along a southerly course. Florence, Nora, Derek, and Rotus took turns helping Anders manage the engine. For the most part, that involved shoveling coal and calling out numbers on gauges. It was shocking to Florence how ineffective purely steam-based travel was compared to magically augmented vessels. The train was so old that there wasn't a speck of gold on it, and the metal was too rare for the alchemists to have invested in attaching some before they left. But Anders was an older man, Florence would guess in his late 20s, so he was raised in a time on the fringe of the wide proliferation of magic. Where Florence was unnerved, he was relaxed behind the wheel. Or as relaxed as one could hope to be in a rattling death trap. Florence was surprised the train held itself together well enough to grind the wheels to life and pull the 2 cars day after day. It was an imperfect process that changed regularly. Things broke, and repairs had to be creative solutions. She was continually selected as the extra set of hands over Derek or Nora. Anders reasoned it was because of her birth guild. Rotus reasoned it was because she'd studied under a master rivet. After the first week, she stopped all form of protest. She had worked with Arianna enough times on various clockwork gadgets to trust herself when given direction. Each morning, she'd get up early with one of the 2 men and help them with any daily maintenance. The trees towered around them, encroaching tightly on the untended tracks. Florence watched them whiz by in the fading light. Her eyes lacked focus that reflected her blank mind.
"What is it like in Tier 5?
Derek asked as he plopped down next to her, ungracefully due to the swinging of the train.
The trees are smaller.
They passed the hours doing almost anything to stave off boredom. This was the carbon copy of a conversation they'd had before, but they'd have it again over the endless symphony of chugging metal and grinding wheels.
The land isn't really flat, not unless you're by the coast.
And Tier 4?
More flatland there.
Florence tried to dredge up memories of the territory she was born in, but all that came to mind was the great, moving guild hall of the Ravens. A perpetually changing, ever-moving structure with all the tracks and raceways that curved through its many levels.
Though I haven't ever really explored it.
Just the underground.
He already knew the story.
Just the underground.
What's that like?
Dark and terrifying.
Florence had no good memories of the underground. She'd almost died both times she'd ventured beneath Tier 4.
I can't imagine anywhere more terrifying than the depths of the skeleton forest.
Derek followed her blank stare out the open door of the train car to the whizzing trees. Darkness remained nestled within them, uninviting. Florence shook her head.
There's light here. There's sky and up and down and headway to be made. In the underground, there is simply blackness. Inky, endless blackness. And wretches.
Perhaps the Endwig are nothing more than forest wretches.
You know better than I, alchemist.
We don't regularly find them in a state we can dissect, or we would.
Florence inwardly cringed at the idea. Her hands were kept busy with the revolver in her hands, diligently oiling it. Every day it had its turn, following the rifle slung over her back.
What are the Endwig like?
Nightmare given flesh.
Derek's tone was instantly grave.
Have you ever seen them before?
Florence studied his face with fascination. It was an expression she knew, one of world-shaking horror. A death shroud pulled taut over one's features, even if they escaped its clutches. She knew the answer before she even asked the question.
Only once, from a distance. They hunt in the twilight hours. It was my mistake for even being out then.
What happened?
A nightmare.
Florence knew she would get nothing more from him, and she didn't pry. It would be like someone asking her to recreate the sound of the wretch's pincers, or describe the glow of their mutated saliva as it cut through the darkness like the most ominous beacon one could possibly imagine. She wasn't that cruel. The conversation faded with the light and the train's steam. They coasted to a stop along the tracks, not risking wearing down their brakes for no good reason. By the time they jumped out of the nearly immobile vehicle, dusk was nearly upon them. Nora made the fire that they would all sit around. Anders and Rhodus were exhausted from managing the train and did little. Derek kept Florence company as they ventured into the silent woods in search of game, hastily avoiding the impending twilight. His hearing was better than hers. Pointed and ruby red, he had the ears of a dragon instead of a fenthri. Even though Florence found her senses heightened since the introduction of magic, years of ringing from explosions smoothed away due to the healing powers of her new blood. Her oral acuity was nothing compared to his. They stalked quietly through the brush in the direction of a water source. Derek would collect the water while Florence hunted their dinner. She was the best shot of the group and had yet to fail them. Creatures crowded around the streams and brooks that wound through the forest. She'd never hunted before this excursion, but it proved no more difficult than target practice. Point, aim, shoot. She adjusted her grip on her rifle, scanning the brush for any signs of life. A fat hare, a small deer, a wild boar, It made no difference. With her gun in hand, they were all made equal. The rush of water over stones permeated the foliage, blending with the sound of rustling leaves. They broke through the brush and crossed onto a rocky bank. Florence scanned the edge of the small river they had come across.
"I don't see anything," she sighed heavily. "I'm going to track upstream a bit."
Don't go too far. It's almost twilight.
"Just around the bend."
She kept her voice low to avoid scaring off any potential quarry in the distance.
I'll wait for you.
He slung the water bladders off his shoulder, and they fell to the ground with a dull splat. Derek began to unscrew them, his skin almost the same shade as the dark leather in the fading light.
"I won't wander,"
Florence promised. She knew the dangers of wandering. It was what had separated her and Arianna in the underground. She would only stay along the stream. Derek vanished behind her as she trekked onward. Time and again, Florence ran her hands over the hinges of her rifle. She felt the tension in the trigger, assuring her that it was cocked and ready. She needed just one creature, and she could return back victorious. With a grand stroke of luck, a pheasant made its way along the bank with an enticing little coo. Florence dropped to her knees, gun at the ready. The noise of her footfalls was covered by the sound of a nearby waterfall, seemingly the font of the river. It rushed down around craggy rocks, determined to smooth over the rough hillside in long white strands that seemed to glow in the pale twilight. Florence brought the gun to her shoulder, adjusting her crouch so that one knee was up and the other was planted firmly in the river rock. She lined up the notches down the barrel of the gun, tracking it over the bird. Florence took a deep breath and fought the urge to close one eye. With the bird securely in her sights, she brought her finger to the trigger and held her breath. The creature raised its head suddenly, turning in surprise. Florence hadn't heard what spooked the animal, but she didn't hesitate and took her shot. With a crack, the bird was dead. Satisfied, Florence stood, slinging the rifle over her shoulder. It wasn't as much as she'd bagged previously, but it would be enough for a night, even split 5 ways. So relieved was she that Florence never bothered to heed to what had nearly scared the bird away from its watering hole. She didn't realize she wasn't alone until she had the pheasant's clawed feet in her grasp. The sound of water rushing over the rocks began to fade. Her head filled with a numbing white noise that set her inner ear to spinning. Florence blinked, turning, looking between the darkness of the trees. She grabbed for her revolver, waiting with heart-pounding dread for something to emerge. Movement caught the corner of her eye, and Florence looked to the top of the waterfall. Long, clawed, horribly joined and gnarled fingers curled over the edge of the rock. Cresting the edge was a set of horns woven like frozen flame. They were attached to a skeletal face, skinless and pointed in a sharp-toothed snarl. Eyes like those of a dragon glowed in spite of the darkness. White on a field of obsidian sockets sunk far into the depths of the creature's head. It was all arms and legs and sinew, a monster that looked as though it had woken from a 1,000-year slumber and now sought its first meal. Its low breathing dulled her senses. There was a wicked sort of magic at play here. Not like the dragons, not like Chimera. This was a creature born of malice and murder. And it was not alone. One by one, horned monsters crested the rocky bluff. Each sang their sense-dulling requiem. Their eyes turned to her with instinctual purpose. Florence's sweating palm slipped off the handle of her revolver. Her legs had been disconnected from her body. Her hands didn't move as commanded. She could hear nothing other than the mind-numbing low breaths of the monsters. She could see nothing other than their glowing eyes. In the fading twilight, she stared at a nightmare made flesh. Arianna, The sun and moon were not even close to the same thing. While they both gave off light for nearly equal portions of the day, one was bright and painful to stare at, while the other was muted and ghostly. Arianna had known this before arriving on Nova, but even after nearly 2 months of her useless tenure in the Shin Manor, she remained fascinated by the moon's shifting phases. The sun was constant. Every day it shone in its perpetual orb-like manner, bright, blinding, and filtering down through the clouds onto Loom below. But the moon shifted. It went through its phases with no regard of any who might be depending on its light for guidance through the dark night. And, once every month, it winked out of existence entirely, as if to remind the world below that they were lucky to have it at all. Arianna had been forced to be like the sun on Nova, constant, present, dependable. On Loom, her true nature was that of the moon. She could be an evolving creature, growing with every turn of the calendar. The stagnancy she found herself in was nearly coming to an end. She'd moved the small table over to the western-facing window so she could watch the moon trail through the sky. Arianna enjoyed its ghostly play on her papers, the way it set her firm black lines of ink against the white. She kept diligent records of everywhere Kane showed her, adjusting her map regularly. There was something in the rock of Nova, Arianna had decided, that made it defy gravity. The islands floated, that much couldn't be argued. Why they were floating she had yet to fathom, and likely never would. Magic was as good an explanation as any. But even magic had rules it must follow, and if some of the rock could float, then why couldn't all rock float? Arianna continued to push the question aside, focusing on what was of most direct importance to her. The second she'd wrapped her mind around accepting that rock could float, she threw out the parameters she'd been relying on for her mental construction of the manor. If there was no need of support beams, load-bearing walls, or secure foundation, the structure could indeed evolve in whatever way the dragons saw fit. That led her to her next string of logic. What way did they see fit? Kane had been hard to unravel, but unravel he had. Day by day, Arianna had prodded and worked her way under his thick skull to try to understand what was important to him and the other inhabitants of this world. It was surprisingly simple from there. Gods, hierarchy, beauty before reason. It was a language Arianna didn't speak, but she was learning. And in the process, she'd nearly zeroed in on where she suspected the glider was being kept. Her pen paused mid-stroke, the detailed blueprint forgotten. Her nostrils flared, her mind trying to process the thick scent assaulting her nose. She knew it from all similar aromas like a lockbox that could be fashioned by 1,000 rivets, but bore a single maker's mark. It was familiar in the worst of ways. One whiff, and 100 memories assaulted her with vicious purpose. Arianna stood slowly, reaching for her daggers, sliding them out from under her pillows. She gripped them tightly, her eyes focused on the door as she rounded the bed. The scent grew. It couldn't be this easy. Her lips curled back, baring her teeth in a ferocious snarl. Bloodlust churned through her veins with every mechanical beat of her heart. Her mind screamed for death, for vengeance. The door lock disengaged, and the handle turned. Arianna flipped her dagger into an ice-pick grip and reared back. The door opened, and the scent clouded every sense. She lunged forward and stopped short. Cvareh stared back at her wide-eyed and caught completely off guard. The edge of her dagger rested between his eyes. Blood beaded around its tip, cutting the smell of cedar with potent wood smoke. In his hands, he cradled a box, one whose contents were so important that he clearly did not risk dropping it, even for the sake of defending himself. Arianna panted, her mind clearing slowly. She blinked and her eyes darted with every close of her eyelids, trying to find the source of the offending scent. They landed on the box.
"What do you have?"
she hissed.
"Only what you asked for."
Blood ran down his nose in a thin golden line. He had yet to step away from or move aside her dagger. The dragon placed a foolish amount of trust in her to assume she wouldn't plunge the blade straight into his brain.
"What I asked for?"
She was slow on the uptake, slower than she'd ever been previously, but her mind put together the pieces with ritualistic precision in spite of her vertigo. The hands.
"Yes."
Cvareh rubbed the bead of blood on his forehead the second she pulled away the blade.
"Is that how you greet Cain?"
"Only if he's earned my ire." Her jest fell flat. Arianna's mind was entirely on the hands. "I smelled the blood, thought that maybe there was some kind of combatant." Her words trailed off as she continued to focus on what he was bringing her. For now she bit her tongue and kept herself from asking him where he'd acquired them. She would guard that particular question until she was ready to act on its truth. Until the time of her vengeance was right. Arianna set her daggers down on the table and motioned for Cvareh to place the box before her. As soon as he did, the dragon took a full 2 steps away from the vessel in question. The whole idea of what was about to transpire clearly set him on edge. It was enough proof of the box's contents that Arianna didn't feel the need to verify it with her own eyes just yet.
"I trust you know what to do with them."
"I do. I will need 3 stand mirrors, thread, needle, and bandages." Cvareh looked to the doorframe and Arianna followed his gaze. She shouldn't have been surprised to see Cain there. She shouldn't have been surprised to see every dragon in Shin Manor standing there to investigate the potent stink that was now wafting from her room. The seafoam blue dragon looked on in disgust.
"You can't possibly—" "Fetch them for her,"
Cvareh ordered. There was no space for questioning between the sharp clip of his words. Cain's nostrils tensed, arching upward in disgust and anger, but he left as commanded. Arianna got a wicked sense of pleasure from his discomfort. The night was shaping up in unpredictable ways. Her plans were changing before her eyes, a new set unfurling like a scroll of truth that had been kept from her until just that moment. Patience was paying off.
"What can I do to help?"
Cvareh asked. "Nothing."
"But—"
"I said nothing." She glared at him, wondering what about a single word could possibly be confusing. The dragon blinked back at her. He didn't understand. He wouldn't understand the source of the rekindled flame of her rage. If anything, his confusion assured her enough to keep him alive, to prevent her slamming him against the nearest wall and skinning him over and over and over until he told her what she wanted to know.
"I know what you are about to do, and you cannot possibly intend to do it alone."
"I do intend, and I will." Arianna was spared further exhausting affirmation by Cain's return. At least someone among them was competent enough to do as she asked, and then leave her be. The other dragon departed with a pointed glare, the supplies deposited haphazardly on the opposite edge of the bed, as though he could not be coaxed into entering her room more than necessary under the present circumstances. Arianna began setting up the supplies on the table. Her hands moved with the certainty of practice. She had done this before with Eva. She had done worse before. It was not a delight, but it was not something that was cause for fear. It was science, as Eva would say. And science existed beyond right, wrong, and fear.
Let me help.
Do you really want to be involved with this? Her violet eyes met his gold ones as Arianna attempted to burrow into his resolve. It was a plant with shallow roots, easily felled when the earth around it was overturned. She could feel his magic waver before his stare did. I didn't think so. Cvareh opened his mouth to speak, but Arianna wouldn't let him. I commanded you to harvest one of your own. I am going to cut off my hands and stitch these on, and use them forevermore as though I was born with them. Arianna tilted her head to the side. The blood of your kin is already on your palms. Do you want to take that further? He was completely disarmed, and that told her everything. Arianna didn't know the depth of the truth yet, but she would find out in time. She would find who the original owner of the hands had been. She'd just confirmed the man she had known simply as Rafonzi during the last rebellion was someone from House Shin. I have been here for weeks, and you could not be bothered with me, she reminded him. The pain was real and bright and angry like a fresh wound. It hurt more than she thought it would, and that only flared her temper further.
I have acted in no way that was not on your behalf, or in your best interest, he insisted. But I have had other things to attend to. I couldn't let myself be distracted, and when I am near you... There were matters of my house.
I understand, she said quietly, letting the clasps of the box fall open, ring louder than any single word. Because you are Cvareh Shinryu So, peeled from the blue of the sky itself. I am Arianna the Rivet, steam given the shape of a woman. And our priorities only overlap as much as it behooves your sister to seek my help. He had the sense not to try to object, though his face was tormented by enough conflict to make her very briefly question what, exactly, was going through his head. Arianna put the hesitation aside with a smile, an expression somewhere between an exhausted triumph and a bitter sneer. So, pretend this is nothing more than what it is, you earning my trust, and get out. His claws shot from his fingers, and an equal measure of hurt and anger was fresh on his magic. It dotted his pores like a midday sweat. She wanted him to fight, she realized. Arianna wanted him to tell her she was wrong, and insist that there was some purity beyond simple overlapping desires that strung them together. Instead, Cvareh retreated. He left with wide, hasty steps. She paid him no further mind. The truth of her words had made them pointed, not the bitterness that had been building in her chest at the weeks of being saddled with Cain. She was here for a purpose, a shifting, changing, elusive purpose, but a purpose all the same. Arianna walked over to the door, dragging the spare chair behind her. She sat heavily in it, placing some of her makeshift tools in her lap. Running her fingers over the lock like a lover, she made quick work of the panel. She was Arianna, and she would be kept nowhere she didn't wish to be. She'd do nothing she didn't wish to do. She'd let the dragons think otherwise for weeks, but now it was time to remind them that she was a force of her own. Within a few minutes and a few precise movements, she'd dismantled the lock into the engaged position. Arianna stood and swung the chair around, wedging it under the door handle for good measure. She didn't think anyone would have even the slightest bit of interest in coming to her side, especially not after she warned off the one dragon who could, for some inexplicable reason, have half a mind to do so. But she could take no chances. She was about to be in the most vulnerable state imaginable. She was about to spill her secrets upon the table with every drop of blood. And she would risk no witnesses. Like a ritual, Arianna drew the curtains over the windows. Candlelight, the room's only glow. It was more than enough light for her dragon eyes to see with precision. She sat heavily at the table, her reflection a flickering visage in the polished mirrors, purple eyes staring back at her from every angle. Arianna remembered when her eyes had been black. She remembered when they had been violently gouged out. She remembered losing all sight, and the moment of stomach-churning terror when she thought she might never see again. She remembered coming to peace with the notion that the face of the woman she loved could well be the last thing she ever saw. Her eyes had opened again, sharper, clearer, more precise than she could have ever imagined. Now Arianna inspected her hands. They were the hands that Master Oliver had trained, hands that could dismantle a rivet lock like it was nothing more than a simple bank vault. Arianna rested her palm on the table and reached for her sharpest dagger. Her chest tightened. Nature fought against what she was about to do. Her mind flooded with endorphins as it fought against itself. Instinct commanded she jump from the table and drop the knife. It struggled with her hand, trying to force it to shake, wanting her movements to suffer so much that she gave up on them entirely. But Arianna was stable. She kept her churning stomach quelled. She kept her breathing even. The knife pierced her ashen flesh. It gouged sharp and true, bit to bone. Arianna bared her teeth, gritting them so hard they ached straight through her jaw and into her neck. Golden blood pooled across the table, mixed with marrow as bone splintered. Two hands waited for her, the same color as her ears. They held the same scent as the man who had given her organs in a gesture of trust, only to turn and betray all that she loved. Arianna's lips curled back. Her body shook. But she remained focused. She would take his magic once more. She would use it to find him. She would kill him in blood more frigid than snow. Arianna repeated it over and over in her head, uttered it like a violent prayer of the darkest variety. She did it again and again, to keep the agony at bay as her magic fought to heal her body, to keep her mind right in the wake of shock. She was Arianna the Rivet. She was the White Wraith. And she would not scream.
Cvareh. He could hear her. He could hear every labored breath. He could hear every drop of blood splattering the floor. He could hear each dull thud of flesh that served as a chilling auditory reminder of what was happening behind the door he faced. Cvareh hadn't moved since being cast out. He had made no motion when he heard her quiet tinkering with the lock. He did not attempt to force entry by breaking the door frame and smashing the chair she'd propped against the latch. She had not wanted him there. She had chosen to endure the self-surgery on her own. It was as foolish as it was brave. It clouded his emotions with both admiration for her ferocity and aggravation at her persistence that every burden be shouldered alone. But that was Arianna. That was the torrent that pulled him under every time his eyes rested on her, and it was no wonder why he had purposefully avoided seeing her. Every complex emotion combined with the draw of the boon was too much for him. For weeks he'd wanted to run from it, and now that he was faced with her once more, literally carrying a reason to loathe her, he wanted nothing more than to be by her side. He wanted to tell her that she didn't have to be alone. Cvareh sighed heavily, closed his eyes. He pressed his forehead to the door. He could smell the bright, unique signature of her magic. It was overwhelming, no doubt from all the blood being spilled from the process of severing her own hands. He licked his lips. Clawed fingers curled around the door lever, and Cvareh considered how much force he'd have to apply to earn entry. But even if he did, what then? What could he possibly do? He knew nothing of the ways of adding new parts to a chimera. And somehow, even one or no-handed, he suspected Arianna would have enough rage to still be a force to be reckoned with. Will you wait there all night?" Cvareh's eyes regained focus, peering through the dimly lit hall at the man who leaned against a far wall. Kane stared back at him, inquisitive. The question hadn't been rhetorical. Perhaps. Cvareh didn't really know what he would do, not when it came to Arianna. Just when he thought he'd figured it out, the woman elicited a different response from him. Why? Kane couldn't understand. All Kane saw was the chimera from Loom, a wretched amalgamation of dragon and fenthry that was now stealing magic from one of their house. Kane had not been there on Loom for all the days spent journeying with a brash and beautiful woman. Because we need her. More that you need her. Kane crossed the hall with measured steps, his walk betraying both his boldness and willingness to turn at dismissal. It was a delicate dance that only a dragon could manage, but Kane had earned boldness around Cvareh. The two had grown up together, nearly as brothers, and in the dark halls of the Shin Manor with no eyes upon them, Cvareh fashioned them closer to equals. Both are true, he confessed. Why? What do we need with her? Kane focused on the house first. She can make a philosopher's box. Confusion crossed his friend's face, forcing Cvareh to elaborate. A mechanism that will make perfect chimera. It will give Loom the ability to stand against the dono. Do we want that? Kane asked uncertainly. It will shift the tides for House Shin. And then we will be faced with Fenthri who are emboldened against us. We will let the Fenthri govern themselves. Petra has never wanted to be the dono of Loom. In our great history, House Shin has never governed the world below. Our friends are entirely Nova. We don't need to dirty ourselves with the rock. Cvareh's appeal to Kane's distaste for Loom was cut short as Arianna let out a sharp gasp. He leaned against the door, listening carefully, holding his own breath while he waited to hear the continued sounds of her labors. Petra should be dono of the world below, and above. Kane's loyalty was unwavering. She will be the dono of nothing if we do not gain an advantage over House Rock. Cvareh had sat through too many discussions with his sister to entertain alternatives. They had turned over numbers, hypotheses, plots, and plans, every which way, barring the dono making some grave error, which Yevon was not known for. Gaining strength from Loom was their only way to tip the scales and force House Tam's hand. I trust you both. Of that Cvareh had no doubt. But this does not sit easy with me. Kane motioned toward the door. You gave her your brother's hands. Of all who would make that sacrifice for the house, she will have the magic of the direct blood of the OG. And it was the OG's choice. Cvareh neglected to mention that she had already had the direct blood of the OG from imbibing off him. Kane sighed. I would think this would delight you, as it will mean you no longer need to waste your time illusioning her. Am I pleased to be free of that burden? Yes. Kane didn't even bother denying it. But that means she will walk freely among us. You have given her the ability to pass among our brothers and sisters, to mingle so long as the illusion can be maintained. I don't trust her in my home. Then trust in me, and the trust I place in her. Kane's eyes, nearly a reflection of Cvareh's own, studied him. He kept his height and didn't waver. If he did, weakness would poison the waters of his authority. It was something Cvareh could not afford to have happen. Even though Kane was like a brother, the distance Cvareh held as Ryu needed to be maintained. Petra had worked too hard in crafting it. He could not let his sister down. The end's best be great, Cvareh. The other man pushed off the wall he'd leaned against. Because you are charting a dangerous course. Kane rested a hand on Cvareh's shoulder, a familial motion that showed his sincerity. Keep both eyes open about this woman. She will gut you alive if it serves her. No one knows this more than I. He had seen Arianna's ruthlessness firsthand on multiple occasions. I'm the only one among us who truly sees her. I'm the only one on Nova who knows anything about this woman. Cvareh looked to Kane with a silent challenge. Would the man think that the time he had spent with Arianna had given him more insight into the woman than he himself possessed? Kane narrowed his eyes slightly, but stepped away with a small bow of his head, deferring to Cvareh's assessment. Cain disappeared into the darkness, his figure fading in the diminishing light of the oil lanterns that lined the hall. As much as Cvareh wanted to defend Arianna further, he knew he couldn't. Cain's assessment was pointed, as an experienced tactician's should be. But Cvareh still wondered how he'd gathered so much from the seemingly short and tumultuous relationship he'd had with Arianna. An unusual emotion crept up on him, a jealousy of sorts for Cain's unexpected awareness of Arianna, though it had been Cvareh's decision for him to look after her in the first place. Cain was the only one Cvareh trusted to not be completely overrun by Arianna's mannerisms, which seemed to hold true. Cvareh had thought he needed space from her to clear his head, but now regret for the decision to let anyone else stay at her side was sudden and swift. The woman had been quiet for some time, but a sharp hiss of pain brought Cvareh's attention back to the door. She continued on. His watch continued alongside her. He sat, the back of his head resting against the barrier that kept him from her. He closed his eyes and listened to the sounds of her labor. Behind his eyelids, he remembered the first time he'd watched her hands work on the ship they rowed to cross the inner sea between Tear 4 and Tear 5. They'd moved deftly, fixing engine problems with fearless precision. Those hands would be gone. In their place, something new. Cvareh had never thought about it quite under the same circumstances, but Fenthree had the capacity to change, to grow. Being a chimera, adding new organs, they became something more. He had been born into his skin, and he would keep it with him until the day he died. But she was something more now than she was a mere few hours ago. She was always something more. His memories played like a soft lullaby in dark harmony with the sounds of her labors, sounds that, for all their gruesome truths, told him she was still alive. A morbid peace took over him as he waited away the night. Shifting stirred Cvareh from an unexpected sleep. He blinked his eyes open, wondering how and when he fell asleep. The echoes of Arianna's labors played in his ears, and Cvareh tried to make sense of when they'd quieted enough for him to slumber. The hallway was illuminated with the brightness of dawn, windows cutting beams of light in the quiet corner of the manor. Just as his mind was shrugging off the haze of sleep, the door behind him opened. Cvareh toppled backward, catching himself at the last second with an elbow, nearly colliding with a pair of legs that waited on the inside of the door. They were a pale blue color, not unlike his own. Leather shorts, similar to what Petra would fashion herself in, hugged mostly bare hips. Strips of crossed fabric bound over her breasts, the dark wine color offsetting the hue of her exposed skin, in a way Cvareh would have never himself attempted. And yet, he must commend her for it, as there was something quite striking about the color contrast. Her eyes were the same purple color, but her hair had gained a more golden shade, framing the only thing familiar about the woman staring down at him. "Since you seem to be suddenly insistent on keeping my company, you can be the one to take me out of this place." The voice was distinctly Arianna. Nothing could change her tone and cadence, but it was a strange disconnect to see it coming from a dragon's mouth. "Up with you." She nudged him with her foot. "I want to see this Isle of Ruana." Yevon. Yevon tapped his quill mindlessly upon the desk as he looked out over the wide balcony to his left. The world had been quiet, almost quiet enough to give the illusion that all was right within it. But Yevon knew better. He did not appreciate the silence from his guild advisors down on Loom. He certainly knew better than to think the relative silence from Petra meant the woman had given up on her foolishly grandiose ambitions. But those were two areas over which he had no control. His advisors on Loom were doing the best they could, considering the current climate within the guilds. The one he'd sent to get a hold on the alchemists had been put off time and again, enough so that Yevon was nearly at the point of applying force. And Yevon had never boasted a measure of control over Petra, which was part of the problem. He looked back down at his papers, rubbing his temples. If he looked at the balcony, he saw the ghost of Leona, reminding him of his immense failure in losing one of his greatest assets. If he looked at his work, he was reminded of the guilds on Loom and all their troubles. It all left only one frustration for him to focus on: Fenner. The elder brother of his enemy had been given what Yevon considered a simple task: sniff out some information, any information. It couldn't possibly be difficult. But his lack of results reminded Yevon why, despite being older than Petra, Fenner was not the OG of House Shin. Still, Yevon had cause for hope. Fenner had finally been invited home by Petra. The Dono rarely let his wards return to their respective islands, but he was all too eager to make an exception in this case. He had been patient, but his patience was finally running out. The man had been gone for 3 days now, and Yevon wondered what could possibly be taking so long. He tapped his quill again. He lamented over the state of Loom. His mind tortured him with a need to find a suitable replacement for Leona. He could even smell the stink of the Chimera's house rock kept deep below from where he sat, wafting up to his wandering mind like a foul potpourri that perfectly complemented his rotten state. The distractions were unkind, and it took Yevon nearly twice his usual time to attend to the resource allocation of both Loom and Nova. It was a delicate balance, one that was getting marginally easier with time, albeit no less tedious. Now that Fen 3 were raised and kept in the guild they were born into, there were more exact counts on what each guild needed to sustain itself. Enough years had also passed that it was becoming clearer how many would survive, on average, the guild tests at initiate and journeyman, to then become part of the general population. Before, the land below was running through resources like wildfire, uncontrolled and unabashed. Had contact with Nova not been made, Yevon doubted they would have been able to sustain themselves for much longer before reaching their limit. And yet the Fen 3 remained ungrateful to the good changes he was trying to implement. Yevon stood from his desk, gathering his monthly updates. Not much changed with each cycle of the moon, just small shifts in how he wanted to see trade managed. But year after year, progress was made. Lossum, his current master rider, waited outside his room. Yevon had yet to allow the man into his space. "Tell me of the happenings beneath Lisp," Yevon demanded as they walked. There were precious few hours in the day to waste any. He had yet to grant the young man quarters in the Great Rock Estate, and for the time being it meant he would also serve as Yevon's eyes to the underside of the island. There was a dispute between some no-titled and some Beck. Such was par for the course. Two of the lower rungs of society fighting tooth and nail. Cvareh chose to involve himself. Cvareh? Yevon was actually interested now. Why would Cvareh bother with no-ranked squalor? Because the no-titled slew all the Beck and proceeded to feast on them before their families. Yevon considered this. When Lossum had originally said some no-titled, he had assumed his writer to be speaking of multiple people, not a single person whose name he merely did not know. That made it all the more interesting. And did the Cvareh put this no-name to rest? The Cvareh was killed, Dono. Even after feasting on the hearts of fallen foes, for a no-name to defeat a Cvareh, this no-name had Yevon's interest. What does this no-title go by? I do not know. Admitting as much made Lossum nervous. Nothing pleased Yevon more. Find out, Yevon commanded. Or better, bring him to me. Her, Lossum corrected. Her. All the better. In Yevon's experience, women were fiercer fighters than men. He had a list of theories longer than his claws on the why, but it made no difference. All he had to look at was the evidence around him. Coletta, Leona, Petra, Camille, and a handful of other riders he'd seen come and die. Women approached every battle as though it was their last, and they had nothing left to lose but everything to prove. Bring her to me. Yevon would be truly impressed if the man could. It was likely a matter he would pass to Coletta and her quiet flowers, whose unassuming roots ran deep. As you wish, Lossum bowed, holding his position as Yevon entered the Hall of Whispers. It was a long corridor with doors on either side. Emblazoned on every door was a plate that bore two names. The first was the occupant of the room. The second was the person with whom the occupant shared a whisper link. The Hall of Whispers served as the main communication hub for Nova and Loom, and it was entirely under Yevon's control. Yevon first went to the Whisperer, who had a link with the Harvesters Guild, explaining the message that was to be delivered down to Loom. He repeated the process for every guild but the Alchemists. Yevon had been hoping that by throttling their resources he would finally force the guild's hand into accepting his advisement and oversight, but they remained as persistent as ever. They would not relish the alternative methods he would employ if forced. He was halfway back to his quarters when a slave of House Rock stopped him with all the etiquette that could be mustered for one so lowly.
"Dono, Fenner Shinkinto has returned,"
the prostrating man reported. Yevon's triumph spread across his face. Finally, Fenner had returned, and he would have some answers. The slave held his reverence the entire time Yevon was visible. If he hadn't, Yevon may well have killed him in a fit of delight. The wildflowers of Lisp were in their second bloom. Their potent scent masked all others, effectively clouding magic and blood alike. It was one of the many reasons why the old Donos of House Rock had chosen this spot on which to build the estate. All manner of horror could be hidden behind the lovely petals of dragon snaps, lavender, honeysuckle, and the magical properties of Lord Agendi's flowers. He entered Finner's home without so much as a knock. The man nearly jumped out of his skin at the sight of the Dono. Finner was pale, almost fen-like in his overall pallor. Even his muted gold hair seemed to lack some of its luster. More disconcerting were the bruises that dotted his skin. Yevon closed the door slowly behind him, assessing the frightened man-creature. He wasn't concerned for the man's well-being out of any friendly obligation. Finner was a tool in a greater game, a useful pawn and a powerful player when deployed properly, which meant Yevon cared about the picture all the signs added up to make. Some kind of trauma had clearly occurred, and Yevon wasn't about to let any more of his chips be taken from him by unknown sources.
"Does Petra know?"
Yevon asked foremost. If the rival Oji had ascertained Finner's true loyalties, much would change.
No.
Finner shook his head, pacing.
"No, but her continued belief in my loyalty, despite sleeping under your care, has come at a new price."
Yevon didn't care what Petra charged her kin for their loyalty.
"Did you find out the truth of Cvareh's trip to Loom?"
"Not quite." Finner spoke hastily as Yevon began to vivisect him with his eyes. It would be mere minutes before he was doing it with his claws. Given Finner's generally depleted state, Yevon wasn't sure how long the other man would survive.
"She is suspicious of me, of my loyalty still. She tests me still. She doesn't want me to return home often because she says I'm more valuable to her here. But she does not give me any information on what is happening at the Shin Manor."
"Finner, I am not a man who has time for excuses," Yevon snarled. Finner wrung his hands over and over and over again.
"I know one thing."
The fact that Yevon had yet to gnaw on his sinew and bone was encouragement enough for Finner to continue.
"She demanded my hands."
"Your hands?" Yevon narrowed his eyes.
"Mine, specifically. She said she needed them for the glory of the house."
"You mean?"
"To harvest,"
Finner clarified weakly. Once more, Petra affirmed what Yevon knew to be a fundamental truth about women. They did not hesitate. They waited for none to spoon them their desires. They took what they deemed theirs gratefully, forcing unapologetically, gracefully, or viciously. It didn't matter so long as it rested with them when the day was done. He admired them for it. Not a dawn rose that he didn't envision how he could be more like his wife in that respect.
"Why?"
Yevon asked himself as much as he asked the dragon before him. Finner had magic in his hands, but so did many other dragons. Many, no doubt, under Petra's direct supervision. She didn't need to call back her brother simply to harvest a pair of hands.
"Because it's Petra, and she delights in my displeasure."
Yevon was loath to admit that he and the Shin Oji had anything in common, so he let the remark fade.
That's not enough for Petra. She called you from under my care. She wanted your hands.
Cvareh told me nothing else quite matched their specific ends. Finner scowled at the mere mention of Cvareh's name. Yevon had no doubt the careful phrasing was chosen by Petra herself, so he turned it over again and again in his mind, trying to make sense of it. Matched. That was the odd word out.
Did you smell a chimera on him?
On Cvareh? Finner clearly couldn't fathom why Yevon would even ask. I doubt my younger brother knows even the first thing about chimera. They were getting nowhere. While Yevon wasted time trying to turn Finner into something he wasn't, Petra was clearly unfurling more banners to lay claim upon the edges of Yevon's control. He had stalled enough.
No more half measures,
Yevon muttered to himself.
Don't know.
How long has it been since the last Crimson Court?
Finner blinked at the sudden shift in conversation, but recovered quickly.
Perhaps 4 years. No, more than 6.
I think it is time I summon my nobility together.
Yevon grinned with malicious glee, a new plan unfolding before him. There was one way Petra could not keep Finner out, or him or half the noble dragons upon Nova.
Contact your sister. Be thrilled that you will be the first to tell her that I am holding a Crimson Court.
When should I tell her this will take place?
A fortnight.
Yevon wanted to waste no time. He started for the door to return to the Hall of Whispers. There were preparations to be made.
But you did not ask the most important question, Finner. It is not when it will take place. It is where.
Finner was slow on the uptake, but his eyes widened as he suddenly understood the source of the king's mirth.
Tell her that she has the delight of hosting the Crimson Court on the Isle of Ruana, and I expect every man, woman, and child under House Shin's care to be in attendance, regardless if they are usual court members or not.
He would root out the truth himself. He would see the blood of every member of House Shin stain the ground if that was what it took. He was Yevon Rock Ojidono, and he did not operate in half measures.
Florence. The Endwig crawled over the precipice. They nearly floated down around the face of the waterfall like wraiths in the darkness. Florence's eyes were locked on them, their glowing white orbs staring back at her. They would consume her soul and her sanity before they started on her flesh. The monsters continued their approach, humming in their dark and mind-numbing way. Florence's fingers rested on the hilt of her revolver, though the world around her seemed to be moving underwater. The weapon was a steely reminder of the truth. She was about to die. Her brain would be sucked out through her nose, and the Endwig would fill her mind with its black poison. It would control her. It would use her as a lifeless puppet to draw them back to her friends, to get close enough that their whispering siren song could fatten their stomachs further. Florence gripped the gun. The noise grew to a crescendo as the creatures fought against her will. They uttered their dirge of self-preservation while Florence's hand shook, struggling to draw the weapon from its holster. The weapon fell to her side like a block of lead, her arms useless. Sweat dotted her brow despite the chill air. Florence tilted her wrist. The creature stalked through the water, but all she heard was the incessant humming. She would grin if she could, but it took every ounce of concentration she possessed to squeeze the trigger. The gunshot was like lightning between her eyelids. Its crack broke the deadly repetition of the Endwig, and the searing pain that followed it scared away the thick shadows that had been clouding the edges of her vision. Florence saw the monsters with horrific clarity, her senses her own once more. Twice the size of a Fenthri, hunched over and pale as electric light, they growled at her through dagger-like teeth. With a roar, the first Endwig charged forward. Florence moved to run but skidded to a stop along the river rocks. Her hands moved for her belt, knowing one canister from the next on pure memory. She plucked an explosive round and had it in the revolver in one fluid movement. By the time the muzzle of her gun was aimed at the endwig still scaling the waterfall, the alchemical runes along the barrel were alight in the darkness. Florence didn't hesitate, taking her shot. Derek said all she had been good for was exploding the forest around the Alchemist's Guild. If she survived this, she would make sure he appreciated the irony of the situation as the rocky bluff collapsed, taking the endwig with it. Florence didn't waste time. 2 endwig had already alighted on the ground when she took her shot. They were on her tail, and she sincerely doubted that a 5 pekka fall would kill the rest. Inky blood dotted the ground behind her as she ran. It diminished with every step, her magic healing the gunshot wound she'd used to break free of the endwig's song. Florence sprinted along the bank, hearing the scraping of stone and the bestial snarl of the creatures behind her. They were gaining, and fast. She cut into the trees. "Derek!" His dragon ears should pick her up clear back to the train. "Derek!"
Flor?
A familiar male voice echoed back to her. Relief flooded her chest. He was safe, which was more than could be said for her at the moment. The swipe of a long-clawed hand whizzed over her head. It sunk into the bark of the tree, narrowly missing its mark. Florence rolled along the forest floor, seeking purchase on the dead brush and leaves. The second endwig materialized out of nowhere, its long fingers wrapping around her shoulder, drawing both blood and a scream. Florence dropped 2 canisters into her weapon and pressed the muzzle of the gun into its neck as it leaned forward to bite off her face in one crunch of its gaping jowls. Blood exploded the moment she pulled the trigger. Florence didn't know much about the endwig, but she had learned all she needed from the revolver at the Alchemist's Guild Hall. She knew the one thing she would care about: how to kill the bastards. The endwig were tough creatures with bones of near literal steel. Their rib cages protected their hearts by forming an impenetrable barrier not unlike a dragon's. But at the base of the neck was a soft spot. With the gun angled just the right way, one could fire in through the top of the ribs. Florence didn't expect she would have the opportunity to make a clean shot that exploited their seemingly one weakness very often. As she pushed off the creature's corpse with a grunt, the other endwig was on her like a dog lunging for a discarded bone. Florence didn't have a chance to even take aim. The canister singed her flesh as it exploded against the endwig's face in close proximity, stunning it. Scrambling to her feet, Florence began sprinting once more. Her shoulder oozed lifeblood onto her shirt and vest, her face streaked with flesh-curling burns from the proximity explosion. But the magic that Cvareh had given her by virtue of his blood held true. It healed her wounds and poured energy into her fatiguing muscles. It met the demands she placed on her body and then some. "Flor?" Another cry rose up from the night. A woman, this time. "Flor, get your Revo ass back here!" She wished it took something more than an endwig assault to inspire the use of her chosen guild. The flickering light of Nora's campfire steamed through the trees in shifting beams. Florence's ears picked up the chaotic charge of the other endwig tearing through the forest behind her. Ahead was the small train already hissing with steam. "What do you think you're doing?" Nora screamed as Florence broke through the tree line that was almost on top of the tracks themselves. She held out her hand. "That type of explosion is sure to draw out the endwig." "What do you think I used that type of explosion on?" Florence screamed back. There wasn't any need to speak so loudly or violently. Nora's face was less than half a pekka away from hers as the other woman hoisted her into the train car. But it certainly felt good to do.
"Are you all right?"
Derek asked. Florence was relieved to see her split-second judgment call of not heading back to where she'd last seen him along the river proved sound. The man was too smart to wait for her, and it blossomed a newfound appreciation for him in a hot flush against her chest. The feeling was equally a product of the near-death situation and her adrenaline, But she knew she'd truly been ruined by Arianna when cold pragmatism was suddenly the sexiest thing in her world to her.
"We're not going fast enough."
Florence reached for the leather strap of canisters and explosives wrapped around her body, her mind whirring with all the ways to fend off the Endwig.
"They'll be on us."
She handed them each disc bombs.
"Press, throw, push magic in to make heat."
There wasn't time to explain the mechanics of using magic to heat molten gold and start a carefully calculated chemical reaction. She just needed them to do as they were told. Florence had sat back long enough. Life or death? This was the line she was meant to walk. The first Endwig launched itself from between the trees, springing off them and leaving dark grooves in the bark. From the vantage of the train car, Florence had just enough height to stare down the barrel of her gun at the monster's outstretched neck. It was sent tumbling on the ground, all momentum lost as she killed it with a pull of the trigger.
"Good shot!"
Nora's praise was lost.
"Derek, bomb!"
Florence barked, pointing to where she wanted the explosion. He followed her order as two other Endwig lunged from the darkness. The moment his hands were free, she passed him the rifle.
"Load it with the canisters from the green box."
"Which green box?" he called back.
"The one on the left."
Florence fired another shot from her revolver.
"They're coming from the front,"
Nora screamed over the crescendo of the engine gaining speed. On cue, the train lurched as an Endwig was splattered to a bloody mess on the point of the engine's pilot.
"Bloody cogs!"
Florence cursed. The vicar alchemist had sent her to protect the mission, as the revolver, but one of her wasn't going to be enough.
"I'm going to the engine."
"What are we going to do?" The usually self-sure Nora had the face of a cornered hare.
"You're going to fight."
Florence passed her a weapon.
"I've never shot a gun before."
"Now is a great time to learn."
"I'm an alchemist."
Seriously, Florence was a breath away from shooting the woman herself.
"You're dead if you don't adapt. There's 3 more bombs exactly like the ones you just used right there. Just fend them off until the train gets up to speed, but don't use any other discs."
Florence had no more time to waste as the train lurched again. They just had to survive until the train reached full speed. For all the Endwig were, they certainly couldn't keep up with a locomotive. She hoped. The wind whipped her hair around her face as she stuck her head from the train car. Florence reached out for the ladder to the right of the door, scaling up before another Endwig could emerge. She swung up just in time as an explosion nearly blew her foot clean off.
"By the 5 guilds, you 2 only had 3 bombs,"
she screamed over the wind, not knowing if they could hear.
"Ration them a bit."
Standing, Florence looked in horror at the tracks ahead. Dozens of Endwig lined the path, running eagerly to meet the train. She loaded 6 canisters at once. Jumping to the tender, Florence lost her footing atop the moving train car. A nail snapped clean off as she sought a grip that would prevent her from being thrown to certain death. If she fell now, she would never get back on the vessel. She'd be torn limb from limb. Gritting her teeth, Florence rose to her knees, shooting 2 Endwig in the process. She wedged herself between 2 grooves on the top of the tender. Blood pooled around her shins as she dug them into the metal for a grip where there was none. But she was stable enough to take aim, and that meant she could open fire. 5 shots down, and Florence reloaded her gun. Endwig came relentlessly, like a never-ending nightmare. But the train didn't gain any more speed. She repeated the process, waiting for the vessel to be like her bullets, whizzing through the night at deadly speeds.
"Anders, now would be a great time to open her up,"
she screamed. There was no reply.
"Anders, Rhodas, we need speed. Get us out of here faster."
5 long claws curled around the door of the engine in answer. Florence watched in horror as the white silhouette of an Endwig, dotted in the black blood of a chimera, pulled itself from the engine room. Florence swallowed hard. They were without Rivet and Raven, stumbling through the darkness, enemies at all sides. She raised her gun slowly, looking fearlessly at the face of death itself. Her revolver was steady over the rocking of the train.
You think I'm not used to this? Her mouth curled into a mad grin. I've been fighting my way out of the darkness my whole life, and you're not going to stop me now. Gunshots echoed through the forest. Petra. She'd kill the bastard herself. Petra rolled, a tumbleweed of claws and teeth. The man atop her responded with delightful viciousness. Fine twitch muscle fibers spasmed as she dodged his attack. A claw caught on her neck. Petra raised a leg, propped it against his stomach, and twisted with enough force to send him skidding off to the side. She found her feet, panting, sweating, stinking of her blood and the blood of a handful of others who had already been subdued beneath her. Yevundono did not fight. It was beneath him as the king of all dragons. Wilder Tam Oji To did not fight his lessers either, not unless challenged, following Yevun's lead. Petra was a young Oji, with boiling blood that screamed to be set free in a pit. She was met with upstarts on every front, challengers twice her age who continually questioned her merit as Oji. Petra bared her teeth and lunged forward, freeing the man's skin from his bones. Only the Oji could sanction duels within houses, save one exception, the court. Called the Crimson Court, due to House Rock's current power. It was the time when all grievances in upper dragon society were aired. Petra had no doubt that a court on Ruana proper would hold a countless many challenges for her title as Oji. Her claws pressed into the man's chest beneath her. Fangs raked against the soft flesh of his throat as she mounted him. In one bite she could gouge out his jugular and carve his heart from his ribs. Petra's claws retracted, her palm resting lightly on his chest. She carefully withdrew her teeth, avoiding puncturing the skin. If she tasted his blood, she would be forced to kill him. There was no other option when one imbibed from the living. I need you twice as fast before the court. Petra stood, her legs on either side of the man's waist in a position of dominance. If you can't manage that, then dive into the god's line before the first blood. She stepped away, letting him find his feet. Petra ignored the cerulean man as he scampered off into some hole with his proverbial tail between his legs. Once an order had been given, she didn't engage further. Doing otherwise merely invited questioning from her lowers. Kane? She caught the eyes of the tall man at the edge of the observation ring, leaning against the wall underneath a sunshade that was nearly the same color as his skin.
Oji.
He bowed and held it, saying nothing more, offering her his complete submission. Slaves stepped forward from the woodwork, stripping off her soiled clothing. They toweled her with damp, perfumed cloths, wiping away the remnants of combat. A clean robe was draped over her arms and cinched at the waist. She wore it mostly open, the scars that crossed over her chest and stomach from failed attempts on her life on display as a warning to all. Walk with me. He did so in silence, waiting for her to have the first word. Petra led him into the manor, straying past the main thoroughfares and onto the more private halls. Heavy tapestries draped the walls, overbearing and cluttered, one on top of the next. They splashed bright patterns between careful needlework that depicted the famous temples and landscapes across the floating isles of Nova. It was Petra's favorite form of artwork, carefully built with the patience of thousands of single stitches. Delicate in that all it took was one tear to ruin, and surprisingly functional when it came to muffling conversations.
You have heard
Of the Crimson Court to be held in Ruana? She nodded in affirmation. I have. Yevu no doubt plans to use the guise of the court to cut down our forces, and I have every expectation he will encourage dozens of duels against my person.
Myself and countless others will step forward for you.
Petra snorted. It is just us, Kane. You have no need to prove your loyalty to me, and I know better than to demand it of you with words. I am a far more competent fighter than you." He gave no rebuke. "The more duels I take, the better for all of Shin. It will send a message to Yevon that my claws are the ones he need fear above all others, while saving most from death in the pit." Petra rolled her shoulders, already beginning to mentally prepare for the beating she knew she would endure in the coming month. She tried to keep herself in shape, but general upkeep and preparation for a court were two wildly different things. "I will need you to gather the most competent fighters and train them well." "Understood." "And Cvareh," Petra added. "At night, as you have done before." "No one will see him fighting." Petra didn't want her brother to be challenged. The longer he was seen as a useless Ryu, the longer she could move him with relative ease, free of suspicion. But it was foolish to think he would escape public challenge during a court on Arianna. And if a challenge came to pass, Petra wouldn't step forward for him. As much as she wanted to keep all skills he possessed, both in and outside the arena secrets, she needed his position to remain unquestioned.
"I could step forward."
Kane spoke, as if reading her mind. "I will think on it," Petra relented. She didn't have a good answer yet, but had some time to figure one out. "For now, know that when there is a call, I want House Shin to speak first against Rock, always. I don't care how insignificant the grounds for a duel are. It's a court. Most things pass, and Yevon knows it."
"Understood."
Kane stopped walking as she did, pausing at one of the intersections. "Send Cvareh to me," Petra finished dismissively. "I will need to speak with him about all this, and we will need to start assembling the grand pit for the court."
"I will tell him to seek you out first thing when he returns."
Petra stopped. "When he returns? Where has he gone?"
"He left early in the dawn with our guest."
Mere mention of the chimera still made Kane uneasy, despite Petra's endorsement of Cvareh's decision to saddle them together. "Cvareh went off with the chimera." Petra swirled it in her mind like wine in a glass. "Where did they go?"
"I don't know."
"Then it would be rather hard to find him." She shrugged nonchalantly. "The moment he returns, tell him his OG commands his presence."
"Gladly."
Kane gave a low bow, but Petra paid it no heed. She was already turning over the notion in her mind. It seemed her brother was mending some of the tensions born of her first meeting with the chimera. Perhaps something good could come of the day yet. Arianna. She was more stable on the Boko the second time around. It also helped that she had a lot more faith in the man controlling the mount. Her hands rested on Cvareh's hips, her legs tensed alongside his for stability, flush against the taut muscles in his thighs. They moved far more effortlessly together than she and Kane did, a sort of innate understanding between them that she didn't expect to be there, but knew better than to question by now. The two fingers on her left hand had been tied together. It was a bit of a trick to get a grasp on illusions, quite literally. It was a new sort of magic, slithering and amorphous, like trying to form and harden steam into diamonds. The magic was all in the hands, and she found that so long as she held her fingers in a particular position, she could maintain the illusion. Eventually, the bones inside would snap from the strain. Based on what she knew of magic, Arianna suspected that if she forced it long enough, the fingers would begin to rot and die. It would be a fine line to walk, but she'd tight-roped thinner. So she'd trained the fourth and fifth fingers on her left hand, her less dominant hand, to hold the illusion. Then, once she had it, she fashioned a simple splint to hold them in shape. It was freedom born of binding, and Arianna quickly forgot about the lack of mobility and part of one hand altogether. Ruana spilled out beneath her as the Boko gained height like a bright splotch of paint atop the canvas of clouds below.
Arianna tried to use the height of their trajectory to her advantage. There was a possibility that the glider was still in that alcove unmoved. She suspected a few locations, but it was hard to make out the exact path she and Kane had taken between the mountain peaks when they'd gone to the manor. "Where does the water come from?" Arianna leaned forward, her chin resting on Cvareh's shoulder to speak over the wind.
"The water."
"I assumed water to mean the same thing on Nova as it does on Loom." She spoke the word for water in Ryuk for emphasis.
"I know what water is."
Cvareh pushed back into her in exasperation, their bodies flush for a brief moment.
"We drink from the streams and rivers."
It was her turn to nudge him. "I meant, where does it come from to feed the rivers?" Cvareh was quiet for a long moment. She knew what he was going to say before he said it.
"I don't know."
"No one has investigated." Arianna pointed to a tall waterfall that poured from the side of a far cliff. "If we went in there, where does the water come from?"
"A spring, I presume."
"And what feeds the spring? How does it not run out of water?" She was suddenly reminded of speaking to young initiates in the guild as they struggled to grasp the most obvious of concepts, teaching them to learn through questioning.
"I don't know."
"How do you not know?" she asked incredulously.
"I've never looked."
He glanced over his shoulder, seemingly equally confused by her line of inquiry. "Hasn't anyone?"
"I doubt it."
"Why? Why not? What if it runs out? What if you are a week away from not having any water and you don't know it? There could be a large glacier that has been melting for hundreds of years, trapped in some far mountain valley, and it's soon to be exhausted."
"I doubt it."
Cvareh shrugged.
"Lady Lay gives the dragons all we need to survive. She wouldn't have our water run thin before the end of days."
"Lady Lay, the caregiver." He looked honestly surprised she knew the goddess's title, meriting a turn of his head. "I've been talking with Kane."
"So it would seem."
Cvareh tugged on the boko's reins, pulling left. The creature banked away from the mountains and toward the sloping hills that flattened across the island.
"Hearing him start to speak of you was a surprise."
"I had to speak to someone or I was liable to go mad." Arianna bit her tongue, holding in the rest of her thought. She was driven to speak to Kane because Cvareh had not come to visit her once. She would not sound so desperate.
"The surprise came more from knowing he was speaking to you in return. He holds no love for Fenthree, and even less for Chimera. And from what I hear, and saw firsthand with a dagger at my forehead, you have done little to endear yourself to him."
"And why would I?" she snorted. "I gathered we weren't going to be friends from the first time he laid eyes on me."
"You seem friendly now."
Apparently the word friends does have a different meaning on Nova and Loom. She would describe her and Kane more like begrudging allies in their current state. Cvareh chuckled.
"Do you prefer his company or mine?"
"I haven't had much of a choice in the matter," she reminded him.
"Even still."
"Yours." There was little thought in the answer, even despite the confusion and annoyance Cvareh had caused her across the past few months. It sparked a pulse of delight in his magic that set the palms of Arianna's hands to tingling. Honestly, talking with Kane for the past few weeks had been nearly as thrilling as cutting off her own hands the night before. Arianna flexed her fingers, instantly regretting the analogy. They still felt strange, like phantom limbs given substance. She had yet to confront Cvareh about their origin, but she let the matter stew. There was time yet. Now that she had freedom on Nova, she had more time for everything. Not much. Florence still needed her, but time enough. The fact that he produced hands that matched her ears connected a few dots for her, all on her own, however. She was closing in the lines that explained how he'd even known of, not to mention acquired, her schematics. It meant the man who took them was somewhere close. Arianna bared her teeth at the notion. The dragon known as Rafunzi was so very near, and she would find him. Cvareh hissed loudly, jolting forward.
You have claws now.
She retracted them, not even realizing she'd unsheathed them at the mere thought of the man who had betrayed her and the last resistance. That comes with the territory of having dragon hands.
Yes, well.
She saw Cvareh's profile as he considered her hand on his waist. There was a note of recognition, a familiarity in the way he regarded it. He continued before the questions about its origins could spill from her lips.
I suppose it also comes with the territory to know how to pull your claws. You will extract unwanted conflict if you go waving them about or digging them into people's sides.
Are you going to duel me, Cvareh Ryu? She teased. Kane had told her in various brisk snippets, as most of their conversations went, about the importance of dragon duels. Cvareh laughed. It was loud and seemed to echo off the hills below and swirl like raw color in the wind. It was a different sound than he'd had down on Loom. Arianna regarded the man thoughtfully. She certainly hadn't acted the same on Nova as she would on Loom. She was out of her element and outnumbered, an unwanted person in a foreign land. It would make sense he would have acted strangely on Loom in the same circumstances. Which begot a new curiosity. What was he like here on Nova? What was the real Cvareh, and which did she favor?
Cvareh Ryu.
His mirth was uncontrollable. That is your name.
It is, but 20 gods, I never thought I'd hear you address me with any formality.
I was hardly being formal. She'd used the title for ironic emphasis.
That much was obvious. Still, a strange treat to hear it from your lips.
A smile was in his words, one Arianna didn't quite understand. Where are we headed? She changed the subject as the landscape beneath her began to give way to smaller towns that only grew against the far horizon.
That down there is Abela. They're known for their mineries and cobblers. Some of Nova's finest textiles come from their looms.
The rooftops were shingled with wood, the houses made in all shapes and sizes. Arianna saw large windows and small, bridges stretched between some. Over others, ivy crept across to create a leafy walkway. The streets were cobblestone or gravel or packed dirt, winding like gnarled roots around the homes. They were each coated in plaster and washed in some kind of ink or paint or clay. Yellow houses stood against purple ones, trimmed in vermilion or edged in ruby. The gears of her mind created smoke that clouded her head as they tried to find a pattern or logic in it. But if there was some rhyme or reason, it eluded her. It looked as though a child had spilled an architect's models across a mossy surface, then proceeded to draw tall, thin trees between the shorter balls of foliage connected by spindly trunks.
See, look there.
Cvareh pointed to a river on the edge of the town that had flowed down mightily from the mountains they'd started in.
They're washing the inks from the fabrics.
I know what it looks like to wash ink from cloth. Arianna rolled her eyes dramatically.
Really?
He sounded genuinely surprised. There's a science, you know, to getting the right color and getting it to stick in the fibers. I learned it during my basic schooling on Terra Zero. Cvareh was silent, an acceptably somber second following the mention of the demolished territory on Loom.
I wouldn't have thought you studied something like dyeing fabric.
Why? There's a practical methodology in it. Furthermore, sometimes you need different colors to mark things like ships or cautionary areas.
Practical methodology,
he repeated thoughtfully.
It would be something like that.
Let me guess, you do it for these impractical, gaudy rags you call clothes. Arianna picked at his love of fashion and his clothing in the same breath. He snorted.
For once, I can't disagree with you. These are gaudy rags, nearly a full year old.
She was utterly lost as to why his clothing would have some sort of expiry.
That's why we're headed to Napoli.
Cvareh turned forward with elation. The wind swelled beneath them, carrying them higher. If Arianna hadn't understood the logic behind the builder's plans of Abila, she was utterly hopeless when they arrived in Napoli. The hills continued to slope downward to the island's eventual end, and the houses piled atop them precariously in such a way that reminded her of the castle and its ignorance to all form of logic. The structures leaned against each other for support like jolly drunkards. Spires drew long shadows across rooftops, and archways reached down to bustling roadways. As they descended, dragons paused, shading their eyes with long fingers to peer at the boko headed earthward. A few raised their hands and even more dipped into low bows, the motion barely visible from their height. Arianna glanced at her forearm, worried her illusion had somehow slipped and garnered the attention. It hadn't. "Are you that well known?" she asked when Cvareh took note of the genuflecting group.
I am the Shinryu.
He said it as though it should have been obvious.
The Isle of Ruana is Shin's. Everyone here is a Shin.
That was startling. Arianna had been struggling to grasp the notion of family since it had first been introduced on Loom by the dragons. Two parents rearing a child seemed vastly more ineffective than the communal arrangement of Terre Zero that she had been brought up in. But the size of a single dragon family now seemed impossibly excessive. How did they even keep track of it all? "There are red and green dragons here," she observed, the colors blurring together as their shadow cut across rooftops.
There are. A dragon's skin color is determined by the island they're born on, their native house.
So 2 red dragons can give birth to a blue dragon?
Technically, though I have no idea why 2 of House Rock would ever move to Ruana.
That makes absolutely no sense. Arianna's head hurt already from the lack of reason surrounding her. If she were an alchemist and possessed more than rudimentary knowledge of biology, she'd likely be having a conniption.
Why?
Because children take after their parents. It's why strong, healthy Fenthri were selected to breed on Terre Zero, before the Dragon King mucked up the system and forced this ridiculous notion of families. She thought he stiffened at the mere mention of breeding, but perhaps it was her imagination reading overmuch into the shift of his body as he navigated the boko onto a wide platform. Other birds milled about, pecking from troughs and cawing at each other in a way only they could understand. Here, too, there were silent keepers who materialized from the shadows. They were an omnipresent reminder of the hierarchy Nova steeped itself in, a system that inspired a discomfort in Arianna she struggled to shake. They brought trays laden with fruit and heavy glasses filled to the brim with a liquid the color of Fenthri blood. Cvareh took a glass and refused the fruit. Arianna followed suit, operating under the assumption that dragons would never willingly drink the blood of a Fenthri. "Cvareh Ryu!" A woman strode out from an overhang that was bursting with flowering vines. The sunlight didn't hesitate to expose the bareness of her chest. Everything was too bright on Nova. "It has been some time."
"I've been at prayer to our Lord in the mountains."
Cvareh kept his lie. "So the rumors say." The lie was clearly well known and as flimsy as it sounded, judging by her tone. Arianna averted her eyes from the exchange, bringing the glass to her lips. She had yet to fully acclimate to the dragon's way of dressing, or lack thereof. Even as Arianna had donned the fashion, she felt consolation that the illusion would be placed over top her bare skin. Every breeze was a chilling reminder for all the fabric she didn't wear. But donning the guise of a dragon made her feel oddly less exposed. She sniffed the contents of the goblet. It had a strange aroma, like grape and sulfur, heady, with a sharp edge unlike anything she'd encountered before. Arianna took a sip, and was overcome by an instantaneous coughing fit the moment it burned her throat.
"Dear me, is your companion all right?"
the woman asked. "Fine," Arianna replied for herself before Cvareh could speak. Ryuk was heavy on her tongue, as Arianna was more accustomed to listening than speaking, but her mouth still formed the sounds with the confidence of years of tutelage. Her accent must have been passable, as the woman didn't comment.
"Is the wine not to your liking?"
"It's fine." Arianna had no idea what else to say. She glanced at Cvareh, hoping he'd explain somehow what wine was and how she was supposed to respond. The bastard broke out laughing.
"Forgive her."
He took a step closer to Arianna. An arm slipped around her waist, long fingers palming the bare skin of her side.
"This is Ari Shin-on, and recently Beck."
"So, you are new to the upper side of the isle,"
the woman smiled, flashing her teeth. Arianna was new to Nova. She was still attaching textbook learning to practical meaning, but she knew when someone was trying to intimidate her. She smiled wide in return and wondered if she'd made her canines long enough in the illusion she'd crafted. Apparently she had, as the woman broke eye contact first and turned back to Cvareh.
"A personal on, I take it."
"Indeed."
Cvareh had yet to remove his hand from her person, and Arianna was ready to remove it herself. The only thing that prevented her from doing so was the determined grip he had, the swell of his magic at her side that felt as if it were trying to engulf her.
"You are so lucky, Arianna."
Arianna instantly didn't like the way her name sounded in the woman's mouth.
"To have been noticed by the Shinryu."
Arianna said nothing. She just kept smiling and drinking her wine.
"How long will you be in Napoli?"
the woman asked.
"The night."
Cvareh guided Arianna inside, earning himself a questioning glare. He didn't change his demeanor.
"I trust you have lodging."
"For you, always."
The woman smiled, thinner, subservient to Cvareh. They were led down a long hall. A swirling ribbon carved into the wood on either side of them created a dizzying pattern from one end to the next, breaking away from the wall to become the banister for a wide stairway. Arianna stretched her fingers against their binding. Her fifth finger had gone completely unresponsive, the bone likely shattered to dust from magical exhaustion.
"Will this be suitable?"
The innkeeper opened a wide door that had the motif of a bird painted across its surface. The room itself shone like freshly oiled clockwork. Wooden floors were polished to a mirror shine, reflecting light off the many portals that had been bored into the far wall. Silver lined them, curling like tiny serpents that seemed to wriggle in the sunlight, connecting every window in a grand mirror on the ceiling, of all places. A perfectly square bed jutted against the unnecessary curves of the room, its linens softening the hard lines of its wooden base. Arianna narrowed her eyes at the furniture.
"It will do."
Cvareh hardly seemed impressed.
"Do let me know if you need anything."
The woman bowed, her breasts hanging erotically. Arianna kept her eyes anywhere else. The woman had a nice figure, certainly, but such a sight should be earned. If given to everyone, it held no excitement, and therefore lacked interest.
"I will, Shilia."
Cvareh dismissed the woman, shutting the door in haste. He turned to Arianna, and they shared a long look.
"I thought you might need to relax your illusion and rest a moment."
Her whole body tensed instantly at the notion. He had preempted her status. Arianna placed her wine down on a nearby table, grabbed for the splint, pulled it off, and let the illusion fall away with the same gritty feeling as a rain of sand. "Could you smell it in my magic?"
"Smell what?"
He seemed confused. The illusion beginning to turn. Arianna held up her hand. Her fifth finger was completely limp, almost like gelatin encased in flesh. Bruising turned the blue of the hand dark. Her fourth finger hung at a painful angle. She snapped it back into place with a small grimace.
"No, your magic didn't smell any different than it normally does."
"Then how did you know?" Arianna needed to dissect the weaknesses in her illusion. While she was confident in her ability to take on most dragons, especially now with claws at her disposal, she didn't want to be put in a position where she had to.
"Call it intuition."
He shrugged. Arianna scowled at him.
"And what have I done to offend you now?"
Cvareh chuckled lightly. That only served to sour her mood more. Intuition makes no sense. Intuition is merely a collection of past evidence compiled in your subconscious. There's a reason you thought that, just like there's a reason for this. She motioned to the windows.
"For what?"
"For why they're spaced oddly and circular. Do you have any idea how much effort it is to make a circle that perfect architecturally?" He appeared to be really considering it, as if for the first time.
"They're prettier that way."
She was going to literally tear out her hair. Arianna spun on her heel and stalked toward the bed. Her magic was exhausted, and recovering slowly while her fingers finished knitting. She grabbed a fistful of pillow and threw it over her shoulder.
"Now what?"
Cvareh leaned against the door, an amused pull at the corner of his lips. She was going to carve that look off his face if he kept it up. "I'm told there's a bed under here." She continued to cast aside the offending cushions. "I intend to make use of it so my magic recovers faster."
"It's more comfortable if you actually sleep on the pillows, you know."
Arianna paused with a dramatic sigh. "Cvareh, no dragon, Fenthri, chimera, or creature on Loom or Nova, or anywhere else needs this many plush objects to sleep upon. A glass doll would call it excessive."
"However you like it."
He held his hands out in a motion of forfeit, but his magic still sparked with amusement. She turned her eyes away from him, not wanting to see the shine that seemed to almost visibly spark around him. Magic held no light unless channeled through gold. She really was losing her mind in this backward land if she began to believe otherwise. "Yes, remember that." She fell on the bed with purpose. "For I am going to sleep just long enough to recover my magic, and then you shall show me this Napoli in earnest."
"If it pleases you, Ari."
His voice was nearer. The mattress, in all its softness, betrayed his weight as he sat on the edge of the bed. Arianna wanted to tell the dragon that his encroaching presence was unwelcome, that despite whatever kindness he showed her, whatever familiarity his magic held, whatever warmth she could find in the tones of his voice, she simply did not want him there. She had not given him express permission to share her bed. But she couldn't see to bring herself to deny him, either. She wanted to lash out at him ferociously, but her magic was more exhausted than she gave it credit for. Her eyelids felt heavy, and the bed, even the remaining pillows, were more comfortable than she'd anticipated. She heard Cvareh settle among his cloud of cushions, the plush articles creating a barrier between their bodies. Arianna closed her eyes and did nothing to remove his familiar presence from her side.
Cvareh. His enigma slept. Nova was different when Arianna was upon it. Familiar societal norms were suddenly cause for concern as potential interactions that could expose her for what she was. The thought turned over in his head again and again as he remained poised in such a way that he could watch her sleep. He didn't move out of fear of disturbing her. his arm prickling and then going numb from the strange position. It wasn't the first time he'd seen her sleep, but something felt different with that Florence snuggled against the woman's chest. She was still dressed in dragon clothing, and her body was on display to him for the first time. The Arianna on Loom had always been buttoned up tightly, reserved and withdrawn. Here his eyes could draw lines up her thighs, trace the hard muscles that cut across her abdomen, the swell of her biceps draped across her covered breasts. They rested on dark marks etched into her skin. Tattoos, but not like the ones that should be emblazoned on her cheek. Script-like numbers scrolled across her right wrist, just off to the side of her modest cleavage, upon her left shoulder. He wanted nothing more than to delicately trace his claw over them, to learn their locations with his eyes, his hand, his mouth. This woman should be his mortal enemy, and here he was admiring her. Cvareh finally eased onto his back, staring at his reflection in the ceiling. He certainly looked the same, but something had changed on Loom. The reflection blurred a moment, clouded by the memory of Finner's face when Cvareh had told him he needed to remove his hands. He had harvested his brother. Conflict clouded his chest. Sure, Petra had blessed it, even ordered it expressly as the Oji, and there was no questioning nor going back when such an outright decree had been made. Furthermore, him and Finner had never been particularly close. After Finner had lost to Petra for the Ryu position and was shipped off to Lisp, it was hard to foster a particularly deep bond with his brother. Cvareh had tried, but when Petra had chosen him as her Ryu rather than Finner, it had only exacerbated the problem. Still, Finner was his brother. He was the direct blood of House Shin, and Cvareh felt more conflict over his lack of feeling conflict than he did actual turmoil over harvesting him. Cvareh smiled to himself. Petra would be proud. The moment Arianna stirred, she donned the contraption she'd designed for her fingers. It was brilliant, really, and with that alone her illusion settled atop her, weaving like 1,000 strands of light to form a perfect facade. It was all a testament to her ingenuity and strength, and Cvareh discredited her with his internal disappointment at seeing her as a dragon rather than in her natural state. When they left, he made it a point to put his hand on her hip once more. The proximity marked her as his. It affirmed to all dragons that she was claimed by the Shin-Ryu himself. However small the measure of protection was, he would give it to her gladly. "How long do you intend to touch me?" she muttered, clearly not sharing his sentiments about the contact. "Would you trust me if I say it's for your best interest?" "Hardly." Her head turned as her eyes remained glued on a stall selling wind chimes. Cvareh briefly debated if the word meant she thought he was doing so because it delighted him. "What are those?" "They make sound as the wind blows." "I can see that." She peeled her attention away long enough to roll her eyes at him. "Is it for windstorms of some variety? A warning?" "No, just because they sound nice." All her questions were in the same vein. Arianna asked why some walkways were suspended and why some were on the ground. He remembered the Raven City and how each level served a separate purpose. But there were no such motives on Nova. Things were as they were because someone was compelled to make them that way. Her displeasure mounted throughout the day. Cvareh tried to take her everywhere that made him happy. He took her to his favorite sundry shop, his tailor, to see the best performers in all of Ruana. But Arianna merely continued to withdraw. He was exhausted, and he wasn't even cultivating an illusion. They ducked into one of his favorite tea parlors in a quieter area of town. Usually he haunted more fashionable places to see and be seen, but Cvareh avoided them today. He didn't think he or Arianna could handle the expectations of a highly public appearance. And besides, his tailor had yet to cut him anything befitting of the current season. He would certainly not be seen wearing clothes from a year ago, though the fact had likely already reached the ears of the gossips. The parlor's patrons bowed their heads as he entered. Herbs hung from thick beams that drew lines across a plaster ceiling. They perfumed the air and clouded the nose with promises of brews that would be even more delightful than their aromas. The tea master from behind the bar gave a nod of recognition as Cvareh led Arianna back to an iron gate, that served as the parlor's back door. It opened into the shop's private garden, a delightful nook of Napoli, with wafting lavender, sunny chamomile, leafy tea plants, and— Cvareh stilled. His favorite scent hovered above them all in a carved arbor that framed the lone table nestled among the greenery. Vining honeysuckle was heavy in the air, the sweet floral notes at once an invitation and a comfort. He looked suddenly at the woman next to him. "What?" Arianna was expectedly oblivious. "Nothing." The taste of her blood was across his tongue at the mere thought. Had he known all along? Had he sensed it from the first moment he'd met her, the faint aromas that always lingered upon the woman by the very essence of her magic? The smell he so loved was within her veins. It didn't matter what he knew before. He needed her now, more than ever. He wanted to sink his canines into her flesh. He wanted to smear her blood across their flesh, mingling with his. He wanted to drown in her magic. He wanted— "What may I get started for you?" The tea-master was a welcome interruption. "Whatever is in season," Cvareh mumbled by means of reply. His eyes were on the woman who was easing herself into one of the 3 seats around the table. Cvareh closed the distance between them once more, pulling his chair slightly closer in the process of sitting. "Do you understand tea?" "Brewed herbal remedies for colds and other such things are found on Loom." He couldn't help his laughter, even though he knew it was going to draw out her ire. "This is purely for pleasure, not for medicinal purposes." "Everything the dragons do seems to be for pleasure." She stared at the garden, and while he would have hoped for a spark of interest or inspiration, the mounting confusion that had been lining her brow remained. "You build for beauty before function. You spend countless hours on adornments. You make noises with your mouth and tools, calling it song, moving to it and calling it dance, but it serves no greater design." She shook her head in frustration. "You don't even know where your water comes from." He'd nearly forgotten about that anecdote from the morning. "You're not wrong about those things." "But what do you do?" she pressed. "Loom has given the dragons gold, gliders, science, mathematics, a true way of understanding the world. "That is untrue," he interrupted. "Nova understands the world in a way Loom does not. We understand it through the 20 gods above. We understand it through magic." She pursed her lips together as he continued. "You're right. We do not craft engines of steam or write arithmetic that can lift people to the skies. But we understand life, a richer meaning for it than on Loom, and we create joy."
"Shinryu."
A young girl with tan skin delivered steaming mugs of amber-colored liquid. Arianna stared so intensely at her that the child was nearly startled. "Thank you." Cvareh dismissed her, sparing her from whatever had Arianna's vicious interest. The girl bowed and turned, happy to flee. "I see where the notion came from," Arianna whispered. He couldn't fathom what she was on about until the woman raised a hand to her cheek. Cvareh hadn't even noticed the mark. He'd not paid it any credit, as he hadn't had his whole life. It was part of his world, as inconsequential as the icy peaks of the mountains or the never-ending waterfalls. He hadn't had cause to look at it differently until a chimera forced him to see it through her eyes. "Tattoos are how we know when someone has left their native house," he explained. "Tattoos should be choices, not brands." She tried to pin him down with a deathly glare. "These are choices. They choose to leave their house and join a new one. It's how I and everyone else here knows they are friendly, that they are kin. It is their decision." He reached out and grabbed her wrist, speaking before she could pull away. "Just as these are." Arianna stared at his hand a long moment, where it fell over her own tattoos. If her eyes were actual daggers, he'd be cut from thumb to cheek. "Unhand me." "Explain them." "Unhand me," she repeated, a little louder. He acquiesced, but only because he did not want to make a scene. His hand was cold in the wake of her warmth. "I've never seen them before. I want to understand." She looked away sharply, as if he would vanish because her eyes were no longer on him. He didn't. And so she was left to gather herself to speak. "We call them link marks." They signify a date of importance regarding a person. And she had 3. For whom? He could guess Florence would be one, her lost lover another. Was another lover the third, perhaps? Even with a short lifespan and no notion of family, how a Fenthri could forge such a deeply amorous connection with so many people was lost on him. "You saw when I dropped my illusion." She massaged her wrist lightly where he had touched it. "I did. I think they're beautiful." He operated on instinct, offering encouragement when in doubt. She found amusement in that decision. "They are, because they are significant." Arianna's purple eyes met his, and Cvareh felt helpless in their gaze. "They were choices, for nothing touches my body that isn't my choice." What did that make him? Cvareh opened his mouth to speak, and was interrupted by a velvet-clad man.
"Cvareh, I did not expect to find you in the city, my friend."
"Zarut." Cvareh stood, embracing the man in greeting.
"It was an impromptu trip." "Seeing the tailor, no doubt."
The man picked a ribbon on Cvareh's shoulder with 2 fingers, as though the color that had gone out of vogue could somehow stain his quite lavish and luxe design.
"Are you trying to make a new statement?"
"Hardly. You couldn't be more correct. It was time to visit the Sea Masters." Cvareh mentally cursed Petra, again, for not ordering clothes to greet him upon his return.
"And what a time it is! I was just there myself, ordering a new jerkin to wear to the court."
"The court," Cvareh repeated. Certainly he'd misheard his friend.
"How have you not heard?" Zarut was in shock. "The Crimson Court will be happening on Ruana within the fortnight. It's been all the talk across the city this afternoon."
His friend's eyes drifted toward Arianna.
"Though I see your attentions have been elsewhere."
Cvareh had always known that choosing a mate beyond superfluous play would result in quite the talk. It was natural, as the Ryu, and sometimes the tea parlors on Ruana were hard up for gossip, but today was not one of those days. He muttered off an introduction, his mind elsewhere. He couldn't even be certain what name and title he'd given Arianna, if it was the same as the one he'd fabricated before. He couldn't be bothered. A Crimson Court on Ruana. The Dono intended to wash the streets gold with Shin blood. There would be no harbor, no excuses for why key members of their house could not attend. They were being cornered and led to slaughter. And now he had exposed Arianna as his potential mate, a Shin-un, easy fodder for any woman who had sought Cvareh's fondness and the prestige it gave for herself. Cvareh swallowed hard. It was likely to be his first court in the pit.
"Ari."
She stood at the tone in his voice alone.
"We need to return to Shin Manor, now."
He was worried for himself. He was worried for maintaining Arianna's illusion. But his mind remained focused on one thing, his house. He had to return to his sister. Yevun. Underneath the main continents of Nova, there was the below. The underbellies of the iceberg-shaped islands had been carved out and hollowed into a reversed anthill of maze-like passages, freezing alleyways, and the seedy abodes where all manner of business was conducted. It was the type of commerce that could only happen in a place where the sun didn't shine. Below was a place where the threads that bound the structure of Nova together would barely hold knots. Here was where the on and lower da of houses were sequestered. Further down were the beck, and further down still lived those who barely had a name. Close to the gods line, close to the vulgar world of Loom where only first names were used, and all elegant social structure was lost. It was a place a king should never venture, for it was far, far beneath him. But it was in these places that he dredged up gold from among the rock and raw metal of his society. Leona had come from these chilled and dank halls. He had been given whispers and guidance regarding the woman he would find down here from Coletta, and Yevun had pulled Leona into the sunlight, molding her into something that truly shone by obliging his whims. Once again, this would be how he would find his next master rider. Hooded and robed, he kept his face downward, focused on the smooth, sinking stairs that wound around a building. Wind whipped against his left side, intent on pulling him from the perch and tipping him into the abyss below. Graffiti stretched against the wall under his palm, glazed with moisture from the perpetual chill. Shin swords and books were painted atop rock crowns that dwarfed Tam's scales. Blood was thick in the air. He could almost see it alight in the alleyway he turned into, a fruit cocktail of the scents of dragons who had died from illegal duels. How many organs were fed to the fen below from fights gone awry? It was a wonder that the race below the clouds hadn't learned of Nova sooner. It was all chance that their world and the world below had been separate for so many years. It had been chance they had connected at all. He'd been following the blood for hours now. It led him to illegal pits and questionable feeding halls that engaged in the darkest sort of trade one could imagine on Nova, imbibing off the living. It was said that when a dragon had a taste of a living host, nothing could satiate the hunger that followed, other than more blood. It ensured the feeding halls stayed in business with a slew of loyal patrons. It also drove dragons to madness with a craze that set in when they had gone too long without their last taste. Still, it would be in one of these places that he knew he would find her. His current master rider had about as much tact as a battering ram, and unsurprisingly turned up nothing when he'd ventured under to ask questions. There were things Yevon knew he would have to do himself if he wanted them done at all. He couldn't send another to do it, for that was no better than a half measure in the worst sort of way. The best foe was one slain with one's own claws. Revelries and betting flooded his ears as he neared the fighting pit. Yevon entered, unhindered to take his place among the crowd. The runner of the ring sat at its side before a low table, deciding fighters, calling odds, and taking bets. It reminded him that was a role he still needed filled before the Crimson Court was to happen, lest Petra get the notion that she may suggest one of her own with a court happening on Ruana. Unsurprisingly, the woman who ran the pit here was a Tam. The balance keepers of Nova were unparalleled in ensuring the best fights by sensing the skill of the fighters involved. In the pit, 2 dragons tumbled, a blue shin with a symbol of House Rock emblazoned on his cheek, and a green tam with the same. It was a battle of underdogs, and no matter who won, all the red native-born Rocks would be pleased with the outcome. Yevon watched 5 fights. No one shone. No woman who stepped into the ring fought with a grace and bloodlust he assumed his target to possess. Yevon departed in frustration. He continued on until the clouds below began to turn purple with the first light of dawn. Still the woman eluded him. Perhaps it had merely been rumor, a grand underdog story those beneath delighted in telling of a no-name, no-rank rising above and felling those with title and prestige. It wouldn't be the first time, or the last. Yevon wound upward, climbing questionable ladders and precarious stairways. As he neared the upper side of the island, the conditions steadily improved, but the weight of the world above them only grew heavier. The whole of the rock that supported Lisp was trapped beneath a nearly palpable weight, as if the whole expanse of the island above could suddenly drop its heft into his very lungs, a physical reminder of the world above that was so close and so far at the same time. All roads funneled into one main tunnel that cut through the island. It was gated and guarded at all times. Yevon made for it with the ease of nearly being home, pulling his hood from his face in preparation to meet the riders who manned the portal. A hand shot from the darkness. It wrapped itself around his neck, claws pressing his throat. Yevon only smiled. "There you are," he whispered. "Tell me, Dono," a deep and feminine voice husked into his ear from behind. "What happens if I kill you here? Do I become the Dono of Lisp?" "Not quite." He made no motion away, assessing the power in the woman's forearm, the tension in her magic, the skill required to hold them in place using her claws while not drawing blood that would alert his riders with a scent. Coletta Ryu would become Coletta Dono, as this would not be a sanctioned duel. "So killing you will be for bragging alone?" Her fingers tensed. "How did you know it was me?" he asked. Your walk, she inhaled deeply. Your scent. How do you know those things? We know of the sun here below, even if we never see it, she retorted. He'd allow her to keep her secrets for now. It betrayed her cunning. There were ample plausible explanations. She'd seen him in a past Crimson Court. She'd worked at the estate. She'd been taken as a personal on for one of his to. She'd worked with one of Coletta's flowers. It all mattered not to him. Do you wish to see it? The sun? She gasped laughter, keeping her mouth by his ear. You think you can buy your life with pretty things? With shiny baubles and the promise of ruby hallways everyone so lusts after in your grand palace? I hope not. Or you are not the woman I am hoping for. She remained silent, letting him speak. I hope to buy your life with the promise of the one thing I hope you crave more than all else. What do you think I desire? She purred, her fingers tapping against his throat. Blood. More blood than you can gorge yourself on. Dragons didn't become as strong as this woman by remaining pure and not imbibing. She clearly cared not for taboo, and he wouldn't shun her for it. He'd feed this little monster if it made her his pet. How will you give me that? Come with me. Come as my new master rider, and I will see you have all the blood and carry in your claws and fangs whatever desire. She let him go. Yevon turned. The woman was cloaked as he was hooded, and Yevon could only make out a strong chin and hooked nose from the shade of her cowl, but he could not recognize the shade of her skin in the low light. A smirk adorned her mouth, and Yevon was certain he'd won. I will think it over. She turned as if her sole intent was to prove him wrong. You would be wise not to disobey your king, he cautioned, claws jutting from his fingers. She merely glanced at them. I gave you your life. You tolerate my disobedience. A fair exchange, Dono. The woman gave a small wave, dropping off the side of the wall and into the depths below. He didn't hear her land, her movements more precise than that of a cat's. Yevon bared his teeth into the darkness, frustrated and delighted at the same time. He hadn't even learned her name.
Florence. Florence was quite literally running out of foul language. She spat vulgarity with the same reckless abandon as she pulled on the throttle. The train went faster when she cursed at it. She turned to the pressure gauges, only about 3/4 of which she could actually boast an understanding of their numbers. And of that 3/4, she only had a rudimentary working knowledge. Ari would have been driven up a wall. Helen and Will would laugh at the mere sight of her behind the engine. And none of them were there now. Florence didn't have an endless supply of numbers that spewed from the depths of her mind, only some vulgar phrases. She was certainly not one of the most gifted ravens to walk the guild hall in hulks. Just a little crow on the run. She had her wits, a basic amount of education in a number of areas, 2 dead bodies, and a lot of Endwig as motivation for some quick thinking. The train rattled and shook as it gained steam. Embers spit out from the engine gate, singeing her clothes and skin. The vessel lurched violently, sending her scrambling for some variety of hold that wouldn't leave her tumbling out the side of the car. The clamp of teeth echoed by her ear as an Endwig nearly missed her shoulder. With a grunt, she righted herself in the engine room, her hands finding the levers again. Endwig were now splattering against the side of the train. Their attempts at a hypnotic hum were drowned out by the sound of the wheels on rails, the squeal of steel on steel as they rounded a corner in the wood. It looked like they'd gained enough steam, finally, to outrun any real threat from the monsters. Florence still pushed the train hard, like a bullet from the chamber. This wasn't the underground, where the next move was to proceed with quiet and caution. The Endwig slept during the day and fed in the twilight hours. She would take them past the dawn and into the only safe time they had now. They. Florence hoped it was still a case of they. and not just her. Nora and Derek only had to fend off the Endwig for a short time before she'd gotten the train up to speed. After that, it was just a matter of not falling out. Florence began to ease up the steam. If they couldn't handle staying on the train, she really had no hope of helping them all the way to Tear 1. The train coasted along the track, slowly losing momentum. They'd wasted a lot of coal on their flight, and she'd have to make what was left stretch. That meant using the brakes as minimally as possible and squeezing every last bit of heat out of the steam that it had to give. It was nearly midday by the time they finally ground to a halt. She collapsed, exhausted, still sweating from the heat of the engine and the stress. Florence leaned against the wall, her head tipped back. She took in long, luxurious breaths of air and savored the silence. The blood of Anders and Rhodus were caked on the floor around her. She'd ditched their bodies at some point in the early dawn in the hopes they might draw away the Endwig. But their blood remained, and likely would for some time. The train sighed softly with motion from the back. Florence heard footsteps nearing the engine door. She pulled her revolver, holding it up at arm's length. Lining up in her sight was a pair of familiar coal-colored eyes. Derek slowly raised his hands. The gun was heavy in Florence's palm. It was like she lifted a cannon made of pure lead, not a revolver. Her finger tensed on the trigger. The hammer struck on the gun. And nothing happened. Bang! Florence had run out of canisters 3 hours ago. If you were an Endwig, you'd be dead, she lied. Good thing I'm not. Derek seemed to have the sense not to point out the falsehood of the weary revolver's claims, seeing as she'd just saved his life. Good thing. She dropped the gun with a loud clang as it met the metal floor and closed her eyes. Did Nora make it? She did. I felt one of your explosions. Damn near knocked me out of the engine. Florence muttered. Exhaustion crashed down on her all at once. She never wanted to open her eyes again. Derek stepped up into the engine, approaching her without hesitation or question. A hand slipped under her knees, the other rounding her back. Don't, she commanded as he tried to lift her. Nora is already asleep. I'm taking you back to the car with us. No, Florence shook her head. We're too close to the Endwig. I need to sleep in the engine in case we need to make a sudden and unexpected escape. Are you our Raven now? And your rivet, and your revolver. Florence grinned, opening her eyes halfway. She felt drunk off fatigue and high on the remnants of adrenaline. It doesn't matter what you want to call me. I promised the Vicar Alchemist I would get you to Tear 1, and you can bet that's what I'm going to do. Derek rolled on his side, settling next to her. She watched him until her eyelids were spent and her neck was too exhausted to fight gravity a moment longer. Her head tipped onto his shoulder, and Derek kept his arm around her. They both stank of perspiration and blood, but neither cared. He tilted his head, resting it on hers. Don't be an alchemist next. Why? Because you won't need Nora or me. She huffed at the notion. I don't need you now. He chuckled by way of agreement. But I like having you both around, Florence confessed. The two had been annoying for her, but it would be lonely without them on the journey. There was comfort to be found in the warmth of another, and the radiant heat reminded her for a moment longer that she was not alone.
Cvareh. The wind was still under his heels as Cvareh sped through the halls of the Shin Manor. Arianna was back sequestered to her room, only placated with the promise that he would return later to explain the Crimson Court in full. Ever since Zarut informed him that the court was coming to Ruana, all he could think about was what he had to do to help Petra and his house. For all the urges he felt toward Arianna, Cvareh would not let his loyalty to Shin be shaken. She was a new presence in his life, and he was loath to admit that she would likely force herself to be a temporary one. But his house would be his family forever. It was his home, his legacy, the greater picture of which he was only one small part. He ignored all others, focusing on the one place he expected to find his sister. Up a curving stairway he ascended to the heart of Shin Manor. The ancients lined the walls. Dragons with mighty bat-like wings and mouths filled with pointed teeth hovered overhead, sculpted with lifelike precision. Candlelight flickered over their faces, slowly diminishing into nothingness. Cvareh emerged from the smothering blackness into a room of pure light, feeling like he had been born again in the process. His eyes narrowed to thin slits, adjusting to the sudden change in brightness. They found the room's focal point. Not any sort of art, but a woman. Muscles bulged from her skin, fueled by frustrations that Petra had yet to relinquish. Her eyes were locked on the temple of Lord Shin, visible in the far distance through the glass windows that made up more of the walls than the stone. "Brother." Petra shifted slightly on the pedestal where she sat. He accepted her invitation, sitting on the opposite edge. He leaned so their backs and heads would touch. One mind, one body, one unit that existed for House Shin. Cvareh closed his eyes and readied his ears for the words of the Oji. "Yavin seeks to root out weakness in our house." "He does." "I informed Cain that all are to be ready, that we are to be the ones to fight duels. We will open our land to his court, but I will not give him our blood so easily." Cvareh expected no less. "I will seek out Finna for potential challenge opportunities." "Let it be done." None could ever say that Petra hesitated. In moments, she could assess a situation for an opportunity and decide upon the best course of action. It was more than Cvareh could do in hours some days. "I cannot keep you from this court." Her voice shifted slightly at the mere notion of him. Cvareh gave the world a tired smile. "We knew this day would come." "I cannot stand for you." "I understand." Petra could stand for nearly anyone in House Shin, but not Cvareh. He was her brother and the chosen Ryu. All eyes turned to him to defend the house in her name, and carry the title of Oji should she be felled in some sort of misfortune other than a sanctioned duel. He would have to defend himself, or he would never be accepted as the Ryu again. "How many could you kill?" Cvareh considered it a long moment. The first time he'd really put training to application was on Loom, and that had been a failure overall. Though using any combat against Arianna was entirely unfair. Responsibility suddenly crushed him, the supports that held it over his head breaking the moment he awoke to the real truth of his standing. No more than 3 beads. He put it in the perspective of the king's riders, a somewhat universal standard for the might of a warrior. Silence was Petra's way of screaming her displeasure. "You must work with Cain." "I will." "Daily." "I will." "Cvareh." Her body was so tense he was surprised her muscles had yet to snap her bones from the strain. "Petra." "You must not die on me. That is an order from the Oji to her Ryu." The room was so silent he could hear her swallow. "We did not come this far together for you to fall to rock scum. Go beneath the surface, find duels, gain practice killing." Unsanctioned duels were something the Oji should discourage at all costs, yet here she was doing the exact opposite. The ends would come before the ideals sacrificed to reach them. They were Shin. "I will." A different sort of quiet passed between them. A comfortable separation of realities where Nova existed elsewhere, and they were the only people in the world of Petra's meditation tower. Cvareh played with Arianna's name in his head, trying to figure out how best to broach the topic. "Out with it," Petra sensed his turmoil. "Arianna and I. We went into Napoli, and she wore the guise of a Shin." "Good. I could not handle dealing with the common populace knowing we harbored an odd chimera."
"I introduced her as an An."
Petra didn't move. She hardly seemed to breathe. "You are truly an idiot, brother."
"I did not expect a Crimson Court."
"No, and you wanted to make it known you had found a potential mate." Petra's tone was stretched between amusement, frustration, and exasperation. "She could have been nothing more than a slave, and yet you chose to give her a name of our house." Was that what it was? Cvareh wondered to himself. I was merely trying to protect her. Petra broke the room's stillness with unabashed laughter. "From what you tell me of our chimera, you should be more worried about protecting yourself. I do not think the woman wants or needs you to fight her battles." "You know her surprisingly well, for someone who has spoken to her once." "Cain tells me things." It was Cvareh's turn to tense. It was no secret that Cain delighted in his sister's happiness. They weren't a poor match either, but Cvareh didn't relish the notion of any man with Petra. Furthermore, the last one who had aspired ended with a few holes in unexpected places and a gouged-out throat when he had ultimately displeased Cvareh's sister. And Cvareh actually liked Cain. "You've introduced her as your own. If she's challenged, you'll stand for her." Duty pulled the command from Petra's lips. "She won't be challenged," he offered hopefully, not wanting to linger on the fact that Petra had just all but said that Ari's life would ultimately be worth more than his. "Those who know she exists won't care enough to interrupt the flow of the pit with all the duels we will be challenging in rock. It would be against the spirit of the court." Petra hummed in mild amusement, unconvinced. "Just make sure she stands out no more than she already will as the first by your side." Cvareh straightened away, and Petra did the same. As comforting as it was to linger on one another, they both had work to do. Cvareh descended first, winding his way back to Arianna. His thoughts were gray and clouded, not unlike the gods' line in the sun's fading light. He wandered back to the other woman who had given him purpose to his days. Cvareh went straight to her room first, before even changing his clothes for proper evening attire. He gave the door a soft knock, waiting for permission before entering. Arianna was positioned at her table by the western-facing window. He would have thought it would be too bright for anyone to sit in the sun like that. But there she was, day after day. For the first time, Cvareh wondered if she was even happy on Nova. "Have you attended the Oji?" "The Oji? You're beginning to sound like a dragon." He closed the door behind him, crossing over to her desk. She turned stiffly. He'd heard the sarcastic tone in the way she used Petra's title. But Cvareh knew it would irk her more to play into it than make a fuss of it. The assessment seemed to hold true. "What are you working on?" "Hypotheticals," she answered vaguely. The schematics held a weird sort of beauty. Dark wound against light as ink on parchment. Seemingly chaotic conceptions became definite shapes, punctuated with calculations that were a language all their own. And if Arianna wasn't going to decode their meaning for him, he was certainly not going to decipher it by himself. So Cvareh was left to quiet admiration, seeing the form before the function. "You owe me an explanation," she reminded him. Cvareh caught her eyes, the demand in them apparent. "I do." He sat back onto the bed and Arianna turned to face him. "The Crimson Court will be held here on Ruana in a fortnight. It is usually held on Lisp, home of House Rock and the current Dono, but Yevon has decided to have it here on Ruana." "This is significant." He could see Arianna trying to piece together the parts she'd been handed, but likely to her annoyance, she had too many knowledge gaps still to truly comprehend the gravity of the situation. "It is. All named members of the hosting house must be in attendance. Usually, Rock is all too happy to have the advantage of their own turf and the inevitable outnumbering. But this time, they want to corner you." Cvareh held his tongue that it could be a literal you, as he was notorious for avoiding the court. "Petra and I believe so, yes." "So, what is the real concern? A noble court hardly sounds like cause for too much agony. Worried you won't have the most fashionable garb there?" She snickered, but the smile slowly faded from her mouth at his solemn expression. "The court is not some place that we all gather and gossip. We have the tea parlors and wineries for that. The only way for people to advance in dragon society is by killing the rank above them. To keep things orderly, These duels must usually be sanctioned by the OG, except during the court. Then nearly all duels are heard and seen out, one exception being if the dono himself decides to intervene. Arianna stared at him for a long, hard moment. She tapped her nails on the table in quick succession and glanced over her shoulder at the fading light outside. Her magic was as silent as her lips, her thoughts locked away in some place he couldn't reach. She turned back to him with a look of resolve he associated with overt danger. "You're going to be challenged?" "I have no doubt of it. It's possible you will be too." "Me?" The idea shouldn't have delighted the woman nearly as much as it did. "I introduced you as a Shin-an today. It's not impossible some woman who had been craving the idea of being my mate could challenge you in an attempt to earn my favor." As Arianna considered this, she folded her hands behind her head. Her grin only continued to expand. "Someone craving you is almost comical." Cvareh rolled his eyes, slightly stung from her words. Not overly so, but just a bit more than he'd want to admit. "I am something here on Nova." He would never dismiss the title Petra had given to him, what it meant to his house. "You are," she agreed easily, with a small spring to her feet. Arianna's fingers were like wriggling worms attached to her palms. "And that's why you deserve a real woman, should a woman be your desire." Arianna advanced on him, and Cvareh leaned back, his palms spreading against the heavy duvet that covered her bed. She straddled his knees, looming over him. It was imposing and dominating, and it made him want to wrestle her to the ground. It made him want to submit. "How do you define a real woman, Fenthri?" His voice had shifted to something he was barely familiar with. He liked the molasses quality of it as it coated his throat and honeyed his tongue. "One who doesn't lurk in shadows waiting for opportune challenges because they know you would otherwise never support them at your side." She spoke as though the fact should be obvious. But it was a somewhat foreign notion to Cvareh's dragon blood. Foreign, but not unwelcome. Cvareh straightened some, closing a hand's width of distance between them. Arianna was too smart for him to assume she wasn't aware of what she was doing. But what was she doing? Cvareh didn't know, but he wasn't bound by her logical mind. He was a man who could savor beauty and relax in knowing something was because that was how it should be. When she was near him like this, everything was how it should be. "So when do we begin?" "Begin?" He swallowed, the word having application to a seemingly infinite number of meanings. "I may be challenged. You will be challenged." Arianna held out her hands. "No, my brother's hands," Cvareh reminded himself. The idea sobered him some. This entrancing woman who seemed to hold a universe of possibilities on her tongue, if she deigned to share them, was made of the pieces of his kin. With far too much focus, claws jutted like magic from her fingers. Arianna's mouth curved into a wild snarl, the somewhat sensual woman from before lost completely to a wild and equally thrilling side. Cvareh's magic heightened as he was aware in a very new way that she had him trapped between her legs, every vital spot within a hand's reach. "I need to learn to use these." Arianna turned over her hands in utter fascination. "Why don't we help each other?" "You want to spar with me?" "I can always twist Kane's arm into it," she said as lightly as if the proud dragon had already agreed to the matter. Cvareh placed his hands on her hips. They were wide with strong bones underneath the muscle and flesh. He pushed her away just enough to stand. Face to face, a breath apart, he kept her in his grip far longer than what was necessary, just to feel her pulse under his fingers. She didn't step away. She let him hold her there. That fact he was somehow keenly aware of, despite having no reason to know it. He, nor anyone else, would ever touch her, hold her, keep her, unless she willed it so. "We begin at sundown, every day." Cvareh fought the urge to pull her the rest of the way to him, to press her so tightly against his body that they no longer knew where one of them ended and the other began. "It's sundown now, Cvareh Ryu," she observed quietly. "I suppose it is," though he had long been admiring the way the sunset lit her white hair afire. "Are you ready?" "Am I ever not?" She gave him what Cvareh would dare call a coy grin. It was a question he delighted in not being able to refute.
Petra. Petra ran her claws along the unfinished banister that led down from her personal roost in the Shin manor. Let it never be said that she didn't make sacrifices on behalf of her house. She had reallocated all hands and tradesmen from finishing different parts of the manor for the sake of building an amphitheater for the Crimson Court. It had been a couple 100 years since the last court had been held on Roanna, long ago when House Shin was still in power, and the gathering was known as the Cobalt Court. A crumbling reminder of the long-ago glory days of House Shin, the amphitheater had suffered from disuse. No Shin wanted to lay eyes on it, like a shameful scar that would never stop weeping blood. Petra was determined to see the place resurrected not just to its former glory, but even better than before. The laborers would work non-stop until the court to complete her grand designs. But they would make the usual venue for the Crimson Court on Lisp look humble in comparison. She wanted retractable sunshades over the stadium seating, cushions special just for this court, made for every seat, running water, box seats, food and wine service throughout. Nothing would be spared. If Yevun was going to hand them the court, she would show everyone why they deserved it. "How does the construction proceed?" Kane waited for her at the bottom of the stairs. "Slower than I would like, as was usually the case, but well enough. The foreman assures me that we will have it completed in time. There were only 2 weeks left before the court would begin. Gathering offenses on House Rock has proved no real difficulty." She snorted, as if it would have. "Any word from Finna on the matter?" "He's handed me some good bits of information. I have those who can make the claims already working on ways for them to uncover these offenses on their own." Petra trusted Kane. She trusted him as much as she trusted any other man. The length of her arms and the depth of her claws. But he'd proved a loyal leader within House Shin and a faithful friend to Cvareh. For those two things, she found herself able to appreciate his brisk mannerisms and focused nature. "Finna has proved useful." "By some miracle," she agreed reluctantly. By far the most helpful information she'd ever worked out of Finner was the knowledge of the Philosopher's Box schematics. Petra had heard about the box from the snippets of details she'd managed to attain from the last rebellion. But it wasn't until one night when Finner was well in his cups that he boasted he'd seen such plans with his own eyes. After that, it was simply a matter of more wine, sending Cvareh to visit his brother more often, and patience. Thoughts of Cvareh shifted her attention. "How do my brother and the Chimera fare?" Petra hadn't been terribly surprised when Kane had informed her Cvareh had elected to work with Arianna over him. The woman had a certain appeal for Cvareh that Kane did not, and Petra was inclined to allow Cvareh his desires so long as he was still ready for the court when the time came. She'd set Kane to ensure that much. "Surprising progress." Kane motioned for a nearby stair, and Petra nodded. They progressed silently upward, the stairs leveling out upon a high arcade. From the vantage, they could look down upon a private pit she had seen set aside for use of her immediate family. There were few windows that oversaw this pit, and Petra knew who had access to every one of them. She cast her eyes downward. It was the first time she had seen the Chimera's dragon illusion. It was skillful, tight upon her and smooth. There wasn't a single nick in it, and no bizarre ripple of magic. The pulse that radiated from it was nothing more than what one would expect of a dragon's magical aura in general. There was nothing about it that would alert even Petra to its presence, if she hadn't known it was there. Arianna spun widely around Cvareh, bringing her fingertips to his neck, a kill. Petra watched as they backed away and lunged for each other once more. The woman tripped up Petra's brother, stumbling him and grabbing for his throat in the process. A kill. They separated again, and were soon tumbling head over heels until the chimera had mounted Cvareh like a broken stallion with her fingertips pressed over his heart. A kill. She's quite good, isn't she?
She is known as the White Wraith, Cain begrudgingly admitted. At least she seems to have earned her infamy.
Petra watched them round each other again and again. The longer she watched, the more unsettled she became. It was not just because Cvareh clearly needed to develop considerable polish in the short time before the court. There was an odd shadow puppetry before her. It ran deeper than the illusion and more mysterious than the woman's apparent skill.
Why do they not use their claws? The woman was all teeth and snarls and pure attack power, yet neither drew blood.
Cvareh tells me it was her decision, a caveat to their arrangement.
Did he say why? The notion seemed far too tender for the woman before Petra. She couldn't imagine Arianna's demand stemmed from mere sentimentality. Cain shook his head. Petra continued to stare, trying to make sense of what she was seeing. There was something amiss. She could almost smell it.
There is something off about her.
Cain gave Petra's thoughts sound.
I thought it the first day she came. I'd mistakenly attributed it to merely being a chimera, but it's deeper than that.
Explain. Petra would not rake her brain against something Cain had already begun to make sense of.
She moves like a dragon. She acts like a dragon.
She's clearly well educated. The woman had designed the philosopher's box, after all, or so Cvareh claimed.
She's taller than the usual Fen. Her body is stronger. She has true weight to her.
Petra held her refute, allowing Cain to continue, hoping he would tell her something more meaningful than mannerisms and muscles.
She doesn't smell of rot.
Petra inhaled deeply, as though she could smell the woman in the pit far below from their obscure vantage. That's what it is, she realized. All the chimera she had ever encountered smelled fiercely of rot, of muddled blood and stolen organs. Arianna had no such scent about her.
Even when she attached Finna's hands, there were no rags of blood in her quarters. She burned them, along with her severed parts. The stink from the procedure should have been enough to set half the manor fleeing to avoid the smell.
Was there no mark of chimera blood in her room? Only dragon blood disappeared tidily in the air. Chimera and Fenthri blood stained, much like their very existence. Cain shook his head. Petra considered heading there herself, just for the sake of checking.
There was a blood trace, but it was unlike anything I've known, dragon or chimera. It smelled of both shin cedar, like Finna, and tam honeysuckle.
The room would smell of Finna, Petra reasoned, thinking of her elder brother's severed hands. But that didn't explain the crispness, the purity. What do you think is the cause?
I don't know.
Cain struggled with the evidence set before him. If looks could kill, the chimera who was still besting Cvareh far below them would be struck down and begging for release.
But I do know she has at least 4 dragon organs. 4? Eyes and ears were visible from the start, even if she's capped her ears with metal, so they do not grow into points.
Petra couldn't stop herself from touching her own ear, horrified at the thought of such mutilation of one of the most striking features of a dragon.
Hands now, thanks to Finna, Cain continued. And her stomach.
Her stomach, Petra repeated expectantly.
That wasn't information that could be encountered casually.
I saw the addition of holly peas into her food.
Red and unassuming, the holly pea looked similar to any other brilliant berry, but it caused severe indigestion in both dragon and fenthri alike. Consumption of just a small amount was usually followed with a day of vomiting and diarrhea. Non-lethal, but severely uncomfortable if one did not possess magic in their stomach.
How very underhanded of you, Kane.
Forgive me.
He avoided her narrowed eyes. Subversion was something Petra didn't tolerate. It was an affront to their ways. But the matter was done, and the woman in question wasn't a dragon anyway. Do not make a habit of such deceptions. You are above it.
I would not.
He looked horrified. Good. Petra let the conversation continue, satisfied. She was unaffected.
No sign of troubles.
There was no way she could have removed them.
If she even knows what they are, no. They were added to a strawberry jam.
You are truly ruthless. She bared her teeth in an appreciative smile. This was what she needed from Kane. She needed someone who was so loyal to their house that he would risk her ire for the sake of its defense. He gave a small bow of his head. All delight faded when Kane turned back to the pit. Arianna had just bested Cvareh again.
Petra Oji.
She wasn't familiar with hesitation from Kane. It made her give him all the more attention.
Be careful with this one.
Petra narrowed her eyes to slits.
You think I cannot fell her?
I do not doubt you.
The but was felt before it was spoken.
But she is something different. She has that many organs and has not fallen. Think of what she might be like with more magic, more power.
You have been heard, Kane. Petra dismissed him abruptly. She would not tolerate dissent or questioning in her ranks. Kane had earned himself goodwill for investigating the woman, an odd mix given his unconventional methods of doing so. She wouldn't want to see him squander it. Kane gave a short bow and descended the stairs gracefully. Petra's eyes remained locked on the woman far below. Kane didn't know it, but what he feared was a perfect chimera. A creature that was so mighty it could even challenge a dragon. Petra grinned madly. One man's fear was another's salvation.
Yevun. The skies were filled with boko as dragons of all colors flooded Eastwyn, the easternmost town of the Isle of Ruana. It was impossible to look in any direction and not see scarlet, cerulean, or viridian. Yevun surveyed the generally unassuming town from his current perch. It was unorthodox to be anywhere but lisp for a crimson court, but it was too late now to question his play. "How many people worked on getting the amphitheater up to par?" he asked over his shoulder. Slaves silently dotted and lined his exposed chest with a thick paste that would temporarily tattoo his flesh. "Petra told me she had over 500 workers at all hours." Finner was seated awkwardly in the center of the room behind Yevun. He was appropriately ignored by the slaves, their focus on their master, as it should be. Yet the fact that Yevun had not dismissed him was its own form of honor. Yevun kept Finner trapped in the between, a place few dragons ever found themselves in, thanks to their society's strict hierarchy. How did she find the craftsman? It annoyed Yevun to no end that Petra had managed to scrape together the sort of display that towered against the distant horizon. The girl was an annoying little gnat, impossible to squish and always flying around where she didn't belong. A gnat that aspired to be a wasp and already fashioned itself thusly. She told me she took all hands from progression on the Shin Manor. Some others were in Napoli still after the initial construction. The rest? Nameless from below, I believe. So desperate is she to display her strength that she leans on the shadowed nameless. His insult was for no one but himself. Finner was already his obedient servant. The slaves who attended him had no names themselves, and therefore no souls and no purpose. Nevertheless, letting out his displeasure into the very air on Ruana sated him some. "I will let you return to her tonight when the day's duels have ended." "You will?" Finner's voice started shrill before he managed to control his emotions. "Is that a problem, Finner?" Yevon held up a hand, stalling the servant's work. He turned to look at the Shin's face. It was harder for a man to lie when you were actively trying to spoon out the truth through his eyes. "No, Dono." He went pale. "After last time, my sister was adamant that I stay with you." Yevon keenly remembered the man's bruises from having his hands harvested. He wanted to slice Finner up himself and force him to watch his organs being fed and connected to Fenthree as punishment for his cowardice. His voice was a low growl that rumbled over the jagged stones of his aggravation. "I held this court on Ruana so I might finally learn the truth of what happened on Loom, and the extent of how far Petra's power reaches into the land below, how it may even be increasing here on Nova. You will play your role and return to her as a relieved prodigal child, blessed to be home. You will prove your worth and give me the information I seek." Finner lowered his eyes submissively. "Of course, Dono. I live to serve you in no half measures." Satisfied, Yevon turned forward again. "I want you to find whatever information you can on Cvareh, of his trip to Loom, of the schematics he stole. Speak to slaves, servants, offer them a better life on Lisp with a favor of the Dono if you must." He would actually never allow Shin hands who had served Petra directly to attend him. But they didn't need to know he would see them dead the second they set foot on his home. Their surprise would be delicious. He locked eyes on the grand stone amphitheater in the distance. The streets were already filled with music and cheers. Laughter harmonized with song as men and women danced together. The court was a celebration of life and death, and everything that hung in the balance between those conflicting yet beautiful forces. He rode in a litter to the court. It was a wide platform with low railings and a pointed roof covered in red clay tiles and edged in silver. The wooden base and poles were a fine mahogany, stained to a deep wine color. Textiles the colors of fire shone, silks glinting with sunlight. 16 men carried its bulk through the streets. It stood in stark contrast to the lake-blue pennons and people of House Shin that parted like waves around his metaphorical boat. Yevon kept his eyes forward, or on the woman who lounged next to him. Coletta Rokryuto was thin for a dragon. She had never quite grown out of her girlish years, her face remaining soft and her cheeks rounded. Her ears pointed more outward than upward, and her nose was thin and narrow, cutting between two eyes that looked all the larger for it. She was his cherry woman. She smelled of the fruit, and perfumed herself with it for added effect. Her flesh was creamy orange, hardly red at all. But it reminded him of the sweet cherries that could be cultivated in the spring. Her hair was the bright red of a candied fruit of the same variety. But her eyes were truly striking, dark orbs that shone with the depth of a rich wine, the kind that could absorb a man whole. Those same eyes looked listlessly at the world around them, as if it were all more trouble than it was worth. For Coletta, it may well have been.
"Ruana has not changed much since the last time I was here," she said softly. She was a humble and unassuming counterpart to the loud and dominating presence that was Yevon.
"And how often do you come to Ruana?"
"Too often, in that I come at all."
She lay back. Gossip-mongers would continue to perpetuate her weak and sickly state, but all Yevon saw was the visage of a woman who was nothing more than fiercely bored.
"I appreciate your indulgence, Rokryu."
He spoke sincerely. Coletta wasn't one for leaving her gardens or diversions, but she had packed and mounted her boko without question upon hearing that the court was to be held on Ruana.
"You should never have any doubt."
The words were almost threatening, on the off chance he sincerely had. In you, never. Truer words had yet to be spoken that day.
"Besides, you need me."
Her mouth pressed into a thin and knowing smile that Yevon could never deny.
"So what role am I playing by day, while we are here?"
He was the sun, and she was his moon, forever in orbit, perpetually watching the sky while the other slumbered. Thus by day she operated by his wants and rules, by night he by hers. The same role you usually do. No one will challenge you if they think it will be a poor, shameful duel with a sickly Ryu. Coletta laughed softly. When she smiled, he could see the gray of her gums, turning to ash with her secretive and underhanded business.
"Let them challenge me, Yevon, and see how long they live."
Yevon smiled back at his mate, baring his teeth. If anyone did ever challenge the Rock Ryu, they would answer to him. Yevon would never let another touch his queen. They should hope to answer to him, for if Coletta had her way, the death would be infinitely more painful and drawn out than anything Yevon could devise. The amphitheater was even more impressive up close. Every fifth column was the sculpture of a dragon, ones he did not recognize, but could only assume were important to House Shin. Wide bat-like wings extended behind them, supporting the second tier of seating and arcade windows that let in the breezes from above. Sapphires as big as his head made their eyes, shining keenly at all who entered through the archways below. They were met by a tall man with skin the color of sea foam. His name faded away from Yevon's immediate memory into the realm of unimportance, but Finner seemed to recognize him. The two exchanged a tense look before the man led them up a quiet stair.
"The Shin Ochi has prepared this viewing platform especially for you, Dono."
He bowed, motioning for Yevon and his party to continue. The balcony was high, the highest in the amphitheater, laden with fineries and draped in chiffon that danced upon the wind. It was a box befitting of a king positioned among the nameless and slaves. In all other instances, he would insist on being the highest in a room, the better to loom over all that was his. But at the court, he wanted to be in the thick of it. He wanted to be so close to the pit that blood would splatter his cheeks. He wanted to be. Yevon walked over to the edge of the balcony, where Petra was sitting. The woman raised her glass of Shin wine with a thin smile. It was a restrained motion, but a quiet jab all the same. Yevon waged an internal war. He could demand her position, but then he would look like the insecure ruler who needed a place to solidify his prowess. Tam would certainly trade him. Their platform was in the middle of the arena, but the spot was fitting for those who kept the balance. Furthermore, he was the Rokkoji Dono, and he would not rely on a Tam.
"Wine,"
Yevon growled, holding out his hand. He didn't even see who supplied it. He raised his own glass to Petra, staring down the woman for a long moment. She sipped, and he did the same. Yevon turned and stalked to his seat, virtually out of sight for the masses below. No, he asked no man or woman for pity. If he was to be seated above them all, he would appear like a god to rule over life and death and the Dragon Court. He made concessions to no man or woman. The man who had escorted them to the box departed. Finner, Coletta, Lossum, and two of his most trusted kin remained. Coletta stepped forward, dropping her voice to a hush meant only for his ears.
"She seeks to make a fool of you, Yevon."
"Doesn't she always?" He took another healthy drink from his wineglass.
"You have walked into her home and let her do it."
Coletta rarely guarded her tongue to anyone, Yevon included.
"She will be the fool before the day is done,"
Yevon swore.
"See that she is, Dono."
Coletta gave him a cautionary stare.
"I grow tired of this game I've let you play."
A growl rose from his throat as his mate walked to one of the plush seats. It escaped as a roar that echoed throughout the amphitheater. A third of the seats were still empty, as the upper echelons of dragon society slowly flowed in from the revelries outside. But Yevon was done waiting, and they all functioned at his behest. He threw down his glass. Wine arced through the air like crimson rain before splattering between shards of glass in the pit far below. The very wind itself seemed to hold its breath for his decree.
"I did not travel from Lisp for wine," his voice boomed, echoing off every pillar and person. "I traveled for blood. I traveled to thin my fattening court. I traveled to see which of you are deserving of your names, and which of you have yet to grow into the titles you were born for."
No one spoke. No one breathed.
"Let the Crimson Court commence," he shouted so loudly the very heavens rumbled. "Who will be the first challenger?"
A man stood, eager for the honor of being the first in the pit, to be the one whose feet would touch that hallowed and unsoiled ground. Yevon bared his teeth in utter delight that the man was one of House Rock. Unsurprisingly, he called against one of House Shin for an offense of cheating committed in his card room. The two leapt over people and empty stands, descending into the pit as claws and teeth and rage. With no objection from Yevon, they collided. Gold splattered the walls, the smell of freshly cut grasses filling the air from the Shin. It mingled and soured against the smell of huckleberry from the rock. The two scraped and scrambled for a long few minutes, shredding each other to pulp. But as Yevon expected in all things, the man of House Rock eventually won the upper hand. He tore the Shin man's heart, still beating from his chest. He held it up with a primal cry, golden blood running down his arm and dripping onto his face, before slowly evaporating into the air. The Rock man brought the heart to his mouth and took a gluttonous bite. Rock and Shin battled into the afternoon. For every one Rock challenge, there were two Shin. Tam may as well have not even shown up. It was clear who was fighting for dominance in this court. Yevon missed half the fights, his seat positioned too far back and too high for a good view. But every time he graced the edge of the balcony, the Rock fighters below battled twice as hard, and went for increasingly vicious kills. As a result of his poor positioning, it was afternoon by the time he finally realized the House Shin box had been filled. Yevon's blood ran hot at the mere sight of Cvareh, the lying bastard brother of the bitch who pursued his demise, as though she had nothing else in the world to worry over.
"Lossum."
He summoned his current master rider. The man was at his side in an instant.
"Challenge Cvareh Ryu."
"Dono, I have no cause for a challenge against the Shinryu." Lossum's hesitation was almost enough for Yevon to kick him face first into the pit below, and let whoever desired tear him limb from limb and lick his bones clean. They had cause 100 times over. The death of each one of his riders on Loom would be more than enough for Yevon to order any Rock to challenge Cvareh. But that would first require admitting that the riders were on Loom to begin with. Yevon growled, caught in a snare of his own shadowy invention.
"Invent one."
"But
I am the Dono, Lossum. Comprehend what that means. If I support your demand for a duel, none will permit him to back out."
Yevon walked away from the edge and toward his beacon of sanity lounging in the shape of a woman. Cheers erupted from the duel ending. The runner of the ring, one of House Tam for all their love of balance, called for the next challenger. Yevon waited expectantly. "I, Lossum Rock An To, Master Rider to Yevon Dono, challenge Cvareh Shinryu So as a liar and for disgraces against the Dono's name in the presence of a Rock." Lossum didn't flinch, completing the fatuous challenge with bold confidence. "Let he whose merit runs deepest through his veins live for the night's revelries. Let he whose merit is a facade be reduced to blood upon the ground and shame upon his house." The arena had fallen silent. Every ear hung on Cvareh's response. Yevon waited with a smirk. Cvareh could not back down. If he questioned the legitimacy, he'd look like a coward. For all they knew, Yevon was going to allow the duel. It was time for the Shinryu to finally enter the ring and be put to rest, out of Yevon's concerns once and for all.
I stand for Cvareh Ryu.
An unfamiliar woman's voice rang out loud and clear. Yevon stood slowly, walking to the edge. He had not expected anyone to stand for Cvareh against his master rider. To do so was the most foolish display of suicidal loyalty the court had ever seen. Because if the one who stood for the accused fell, the accused was also put to death. Far below, a pale blue woman stood with eyes like late sunset and hair the color of morning's first light. She cut her place in the world with foolhardy arrogance, standing as though she were the personified herald of the Death Lord himself.
Arianna.
I, Lossum Rock Anto, Master Rider to Yevon Dono, challenge Cvareh Shin Ryu So as a liar, and for disgraces against his Dono's name in the presence of a rock.
Cvareh tensed next to her. His eyes were locked in a grim sort of determination against the crimson man who stood at the edge of the king's box. Arianna could practically hear the echo of the words repeating themselves in his head as the challenger still spoke them.
Let he whose merit runs deepest through his veins live for the night's revelries. Let he whose merit is a facade be reduced to blood upon the ground and shame upon his house.
Cvareh didn't move. It was as if the man who called himself Lossum had woven a netted spell that trapped him to the spot. Arianna made quick work of sizing up Lossum. Judging from her angle the height of the amphitheater and his perspective size, she knew he was larger than Cvareh, both in muscle and height. Her eyes fell on the beads that dangled by his ear. He had called himself the Master Rider. It seemed Yevon had been forced to go with a less experienced combatant after his other riders had never returned from Loom. She knew what was about to happen. She'd seen it enough throughout the day. Cvareh would stand, accept the challenge, and they would descend into the ring. No others of House Shin stood. It was a matter for the Ryu to defend his title, and judging from their practice sessions leading up to the court, Ari had minimal confidence in his ability to do so.
I stand for Cvareh Ryu.
Arianna jumped to her feet.
What are you doing?
Cvareh hissed. Saving your life.
This isn't done.
He grabbed her arm, trying to pull her back down.
Dragons don't stand for their Ryu or Oji.
Arianna leaned forward, meeting him halfway. Her mouth found his ear as she spoke.
Good thing I'm not a dragon, then.
Who are you?
The king's voice echoed across the silence. She turned to address the man who gave face to all her nightmares. The formless evil who stood atop Loom like it was a tailless scorpion beneath his boot. She had watched him all day, studied him in every way she knew how. All evidence pointed to a singular truth. The Dragon King was nothing more than a man. And men could be killed. Men could be pinned down and ripped apart and tortured until they begged for release that would never be given to them.
Ari Shin An Bek,
she recited. His head turned, looking to Petra. Arianna followed his stare as well, catching Kane's eyes. They were as round as saucers and sparking with anger. She gave him a toothy grin. The man still thought she couldn't speak Ryuk. Well, now he knew. Petra glanced at her from the corners of her eyes, but said nothing. Ari's play had worked. Petra couldn't speak against her without calling their whole facade into question. She couldn't give Ari any more care than she would any other dragon. She had to ignore the fact that Arianna was the Fenthri who held the design of the philosopher's box in her mind. Cvareh could not stand when someone had stood for him, and that meant She was about to head into the pit.
Very well, Ari Shin Anbek. You fight with both your life and title, as well as that of Cvareh Shin Ryu.
The dono gave his blessing with amusement, already writing off the duel, and the rider launched himself onto the stands nearby. When Lossum was halfway down, Arianna set herself into motion as well. She'd seen enough of his mannerisms to gain an overall understanding of how fast he could move. She'd meet him in the pit. The scent of blood and magic assaulted her the second her feet touched the packed ground. With no air or wind, it sat trapped on the surface, smothering her senses with the remnants of gore. Arianna tightened the splint on her fingers, one clip. They would be cut off before her illusion would fall. She sprinted forward, determined to pounce on the rider the moment he landed, but he sprung off the wall, spinning through the air and landing nimbly behind her. With the advantage she'd sought lost, Arianna was instantly on defensive. He swung wide and she ducked, jabbing for his side. The edge of her claw caught against his lined and dotted skin, spilling first blood. Lossum snarled, reaching for her with a clawed hand. Arianna fell backward, rolling away. He squinted in confusion. Dragons were strong creatures. That much Arianna could not and never had denied. Their magic made them formidable, but it also made them predictable. When nearly any wound could be healed in moments, making very few cuts lethal, it meant their fighting styles favored close range and tight jabs. They shouldered wounds gladly that Arianna avoided desperately, and that made her erratic dodges unpredictable to them. It made her method of fighting as sensible to them as their fashion was to her. She would win this fight, without him drawing blood. She had to. Arianna lunged forward again. She leaned and spun, his claws whizzing over her back in a near miss. She would give nearly anything for her lines and daggers, but all that was permitted in the pit were claws and prowess. Weapons, coronas, gold, and magic beyond healing were all against the rules. Cvareh had taught her that much, to Arianna's dismay. She sidestepped in and brought her hand up to the man's chin. Startled, it caught, stabbing right through to his tongue. Blood ran down her forearm, and cheers erupted from above. Arianna had never fought with an audience before. All her work had been done at night, in the shadows, with the least number of eyes possible on her. She had never felt the thrill of screams and cries of encouragement. She had never fought for sport. There was something about it, something thrilling. Her heart raced faster and her feet moved with more confidence. She wanted to give the people a show. It was illogical, utterly illogical. Everything lacked meaning, and in that, there was joy. Joy in death, in life, in doing just to do. Lossum's claws swung closer and closer. Every near miss pushed her forward. Blood still evaporated off his chest from where she had wounded him, from the new cuts she gave him. She was faster, stronger, more skilled, and far more fearless than this dragon would ever be. He could not kill those he loved for the sake of the survival of an ideal. He could not cut open his own chest and turn himself into a living machine for the sake of science. But she could. She could because she was not Fenthri, or dragon, or chimera. She could because she had, and would again if fate redealt her a cruel hand. Arianna kicked the rider squarely in the chest. He stumbled and she caught his ankle with the top of her foot, pulling it right out from under him. Off balance, his attacks were thrown wildly. Arianna lunged into them. She pushed him downward and buried her hand in his chest. He struggled against her, his claws digging into her wrist viciously. Her blood mingled with his as it bubbled from the wound she was inflicting. His heart beat frantically against her palm. For a brief second, she held his life and future in her hand. And then, she ripped it from him. Arianna stood with the man's heart. The arena's momentary shock was only half as deafening as the cheers that followed it in a rush. Her eyes found the Dragon King's high above, but not so far that he was untouchable. Not as far as he should want to be from her. She stared at him as she buried her teeth into the rider's heart, and envisioned it was his. Florence. The land had changed. The skeleton forest had thinned, and the dominant pines that oppressed their senses at every waking hour of the day had become scrawnier. As the train barreled down the winding pathway, they swerved out to the coast, giving Florence her first glimpse of the tall, rocky bluffs that made the western side of Tear 2 impenetrable by boat. The majority of Tear 2 was an imposing place, tall and shadowed, full of harsh rocky outcrops, and the forest that boasted some of the most dangerous monsters in the world. But they had eluded the Endwig, and lived to see the land change from the cold north to the more temperate, flatter south. Tall grasses grew like in Tear 4, but the terrain was mostly flat, not hilly. It lacked significant features to the point that Florence wondered how the oceans had not just swallowed it whole. She watched it blur by as they continued on their tiny, overgrown track. Nora and Derek alternated helping her. She had forced them to learn. She would shoulder as much of the burden as she had to, as they needed, but she could not do it alone. Will only went so far. Skill was always required to make up the remainder. They were begrudging at first, but not as much as Florence expected. She was too tired to question why, and thankfully the reason became apparent soon enough. She had earned an unexpected amount of respect from her companions after the night of the Endwig. Her unconventional upbringing had served a purpose. "How do you know how much coal to add again?" Nora asked from where she was maintaining the grate and shovel. Florence tapped the gauge next to her. "This meter. You want this to stay out of the high and low levels here and here. Ideally, it should sit around 15. "Why?" "For an engine this size, that amount of power seems to clip us along without wasting power. There's only so fast we can push her, or should." Florence thought back to the sloppy repairs she'd made across the train following their frantic flight, and especially those she had less faith in holding. At least she'd had some training in the Ravens, but all her knowledge as a rivet came from watching and helping Arianna. Arianna. The name sat within Florence's heart, still encased in love. The months apart had shown Florence that much. She loved Arianna as the teacher and guardian she had been. The recognition of the fact made the distance surprisingly more bearable. It dulled the harsh words they'd spoken to one another, and quietly assured Florence of Arianna's intentions. She knew the woman, and she knew that her venture to Nova was for the right reasons. And she knew that when Arianna returned, they would embrace once more, and Florence would again be crafting canisters to help both the Revolution and the White Wraith. What is most important to a raven? Florence used the rattling of the train to mask a heavy sigh. She was always going to be seen as a raven before anything else. She'd delighted in it when it had served her, when it had made people unassuming of her canisters in Mercury Town, or her skill with the revolver, or when it had helped her blend in at the port of Tear 5.2. But she was quickly learning she would give such things up for the sake of choice. Speed, mostly. The echoes of trikes whizzing through the streets of Holks echoed in Florence's ears. Suicidal speed. And for a revolver? Florence paused in surprise. She glanced over at Nora, who stopped her inspection of the gauges long enough to search Florence's face. "You know that too, right?" "Explosions." Florence gave the woman a small smile. "And rivets?" Florence had to think about that for a moment. While Ari was a master rivet, she was also not the most conventional of her guild.
Mathematics, perhaps. That sounds terribly dull. Nora scrunched her coal dust-coated nose. Florence grinned. I think so, too. They slept together, all three of them, in the back car during the day while they were in the skeleton forest, and transitioned to sleeping at night in Tier 1. The air itself in the Southern Territory was thick. It made the hair on her neck stick without any effort. Florence much preferred working through the day when she would be uncomfortable in the engine anyway, then struggling to sleep in the moist daylight hours. The nights were cooler, and it made huddling together all the more pleasant. There was a different sort of comfort among them than she'd found with Arianna. When Florence had lain in bed with Arianna, even snuggled together, there was a relaxed ease about it. But with Derek and Nora, the pressure sat in her stomach, closer to her abdomen. It was the first time she'd felt such tension. She was smart enough to understand lust, but she wasn't fully aware for whom it stirred. In all, the trip was mostly peaceful. There was still the stress of maintaining the train and managing the coal, but the old track they rode on was in good enough condition that Florence was confident it had been used to smuggle things more recently than anyone let on. It was an overall straight shot with only 2 dead-end switch-offs until they reached Tier 1.2. The train's terminal was an abandoned yard, and they subsequently left it behind. Florence, Nora, and Derek continued on foot. Despite their brands, they were far enough away from the Alchemists' Guild Hall and past the territory border that they could move without any major concern. Derek carried 2 large trunks, Nora 1, and Florence managed hers and a small case of their remaining powders onto the final train that would take them the rest of the way to Faroe. They paid into a simple car, huddled with other patrons in bench seats. It was quite unlike her last train ride with Arianna when they had their own cabin. This trip lacked all sort of privacy or grace. Harvesters and others piled into the car, taking all available space, and they found themselves sharing their benches with 3 others. Florence was pressed against the window for the 2-day ride, and she watched as the land continued to change. The fertile middle ground between the end of the skeleton forest and the far end of Tier 1 became rocky and barren, void of life. "What's that?" Florence squinted at a hole in the earth far in the distance. It looked as if someone had taken a spoon and carved out the land, removing it for some unknown reason.
"A strip mine,"
one of the harvesters, Powell, replied. "That's a mine?" Florence tried to reconcile what was before her. "Aren't mines in mountains? Tunnels?"
"They can be,"
Powell whispered, trying hard not to wake their sleeping companions, squashed onto the bench together.
"It depends on the mineral we're mining for. If it occurs naturally in large pockets, we strip mine it. If it's in veins, tunnels may be more effective. Some can only be found in mountains."
The harvester was quiet for a long moment.
"You lived far from home?"
"What?" Florence asked, startled. They'd barely spoken more than courtesies, yet he had somehow known that about her.
"There are no mountains in Tier 4, Little Crow."
The man gave a knowing smile.
"Which leads me to believe you've spent some time in Tier 5.
Florence pursed her lips.
"Well, wherever you come from, you're far from home."
He looked out the window. "I don't know where home is." She didn't. Not anymore. Florence longed for the flat she'd shared with Ari in Old Dordom, but it no longer fit them. Too much had changed, and if the smaller flat in Tier 4.2 was any indication, Ari had no problem abandoning homes to move on when life demanded it.
"You're young enough that home should be Holk's."
"It should be."
"But people are rarely what they should be."
The man was older than her, perhaps nearing 25, older than Arianna, at least, and that meant old enough to know of the time before the dragons.
why do you head to Faroe?
I'm taking my friends. Florence nodded at Nora and Derek, slumbering the hours away across from her.
It's your first time in Tier 1?
Florence nodded. The man leaned back in his chair, his gaze still focused on the mine in the distance, as they slowly plodded along past it. Even packed in close as they were, they swayed slightly, shoulders brushing and sides flush.
The land has changed much in my years.
Florence tried to decipher the somewhat somber note in the man's voice.
The guild initiates and journeymen, your age, know it only as it is.
What's wrong with it? Florence asked, still hearing the haze of regret that floated through the man's words.
How long will you be in Faroe?
If Florence wasn't so accustomed to Arianna, the questions answered with questions might have been grating. But there was a tranquil similarity in the obscured truths and hidden meanings. I'm not sure.
Then it will be long enough for you to arrive at your own opinions on these matters.
Florence heard the finality in the statement and rested her head on the glass of the window. The strip mine was now out of view, but she kept her eyes forward as the train swayed in determined progression to the home of the harvesters. More and more mines dotted the surface of the land as they neared Faroe. Deeper and wider they ran, until the train traversed suspended bridgeways that spanned a mine directly below them. She stared over the ominous edge, keenly aware of the thin pieces of steel that separated the train from the seemingly infinite oblivion stretched deep into the earth below. Men and women worked on spiraling walkways on the outer edges of the mine, so far below her that they looked like flicks of dust floating in the mine's smoky haze, rather than actual people. So far below that the explosions they set off were nothing more than flashes of light and dull reverberations. It was as if the harvesters had peeled back the surface of the earth to find its soul, and its soul was the very lifeblood of Loom: iron, minerals, oil, and coal. Faroe was perched in the center of these seemingly endless mines, like an island among an empty sea. Its towering buildings and compact construction was unlike anything Florence had ever seen. Buildings made of concrete had spires of brick built atop them, foundations made from the carved stone left from long ago mining. Like an impenetrable wall, it was all connected. One city, one guild, every pekka of space used. She wondered if Arianna had ever been to Faroe, and if so, what the rivets' take on the architectural choices were. The train ran into the station underneath the city. Powell, in his kindness, offered to escort them to the guild hall. Florence was thankful they accepted when he led them through a rat maze of tunnels and tiny elevators that served as the city's only means of getting around.
Faroe built up when it could no longer build out,
Powell explained.
The problem with situating itself at the world's richest mineral deposits meant that most of the land needed to be committed to mining. The rivets tried to make sense of it, but the harvesters ended up doing what we do best.
He knocked on the rough bare stone wall next to him. Pick marks still pocked its surface.
We tunneled our way through.
Within the city proper, Florence felt an omnipresent weight. Rock and steel, brick and concrete hovered over her. It compressed Florence's lungs, and she was suddenly reminded of the last time she felt such a sensation. The underground, Florence said boldly. It was a taboo subject in Tier 4, and judging by the rise of Powell's eyebrows, it was known as such in Tier 1 as well. Did the harvesters help with that at all? Powell considered it a long moment, encouraging in that he didn't immediately refuse the subject.
At the time the underground was first being conceived, perhaps. We did grant them some of our explosives long ago, pre-revolvers even, to help blast deeper after the ground was broken. But the limestone of Tier 4 is prone to pockets and holes, and the Ravens seemed impatient and determined to make the place their own. More so after the Dragon's regulations on the guilds.
The man's tone differed from Ari's at the mere mention of the dragons. There was no bitter bite, no longing for the past. Instead, she heard quiet acceptance. His eyes reflected appreciation. The weight was lifted as they ascended to the guild proper. A disc shape at the very top of Furrow, the hall's outer walls were all windows, permitting the gray sunlight and a view of the barren earth beyond. Florence set her bag down slowly, her hand numb from carrying it. As if in a trance, she crossed to the nearest pane of glass. 5 times her width, 3 times her height, it felt as if the view could swallow her whole. With the flatness of the land, she could see for veka upon veka. She saw the dusty clouds that plumed off the ground between the mines. She saw the far explosions that broke into the earth farther and deeper. The mines she'd seen from the train had only been a small part of a much, much larger system.
"What do you think?"
Powell asked. Florence jumped, startled. She hadn't heard the man approach. Pulled from her trance, she immediately sought out Derek and Nora, but they were nowhere to be found.
"They had business on behalf of the vicar alchemist for the vicar harvester. I saw that they spoke with the right people to get them where they were going."
"Thank you," Florence said sincerely. "You've been quite kind to us."
"You are guests in my home."
Powell smiled in reply.
"Tier 1 may not be what it once was, but it is still home, and I will still love it and see it as shown in the best light."
"You said that before," she noted. "That it's not what it was." He nodded, but offered no more explanation this time than he had the last. "Do you mean before the dragons?" she pressed.
"I do."
She followed Powell's stare, looking out at the land. "What was better then? How has it changed?" Powell shook his head and chuckled.
"The dragons changed a lot, overseen directly by the king."
Again, unlike Ari, there was no bite at the mention of their oppressors.
"Not much was better in my lifetime. We've been on this suicidal path for hundreds of years. If they hadn't come when they did, Loom would be in a difficult spot now."
"What do you mean?" Florence couldn't comprehend what the man before her was saying. There was no path of logic that let her get to his point until he spelled it out.
"The dragons, Florence. They saved Loom."
Cvareh. The blood shone like liquid metal, caked upon her skin. It picked up the sunlight like some horrible truth that his mind, in all its efforts, could not fathom. Arianna had killed yet another of the Dono's master riders. That should be the fact his mind circled around relentlessly. But it wasn't. He stared at where her flesh had been punctured by Lossom's claws. Gold streamed from the wound, mingled with the drippings of the heart she held up in victory. But it was clear enough with every pulse of her heart, clear as Lady Lay's springs and rivers. For the first time it was as if he was seeing the real woman behind the name. "She actually did it," Kane said in awe from Cvareh's left. "This court just got interesting." Petra clapped her hands in appreciation from between them. His sister turned to him, summoning Cvareh from his thoughts. "You should go to the new sew. She did stand for you after all." Cvareh's gaze swung to Arianna, but her back was to him. The woman had her eyes locked on Yevundono's. If she wasn't careful, she was going to challenge the king himself. He moved, jumping down the short distance to the pit. Arianna turned sharply, but relaxed visibly at the sight of him. Men and women shouted and cheered. Challenges flew above their heads, the court whipping into a blood frenzy at the upset. Cvareh's eyes rose from her forearm to meet hers. "Come." He held out a hand, and she hesitated, the potent dissonance of the emotions in his magic giving her pause. But he had no hope of reining it in, not until he had explanations. "Come, Ari Shinonso." She finally obliged, and took his hand. Sweat glistened off her, even through the illusion. A perfect crafting, he realized, because she was already so close to a dragon. She was stockier than most dragon females, but she had the height and the speed of one of his kind. She had the eyes and the claws, the ears, if she ever removed the metal caps. She was more dragon than he had ever given her credit for, than maybe she had ever realized. And that fact was surprisingly disappointing. It was like everything that made her shine was losing its spark. The picture he had painted in his mind of her was losing all its complementary colors at the idea that there was something so important about her that she had knowingly kept from him. He hated his distance from her and grew weary of the feeling of her keeping him at arm's length. They walked out of the light and into the dim of a hall, only to be greeted by other victors and the bold applause of servants. Arianna kept her eyes forward, oblivious to it all. The metal of the splint on her fingers pressed against his skin. Even with a surge of power from imbibing, holding the illusion must be tiresome. "Where is an empty parlor?" he demanded.
"This way, Shinryu."
A servant stepped forward, eager to appease. The girl led them down a side hall and into a modest sitting area. A room of rest and recovery for the victors in the pit. It was perfumed with lavender, incense, and the ripe smell of fruit and cheese that had sat out for an hour too long. Cvareh dismissed the girl with a curt nod, eager to close the door behind her. The world shut out, there were only the four walls that surrounded him and the woman who had become his enigma. There was no one to pass judgment, and no one to bear witness beyond themselves. Ari had yet to face him, yet to confront the truth that she undoubtedly knew he'd seen. He took a breath, readying himself to speak.
"You're welcome,"
she interrupted. "Pardon?" he nearly stuttered in surprise.
"I assume you were about to say thank you."
Arianna pulled off the splint from her fingers with a glance at the bolt engaged in the door. The illusion fell. Her color faded to gray and white. Her tattoos were visible, inked back into existence by an invisible hand. The woman who should have been familiar seemed as false as the dragon who had been in her place moments before. Her forearm betrayed no marks from the wound, yet Cvareh's eyes were still glued to the spot. "What are you?" he whispered. She couldn't have hidden her reaction if she tried. All his senses were honed on her. Cvareh practically heard the spark of tension through her muscles at the question.
"You know what I am."
She squared against him as if the room had become a new pit, and they were about to do battle. "Do I?" Cvareh curled his hands into fists so that he would not unsheath his claws in frustration. If she wanted a sparring partner, he would rise to task, and this time he would not stay his claws against her.
"Do you?"
"Don't be circular," he growled. "I saw it."
"Saw what?"
She drew her height, coming nearly to eye level with him.
"Me stand for you. Me fell your enemy. Me further prove that—"
Arianna faltered.
"That despite all the reasons I have to hate you, I clearly cannot bring myself to do so."
The confession was virtually lost on him in his pursuit of the truth. She was trying to shift his focus. He wasn't going to let her, even if it teetered on the verge of words he so very dearly wanted to hear. "I saw your arm. I saw the blood."
"What of it?"
"It was gold."
"Of course it would be. I just killed a dragon. Dragon blood is gold."
She took the tone of one speaking to a small child. Cvareh didn't even let the disrespect sway him from the truth he desired. "Dragon blood is gold. So why is yours?"
"You are confused."
"I am not."
He didn't remember crossing the room. He didn't remember advancing on her. He didn't remember her taking steps backward, allowing him to do so. But there they were. There he was, holding her in place with a power he didn't think he possessed. It filled the space behind his ribs, blowing out his chest. If he let it unfurl his sails large enough, it may just be enough to touch her.
"It was an illusion."
She stood straighter, trying not to lose her ground, but she'd long lost the advantage in the encounter.
Cvareh wasn't going to give it back. That might work on others, Arianna. It likely has, but it will not work on me. He grabbed for the arm in question, holding it up. I know your blood. I know it like my own. I know it because its very scent torments my waking hours almost as much as your mere visage. Then you should regain your head, she snarled, baring her teeth. For you may be drunk on magic if you think my blood was gold, if you cannot tell the difference between an illusion and— His claws jutted forward. They dug deep into her flesh for the first time. They tore through her gray skin to expose the meat beneath. Honeysuckle and cedar filled the room, more potent on his nose than the finest wine he'd ever drunk. And sure enough, gold flowed between his fingers. You bastard! Arianna went to move, but he was faster this time. He pushed her against the wall, grabbing for her other wrist. What are you? He repeated, his voice deepening in resonance to an almost growl. He had her pinned in place, but likely only due to shock. He'd healed too many bruises and seen her fight too many times to think she wasn't about to throw him off and flay him like livestock. Arianna, tell me, what are you? Cvareh's voice broke on the plea. He begged her. The scent of her blood was dizzying, and his entire body and mind desired her and her alone. Close this gap between us. Let me help you as I want to. And what do you want? She curled her lips. I don't know. Not truly. He used her breath as fuel for his words, tasting her. All I know is that I want you. The snarl fell from her mouth, and Arianna searched his face with her brilliantly lilac eyes. He had never held his breath with such anticipation of a woman's judgment, of anyone's judgment. But she held all he was in that moment. She formed his future with her tongue and lips, and she was going to destroy him if what spilled from them wasn't everything he needed. Not wanted, needed to be for her. How do you want me? She raised her chin slightly. The woman was powerful even while prone. Ari. He was losing momentum. He was losing his footing. The tides were shifting under him, pulling him deeper into her, and she had yet to show any inclination to save him from the swirling depths. He would drown in her, if only she would let him. Tell me, Cvareh. Tell me, and I will tell you. It was a deal too good to be true. Cvareh leaned forward, slowly, slow enough that she could fight back, that she could resist, that she had ample time to utter a word of protest. His hands didn't restrain her. Instead, they caressed her ashen skin like he would the finest silks in Napoli. His fingers sought out the calluses on the pads of her hands. All his lust, all the lust in the world, would be nothing if she didn't burn for him in return. His nose brushed along her jawline, slowly, tracing the strong curve of her ear. She smelled of dust, sweat, and the remnants of rock blood, sun, and his most favorite scent of all, the sultry notes of honeysuckle. It was a perfume sweeter than any he'd ever been exposed to. It was all he wanted to inhale. I want you for my lover, for my mate. I want to lay you down and take you to the pinnacles of delight. I want you, even while not knowing if you could ever grant me your favor. Mentions of her former lover echoed in his mind. Cvareh didn't actually know if Arianna even took a liking to men. He acted on hope, and her lack of refusal, physical or verbal. Will you want me still, after I kill your king? He chuckled darkly. I will want you all the more for it. Will you want me if I refuse your sister? That demanded consideration. But desire and love and forever were all separate mistresses. And right now all three were courting him as one combined. I will want you even then. His teeth graced the soft flesh of her neck as he spoke. Will you want me, even knowing I am a perfect chimera? The heat in his veins cooled by a small enough margin that he could straighten and look her in the eye, attempting to root out any forced boldness in the claim. There was none. The gold blood, bones strong as steel, as strong as a dragon's, her height, her muscular structure. It made too much sense to be a lie. She had developed and grown with the strength of dragon blood coursing through her veins. Nothing, Arianna. Nothing in your world or mine or the next would make me want you less. She grinned, the flat line of her Fenthree teeth showing. You're a fool, Cvareh. I am, he agreed with a grin of his own. Cvareh closed the gap at last and found her lips with his. His chest was flush against hers, and his thigh pressed between her legs. He held her fingers with white knuckles, as if to hold in place the tension he was struggling to let out only a moment at a time, savored like sips of the most perfect wine, held on the tongue to embolden the flavor. Her tongue probed his mouth, pressing into his canine. Blood wet his palate. She smothered a groan. The sound shot straight through him, forcing his hips further into hers. Her magic, her essence, flooded him. The dam holding the tension between them shattered, and Cvareh grasped her hips, pushing her up further against the wall. Claws shredded against the bindings across her thighs and up into the cloth that covered her groin. 20 gods above, restraint be damned. Cvareh would know all there was to know of her before the day was done, and if he was lucky, he would do it again and again and again.
Petra.
What has you so pleased? Cain asked from her left. He'd been silent for hours, clearly mulling over something. Petra wondered if the obvious small talk would be enough to bring it forward, because her patience only stretched so far and he was already beginning to pull at it. The sun is warm. More rock blood has been spilled than shin. Yevun has remained mostly tucked out of sight, and my brother seems to have escaped the court. She stretched her fingers, her claws digging into the chair. She'd only had to stand for 2 people so far, and while that would permit her to excuse herself from the remainder of the court, if she desired, Petra remained. After all the trouble it was to see the court to daylight, she wasn't about to step away. He seems to have escaped for quite a while, Cain muttered. Petra laughed. Does his fondness for the woman bother you so? Cvareh was certainly a gossip with all his visits to Napoli's tea parlors, but she'd never taken Cain for such habits.
Why doesn't it bother you, is the better question.
As if realizing his own boldness after the fact, Cain glanced around quickly, taking note of any who could have overheard. Luckily for him, the only other guests in the box were close kin, who Petra had no cause to worry over. Cvareh is loyal above all to House Shin. If someone is fond of him, then they must also be fond of his house. Their relationship is an advantage to us. Ends before ideals.
Ends before ideals,
Cain repeated. Have a little more heart in that, Petra cautioned.
Forgive me, Oji. It is only the notion of our Ryu with thing like that woman.
Conflict was apparent in both Cain's voice and expression. He believed in the motto of House Shin, but the matter bothered him to an immense degree, enough that it seemed to rattle his very core. Oh well, it doesn't matter what he thinks. There were certain benefits to being Oji, and never having to explain herself was one. Cain would come to his senses sooner or later, or Petra would forcefully remove all conflict on the matter for him.
Petra, her blood
was as it should be. Cain was too smart for his own good, and had been around the woman for too long. Petra needed to stop this speculation where it was. It is none of your concern.
You must have seen it, smelled it. There was something off about the illusion. I don't
need you to think, Petra interrupted abruptly. I need you to do as I say for the good of Shin.
That is what I am concerned for, Oji.
Cain, that is what I am concerned for. If you wish to be concerned for it, then you wish to be the Oji. Petra turned to him, baring her teeth. Would you like to step into the pit?
Never.
Cain lowered his eyes and face, submissive.
Good.
The duel before them finished and a long stretch passed before any challengers shouted forward. It had been an aggressive first day, but they were all becoming overwhelmed with blood sport. Half the stands had already retired, and even the rock versus rock duels held less joy for her.
There is someone I need to see, she announced upon arriving at a decision in her head. Cain, stand for someone if they're of particular import.
Understood, Oji.
His eyes betrayed his curiosity, but his tone and body language were obedient. She hoped he had learned his lesson sufficiently. Petra descended into the busy halls and walks of the amphitheater. With most of the stands emptying, many a dragon worked their way to the town below. Petra did not blend in. The masses parted for her with small bows. Members of House Shin delighted in their genuflections. Tam were pleased to keep the balance, respecting the Oji of another house. House Rock stepped to the back of the lines that formed on either side of her. They gave nothing more than the obligatory bow of their heads, regarding her with shadowed eyes and mouths pressed into thin lines. Their subservience and respect was drawn from them with force. The court had only served to make things worse between the houses, she decided. The bloodshed had singed their nostrils and reminded them that Nova was not one dragon family. They were factions, divided and vying for the circumstances that would give them the most power. What was best for Nova was defined entirely by what was best for any one individual house. Petra turned, disappearing through a curtained hall and onto a shaded balcony. The sticky scent of fruit that had been baking in the sun all day upon silver platters created a masking perfume to the carnage that had happened in the pit. Petra's eyes fell upon two lounging couples, luckily Shin and Tam. "Out with you," she commanded. "I require this space." The dragons exchanged a look. She could sense their displeasure at the prospect of being uprooted, but they obliged her, every last one. Petra turned to the slave who stood in the corner by the table, a scrawny little Tam with the symbol of Shin emblazoned upon her cheek. Petra had made sure that all the slaves and low servants were wine or forest-skinned dragons. She wanted Tam and rock dragons to look upon the men and women who had left their houses and now wore Shin marks forever. She wanted to test the slaves' loyalty. She wanted all to see the dragons that were previously Rock and Tam now under her claws and serving her as the picture of obedience. "Bring me Finna Shin Kin To," Petra ordered. "You will find him with the dono." The servant nodded, departing in haste. Petra walked over to the unrailed edge of the balcony. The sun was starting to dip low in the sky. If the court hadn't been formally ended, it would be soon. The Crimson Court was always between dawn and sunset. The priests taught that Lady Luke, the Light Herald, was born each morning by the hand of Lord Rock. Each night she was slain by Lord Shin, to make room for his brother, Lord Puck, the Dark Wielder, to overtake the sky. Lord Rock fought against Lord Puck until the dawn, when the cycle repeated. House Rock held the Crimson Court during the hours of their patron's lady. Long ago, when it was the Cobalt Court, duels were held at night. Petra tensed her claws, relaxed them. Her mind filled with the fantasy of midnight blue dragons swirling through the pit like wraiths, made from shadow and death, illuminated by the moon, and fighting for house and glory. "You summoned me?" Petra turned, her thoughts pushed back into the far recesses of her most delightful fantasies. Finner stood just inside the still swaying curtain. Petra tried to remember the last time she'd seen her brother as she assessed him. He was still small. His time at House Rock had put no might on his bones. It was further affirmation that nothing about Rock or Lisp was inherently mighty. Petra had narrower hips and shoulders than her brother, but her muscle held twice the raw power, and her magic was overwhelming in comparison. Finner, her pale-skinned brother with his tarnished hair. The child of House Shin that should never have been born. "Come, Finna," she smiled, displaying her canines, and motioned for the spot next to her. "It has been some time since we last spoke face to face." "It has." He obeyed, standing in the spot she selected for him. "You appear to be well. Has House Rock treated you properly?" He snorted. "As well as can be expected from House Rock." This was an acceptable answer. "And the dono?" "He gives me no cause for complaint." "Unfortunately," Petra lamented. She would always stand with her house first, but there would be something quite convenient about Yevun abusing her brother, giving her enough cause to challenge the dono outright. "He has never harvested any of my parts." Petra folded her hands in front of her abdomen to keep her claws from unsheathing. Finner was familiar enough with the motion that he visibly tensed, realizing what he'd done. Petra took a half-step away from the ledge toward Finner's back. "Brother, who is the Shin Oji?" "You are." "And what house do you belong to?" "House Shin." "Therefore, what must you never do?" Finner sighed heavily. "Petra, I was not questioning your decision. I was merely stating—" Petra's arm shot out without even half a thought behind it. Her claws extended beyond her fingertips like magic daggers. They hovered at the edge of his throat. "Finner, your very existence happens at my allowance," she growled. "You are naught to think. You are naught to hesitate. It was these traits by which you lost your place as the rightful heir of House Shin. Have some shame and work to make yourself useful." She wanted to love him. She wanted to embrace her brother as a fellow warrior. If he had been strong, the responsibility of Shin would have never fallen to her. Not that she minded, of course. But he was an embarrassment of a brother, and had been the shame of their mother and father. His weakness continued to be a blemish on the opinion of their house from the rest of Nova. Unlike Cvareh, it was not a calculated play. Finner was truly inept. Fear colored his magic, even if he didn't let it show on his face. Petra kept her claws at his throat. "Now, tell me of the dono." Anger singed the edges of her consciousness. "I know nothing more than I've told you before." "You didn't know of the new Master Rider?" Petra scowled. "I did, but—" "You did not think to inform me?" "I did not think it was of note." Finner held up his hands, showing that his claws were still not out despite Petra's being at his throat. "You must have assumed, with Leona's death, that the dono would find a new Master Rider. And with all the other dragons that perished hunting Cvareh on Loom, the dono didn't have many choices. Blossom was no one of importance, and a dragon without much experience." Petra took her time reasoning through this. The logic stood. If she had committed a moment's thought to it, she likely could have reached the same conclusion herself. She eased her hand away from Finner's throat. "Now, sister, you did not tell me you had such a fierce fighter you were training up within House Shin." Finner spoke lightly, as though she hadn't just threatened his life. All was forgiven to the Oji of the house when the Oji had only acted in the best interest of the dragons whom she sought to protect. "I prefer to keep many surprises." Petra would not give Finner the knowledge of Arianna. She, Cvareh, and apparently Cain had managed to keep the truth of her to themselves. and she would see it remained so. "How many others do you train?" "Enough to see this crimson court to its bloated conclusion." "Enough to fight against House Rock?" Petra scowled at the horizon. "No." Far out there was the Isle of Lisp, the largest island on Nova, and the most overrun with fighters. Floating between them was the Isle of Gwenree, House of Tam, and another house's worth of dragons who would fight for the sake of keeping the status quo. Such numbers will never be found on Nova. On Nova? Finner knew her too well. He knew where the important parts of her phrasing lay. "Tell me more about the dono." "There is not much to say." "Useless." "You live in his home, you eat his food, you mingle with his other to, and you gossip in Lisp's tea parlours. There must be more to say." "The dono is his own OG as well. He keeps people at claw's length and only tells them of his plans and movements when he deems it essential for them to know." Petra stared down at Finner from the corners of her eyes. "You have done well enough making yourself so small that things are said in your presence without concern. Learning of why there was always a rider stationed at that records room has paid well in dividends." Finner remained silent. "You must have heard something else of use to our house." "I did hear that Yavun went beneath Lisp not more than a month before the